All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Phontomen, and welcome to today's show. Today we are on the dev branch of Foxhole to see the most of the new update coming on the 28th, which includes trains and also player one factories. So I'm sitting here in the back line, if you give me a second here to get this all situated here. But I'm sitting here on the back line. We're going to start fucking around and see what we actually need to do in order to make trains, which is going to be meaning that we're going to basically build a tiny factory and basically test out how the progression and mechanics work. So, hello, folks. So we are in way the fuck back in Origin, where actually people have not mined the scrap field to oblivion, and we don't have to worry about OPSEC today because this is the dev branch where the wars are made up and the resources don't matter. I'll work on OPSEC though on the live server though. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a bunch of scrap and then we're gonna go to a refinery and then actually hang on here. Oh, well, fuck. Techie doesn't actually have a refinery anymore. That's gonna be a problem. Maybe that's why nobody's here. Okay, so we're gonna need a truck. Yeah, a truck. And then we're gonna come out here and then do stuff. There's a garage over here. We can handle this. We can go out and bang rocks together. We're not cavemen. Except we are. Cavemen with trains, though. We're refined cavemen. We're industrial era robber barons, honestly. We're gonna be fucking Rockefeller. We can build oil pipelines. The sky's the fucking limit, and there's nothing here. Okay, so we're gonna have to build a truck, which means we're gonna have to actually walk the fuck over to a resource field and actually go get it. I didn't want to actually do this in one of the established resource hubs, because people are already building like madmen over there, so there's probably no space, and all these scrap fields at least are being mined to oblivion. So we're gonna have to mooch this over a bit here into an area where nobody's actually doing anything wrong direction. Virgin territory, if you will. Untapped, literally just empty spaces. And hey, it's locked, but fuck you, I've got a wrench. But I don't need that yet, anyway. So let's see here. So there actually might be some things over here. This is the dev branch, though, so there's not a system already in place where people are actually doing shit. So nobody's really doing the stereotypical logic shit. So 150 basic material, we could do that very quickly. Right, so all we have to do is go over and then just, mine scrap for like 3 seconds. Trying to get Musashi and Azur Lane is a pain. Oh, hey! Hello! Someone left a truck. Sweet. Well, you know what they say about communism. Everyone owns everything and nothing. But this truck is ours now. But also, so how's Musashi's design in Azur Lane? Haven't seen that one yet. It's gonna take a lot of work to eclipse the tan giantess from Kankali. So the designs kind of have to beat each other. Also, the game's very quiet right now. What's going on here? Weird. I don't remember turning those down, but weird. Okay, so we're over here in the scrap field. And we're gonna scroop, as they say. Which is an in-joke, because, early on in Foxhole's life, the term scrap was, actually a censored word, even though scrap exists in the game, but in the chat filter registered scrap as a bad word because it thought you were about to say rape. So no one could say scrap. So they came up with scroop, and it just kind of stuck. I think you can actually say scrap in the chat filter now, but everyone just says scroop for traditional purposes. And after you ask about her, she came home. See, Dancing Fool, I give you luck. There we go. That's why you're here. I like to think I entertain you, but see, there you go. There's the luck. God bless. Black-haired lightning fox with big titty. Well, okay, the big titty faction, big titty quality is still there. I'll have a look at her and judge, because I'm not terribly impressed by Shinano's design. Even though apparently she is ridiculously overpowered. But I'm not terribly impressed. I think they're leaning a little bit too hard into, literally, it's just a fox girl. I mean, fox waifus are great, but holy sweet mother of Christ, are we gonna keep doing this every single time? Branch out, man. Also, criminally short skirt. Good. There's one thing you cannot say about Azur Lane. You can, wow, okay, there's actually some there's a fucking flamethrower in here. Yeah, he's got one of them Elon Musk brand, not a flamethrower. I didn't actually check in here. Oh god, it's reserved by squad. Well, what the fuck? I stole it! Goddamn son of a bitch. What the fuck? You're not even here anymore! Ah, fucking squad locks and all this horseshit. Okay, well, my inventory's full. I guess I'm actually, no. No, I'm encumbered. I can't do that. Well, I guess I'm walking. Actually, no, I'm not walking. Because I don't have any fucking arm. I didn't think about this one. I thought things were going to be a bit simpler here, but why the fuck would you... Why the hell would you do that? Okay, I'm going to have to go to a resource hub and come back here. Right, because I actually need to go to a refinery where there's no refineries over here. Motherfuckers. Are there any... Well, actually, no, I'd be over encumbered. So yeah, I actually have to go back. Or I actually have to go back and go to a refinery. Hi, Fanta. Welcome to Dev Branch. I'm going to be hopping on as well, but I'll be running with the WL Logic group. Give me a moment and I can grab you. Well, sure, I suppose, but I'm going to be doing things on my own because I want to see on my own. Okay, so let's see here. There's got to be a refinery in fucking Blemish, right? There's a refinery in Blemish. I should have checked first. And that's kind of a flaw with the map. Though you probably see that when you zoom in, but there's this flaw with the spawn map that you can't really see where everything is. There's a refinery in here somewhere, right? No, there isn't. Where the fuck are the refineries? Structures. I want structures. Well, leave that on, I guess, to know where the fuck I am. Where the fucking hell? Where have they okay, there's one over here at Ashtown. Okay, so that's Ashtown and Ashfields. Alright, there's one over there. But we'll go, then that's right next to Origin anyway. We'll just go up there. I've been summoned by the Choo-Choo gods. Well, unfortunately, we're having a bit of a problem here because I actually need to get... Oh, deploy's over here. Right, I actually have to get a truck with B-mats in order to get this shit going. Right, so Ashfields, Ashtown, in the Ash region of the Ash country. Right, okay. So, hammer, got it. Sledgehammer. Well, there's already a sledgehammer there. I think you need a CV as well to construct things, but damn, there's no wrenches. I'll just take that. Well, I don't need two. So, there you go. It's like nothing ever happened. This truck has seen far better days. And it's also locked, and I do not have, that's coal. But I don't have a wrench. But so, okay, here. So, where's coal? Crude oil, sulfur mine, intelligence. So where the fuck is coal? Because we're gonna need coal to do some things here, but I need to actually get myself set up here. We need B-mats, and oh, there's coal in Origin. Okay, good, there's a coal field up there. Good, that's why we're going up there. Fantastic. Fantastic, we'll be in here, we'll get some of these scrap fields that actually have things in them, and then get some coal over there, and then we'll be ready to go with a factory. The only thing we're gonna need is oil, but I think we can run on specifically just coal, but coal is like diesel fuel, and oil is gonna be like, obviously, petrol. It's more efficient, harder to get. Okay, so, let's see, they have a garage. Let's see if there's, well, actually, I can see if there's anything in the garage, right? No? 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 Anything in the stockpile over here? Unfortunately, no. But apparently there's lots of water. Wow. It's almost like this is a port. Okay, so there's a refinery over there. There's a salvage field over here with nothing in it. And also, apparently, wardens. Hello, wardens. Okay, where's the nearest scrap field? Over there. Right, so we're gonna need a truck and some B-mats. And the first thing we're gonna need to do is make a refinery. This is gonna be kind of awkward for the first couple of minutes. This is why I'm hopping on here, so we know what the fuck we're looking for. There's a salvage mine over there with 5,000 salvage, though. That, very nice. Alright, so we just need a truck. Find us a truck. But really, all we have to do is just go over there, get some salvage, and then go make some B-mats and make some trucks. So that won't take too long. So yeah, so what we're gonna need is coal, and refine the coal into gravel. and then B mats to construct everything else. And then there's a tree for factory materials where it's like tier 1 factory materials, and you need these materials to upgrade the tier 1 factory materials into tier 2, and there are fucking 8 tiers of this. So, from all accounts, what I've heard is that the factory and trains are very fleshed out, but the trains are kind of buggy right now. But it's the dev branch, so work in progress here. But apparently they've been working on this for quite a while, so I'm expecting the factory materials to be very, very detailed, or rather the progression tree of a factory to be very detailed. And since yeah, I think the Discord group can do logistics real well. We're trying to branch out into combat though, because I know that's going to be more interesting for people rather than running logistics. Even though we have quite a few people that are basically just going to want to play with the autistic train set, and that's fine for them. But so we want to work combat into this, and I think I got a plan going forward how we're going to manage this, because we can actually make a rear line facility and truck things to a bunker base so that the combat people have a massive stockpile of supplies that they can take to wherever front they want. And then the bunker base will also have a storm cannon on it, and everything's going to be perfectly fine. And also, yeah, I think this is a player road. No, it's not. Okay, it's a normal road. We can also build player roads. But we'll get to that because we need gravel, which we need to get via refining coal. So this is going to be kind of odd. But first we need a truck. We need ourselves a truck. And not the mines up there. We need to get ourselves a truck, and it's probably easier if we just make one ourselves rather than trying to hop into town and steal one from someone, especially if I don't have a wrench. But okay, so... Okay, what the hell's going on here? Okay, liquid transfer station. Oh, hey, diesel. Okay, what is it? Water, heavy oil. Heavy oil, ripe for cracking. Enriched oil. Oil. Okay, so there's 3 types of oil here. And petrol. I'm assuming this is like heavy oil. Enriched oil is like fuel oil, I suppose. And heavy oil is just heavy crude, which is not refined yet. And oil, I suppose, is the end result, maybe? Okay, this, locked. And this, also locked. Thanks, guys. I'm also in the wrong spot. The factories are... Well, the processor is over here. And somebody has actually tried to make a factory over here, which is fantastic. You see, we can actually see salvage can be recycled into resources at the refinery. Isn't this a refinery as well? Okay, so construction materials. Salvage, construction material. Okay, so you can do construction materials like that. Okay, so I suppose you need a different building in order to just, make R-mat or B-mats. Okay, coal. Smelter into factory material. Okay, so this is all factory materials. So I'm hoping there's another building that literally just, eats scrap and produces B-mats that we're going to need to make the rest of the factory. And I walked past it again. Where the fuck is this Where the fuck is this mine? Where? Is it down here? Did I walk past it? Okay, once again, another abandoned truck. It's locked! Wow, guys. It's probably also squad reserve, too. Where the fuck is this? Wait. Where's the mine? It's still up there. I went around in a fucking circle like an idiot. See, this is why we're doing this on the dev branch, so I don't look like that big of a fucking fool. But, so, okay, so it's over here, and then if we're over here, oh, it's right fucking there. I walked past it. It's underneath. I thought it was part of the oil thing. I literally walked right the fuck past it. Yep, I'm a special sort of idiot. Right, I thought it was part of the oil, the transfer station. So, okay, so that should be enough B-mats to make a truck, and we'll be on our way. So I'm hoping I'm not exactly sure what the facilities entail, but we'll learn. This is why we're here. So I have to do a bit of a long walk. Well, not sprinting all the time, since sprinting and then falling over is slower than just walking. But you're a special sort of idiot, boss. Thank you, Tanya. I suppose that's a saving grace. Alright, so we just walk back, in this direction, walk back to the bridge, go to the refinery. Even though I probably should have checked the refinery, there's probably B-mats in there, but I didn't actually think of that yet. But oh well, we got ours, we got plenty. We're gonna have enough to build a truck, and then we're gonna be off and away. Then we just need to harvest more scrap and more B-mats. Well, coal and scrap. That's what we're gonna need for the first part of this shit. Water is also a concern, but there's also a massive fucking river in Origin. So I suppose we'll set up... Well, that coal field's empty. That has some coal in it. So I suppose we'll set up, yeah, somewhere around the edge of the... Yeah, somewhere around the shoreline there, and we'll see exactly what the real estate looks like. So we don't have to make this massive fucking pipeline too long. Though it would be nice if the dev branch actually, made the resources spawn infinitely faster, because, it's the dev branch, who cares? But I suppose it's for balance testing as well. I hope there's not a max power line limit, because I would actually like to make the super reactor. Pipes are a mid-war thing, though, aren't they? Yeah, we probably will not be able to do too much. Oh, fell over again. We'll probably, like, when the patch drops on the 28th, there's going to be the war ends. The current war ends, we start a brand fucking new one. So there's probably going to be limitations in what we can get, and we won't be able to get the steam locomotives from the start. We'll be able to get the smaller, small gauge locomotives, though. I don't know how much those can carry, but we can probably make it work. The problem is, what's the range on those things? Can we extend that range just by bringing lots of coal, and how practical is that? We need to actually see. So this is what we're here to test. Also, I had something absolutely terrifying randomly drop for a thing I'm doing with a friend. Do tell. So before pipes and R&D are indeed, all factories are probably going to be shoreside things, I would bet, for the first while with anything that needs water. Most likely. Oh, didn't walk on the bridge. Reading the chat, didn't actually get on the bridge. Damn. Probably, but it really depends on what we have available. But we want to start a facility up first, or we can make two facilities. One that literally just sits there and just eats, hoovers up water, and then you take that water and you truck it over to the facilities that need, or you move it by rail to the facilities that require water. See, you can park these things out. So you can make an extraction site that is literally just, just collecting water. The simplest fucking thing in the world. What do you do here? It's a desalination plant, basically. What you're going to be running, if you're pumping seawater, it's a desalination plant. You could just make a desalination plant, and that actually helps your faction, at least early war, before everyone can put pipes everywhere. You can rebottle tap water and sell it as a health product. 1920s. Also, per chat, the max power lines max out at 25 megawatts of draw, it seems. We'll see about that. And hi, Amity. We'll see how far we can push that, because one of my dreams is to create essentially a centralized coal fire or oil fire. Hey. Well, hello. There's Tornado. He's found me. He didn't bring a fucking truck! That would have been helpful, but oh well. We're already here. Like I was saying, one of my dreams is to actually make a centralized, reactor.
Well, it's not that hard to find you there, Chief.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. Wonderful. The wonders of OPSEC. But we'd basically make a coal plant to start, and we basically make reactor halls, or turbine halls. So we'd put power plants right next to power plants, right next to power plants, right next to power plants. And we would set up a rail system to bring in coal to keep the power plants powered, and then we'd string out power lines to centralized locations so that everyone in the area can tap into the grid. So basically what we'd make is a centralized power plant to provide power to the entire area. And we call it, my running name is the Dyatlov Super Reactor. Or rather, the Mega Reactor. I don't know how practical that's going to be, but I suppose we'll test. So that would definitely be a service. It would be like people leaving fuel tankers and cranes at every, like, resource hub. Make an electrical grid for the entire area so that nobody has to worry about power. So that everybody can just make a facility and not actually have to worry about putting their own individual power plants. Centralize the area into the one massive power plant and extend it as far as you want to in order to actually, you know, have people just focus on what resources they need and not have to worry about making their own power plants. Same thing, I suppose you could do the same thing with water. You could make a fucking municipal water pipeline. You can actually be the guy that makes, well, tap water.
Special delivery, how come?
Well, fantastic. Thank you, sir. Little late. You should have started with that. You could have opened with that, sir, but oh, wait, fine. It's also squad locked, doofus. See? That's why I didn't get my fucking hopes up. Just do it yourself. You want a job done right? You do it yourself. Alright, so we're making BMATs now. That's it. You want a job done right? You do it your fucking self. Alright, so while that's cooking. Alright. We had some cool stuff here. Here, we randomize contents of an SLDF cache for a story. We are joint writing. We got not one but two fucking factory fresh Cyclopses. Wow. Okay. Like fucking you got the command, like the whatchamacallit, the whatchamacallit, the regional command. I forget exactly what it was, but I think like what the fuck is a royal Cyclops or Commander Cyclops? Wow, okay, Jesus fucking Christ, those are rare. Like, and for anyone who doesn't know, in BattleTech, the equipment assigned to Star League Defense Force Royal units is like, it's like talking, amazing grand terms, in amazing grand terms, what it was like when we actually had money for things. Ah, yes, we had things like pulse lasers and self-guiding artillery and commander modules and double heat sinks and ferrofibrous armor, endosteel internal structures. Back before we nuked each other into the fucking Stone Age and people actually had money. It was a nice time. Sadly, humans are stupid. And you just found the damn things. Yep, that's really what finding Star League era caches is like. You just find cool shit. Yeah, let me grab the list because we randomized who the cache was meant for. Originally, it was the First Army of the 10th Corps. Okay, I don't know much about the internal Star League Defense Force, structure. I just know the normal units and, Castle Bryan fucking, static infantry, and then the royal units, which are basically just the cool guys that get everything. Okay, 300 BMATs, that's perfectly fine. Now we go make a truck! Okay, so the garage is just straight down. Alright, so this is a little arduous, but again, sometimes you want it done right, you do it yourself, and Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Squad locking sounds like a good thing. However, unfortunately for literally everyone else, it's really fucking inconvenient because you're not here, you're gone for hours, and you just left this out.
It's squad locked as well. Have fun trying to figure stuff out.
Yep, this is why I made the BMATs, to make it myself. You want a job done right, you do it yourself.
And to mute your stream, damn it.
Also, why everyone is incredibly fucking quiet. What is going on? Output volume? Right, so... Someone's shooting. Ah, yes.
What?
I guess someone just abandoned this here. Bingo! There we go. It no longer exists. Man, that's a way smaller truck than I remember. What did I just do?
That's the wrong vehicle there, Chief. Try something else. I'll grab you one.
Whoops. That's an ambulance. My bad.
You might want to move away.
Oh. There we go.
Hey.
Right, I picked the ambulance by accident. Alright, so we're just going to take this. We're going to go back up to Origin. We're going to get some coal, and then we're probably going to come back here to refine it. But we're going to start getting the actual things we need for a foundation and a basic factory. And then we figure out how factories work. Although, I should check the construction yard to see if we can actually build trains there, or rather the minecart.
You should be able to, honestly.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if trains could be made in the construction yard publicly, or you have to make the facilities to actually make them in a factory, or a facility, as I keep... That's the official term. But this is what we're here to find out, so... we're doing it. Alright, fantastic. Okay. Put the B mats in. Right, is there a construction yard over here? Engineer section? Oh, okay. Okay, there's a construction yard over here. Lock that real quick. Fuel container, that new emplacement. Really big cannon. No, you cannot. You can make material pallets here. I was wondering where we could make those, though. Good, those are going to be useful. Okay, so I suppose we actually have to make a facility that just makes trains. Alright. Okay, now to get coal. Okay, nothing over here. Coal mine's over here, haven't refreshed. And the coal mine over there. Alright, fine. Alright. Now back to Origin. You coming with?
Sure, why not? I'll give you a hand.
Okay, so we're gonna drive up to Origin, get coal, and probably drive back here.
Oh, what's your fuel on this thing looking like?
Almost none. Good thinking. I didn't actually look up there. I'm going fucking OPSEC. It's the dev server, Tazarin. It doesn't matter. Okay, so...
Did you already look? Actually, do you have so?
Is what? Right, we need to find fuel somewhere, so I'm not sure if there's a
Do you have salvage on you or no?
No, I refined it all into B-mats. Hang on, let's check the refiner and see if anybody left.
There's none in there. It would pop up if it was.
Well, that is an issue. I did not think of that.
Oh, Goon, if you squad lock that vehicle, we can run down to the salvage area, grab some salvage, and turn it into diesel.
Oh, wait a minute. The salvage field over there has it's a liquid storage thing with diesel in it. So hang on, let's just go back to that salvage field. So the truck's probably not going to make it there, but if we just lock it on the road, we'll be alright.
I mean, as long as you stay on the road, you'll be fine.
I'm driving here! Worst comes to worst, we just get as close as we can, we walk up the hill, grab a couple diesels out of the liquid storage, and then run it back to the truck.
Hey, Phonto?
Yes?
To build the train, you need to find a large assembly plant. So they don't build them.
Say that again? Alright, we're here.
Large assembly plants give you the option for trains.
Okay, can we make those in the facilities, or they map,
Yeah,
structures?
because I think they're right next to the train themselves.
Alright. Alright, so in here are a couple jerry cans. Access not granted for the stockpile. You! Wow, you people are retarded.
Right, I got 2 cans.
Alright, good. Alright. Okay, I grabbed 2 as well. We're probably not gonna need that many, but... all this squad locking... You see, this is why we're gonna have to do literally everything ourselves, because everyone's gonna fucking squad lock their facilities, and we're not gonna have access to them. And this is also why having, you know, the public power grid is probably gonna be very helpful. Because everybody's gonna be stingy.
So there's a couple groups that actually do have that set up for public use. WLG is one of them.
I mean, that's good. There's probably somebody that does that, but it's just going to be incredibly inconvenient when you bet on that and you find that someone isn't doing that.
Right.
It helps to check, I suppose, but, yeah, it's really inconvenient when someone decides to be stingy like that. But okay, where are we going? We are going down this road behind us and to the west. Also gonna need a seed food, but we'll have the B-mans on hand for that.
Dude, and there's actually a salvage field in the northern portion of this area.
Well, that's being mined to smithereens. That's the problem. So, aside from salvage, we also need coal, which is not in this area. So I'm rolling backwards like an idiot. So there's a coal field in the northern part of the next area that isn't tapped. So there's a problem is, there are resource fields, but they're all being mined out by people doing the exact fucking same thing we're doing. Okay, Phonto, I just realized G-Lock blacking out is disabled in ARB.
Alright.
It has been since the patch yesterday. How did we not notice? I guess we were only playing the Frogfoot, and that doesn't really pull too many Gs aside from 11 Gs, and you're too slow to you only get to hold at overload G for a couple seconds before the wings snap off. So I guess we just figured, oh, we're not holding G, we're hitting Gs yet. But why realistic battles? No one blacks out. Everyone's in a coffin system. Great. I've been pulling 14 Gs in the Froggy Foot. Okay. All right. I guess we're playing Ace Combat 3. Everyone has a coffin system. Everyone's superhuman. Everyone's basically sitting in liquid, more or less. Sitting in a glass cockpit with LCD 360-degree panoramic view of the outside, and it's filled with like fucking jelly or something. Everyone's now no longer human. Also, Scar, by the way, if you actually do want to play Ace Combat 3, I could actually give that to you for stupid memes there. It's a fun game. Casually pulling 52. Yeah, okay, so what's, is that another, air quotes, mistake? Because that's apparently the reason why the SU-25 was upranked to 9.7 from 9.3 within 6 hours. It was a mistake. Mistake. But they still took all your money, though. They set it at 9.3, and they let that advertise for like 5 fucking days on the dev server. Didn't fucking change it when the server opened. But then, oh wait, no, we made a mistake, guys! But they still took your fucking $60. Don't pre-order vehicles anymore. Do not pre-order anything from Gaijin anymore. Because if it really fucking rapes, it's not gonna stay there. After the Harrier, they have in fact implemented the ability to have knee-jerk reaction BR changes. But that only means that they'll probably try and screw with you, and they'll say, oh, we'll put this here, and we'll leave it there for like the first like couple hours of the day to get everyone in on buying this premium, and then we'll uprank it. Fuck them. That's the exact thing you wouldn't want to do.
Are we grabbing coal or?
Yes, coal. Right. So down this road, and we're taking a right. They didn't change the BR for the correct name. They they forgot the shop. No, the regular SU and the.
I'm just surprised they went down to letting them.
The regular SU and the shop and the shop Frogfoot were the same battle rank, and they both got up tiered to 9.3 because, and it was kind of funny because I don't think anyone really had within 6 hours. I don't think anyone really had the tree Frogfoot. And they didn't have R60Ms, because that's a long time to grind for that. Nobody knows why they are appending with shop, because they are the only ones like that. So it was in fact a bug.
So
oh
okay,
shit.
So
well, there you go. There's coal.
Like that, you can actually just drive up to it and put it in inventory.
Yeah, right. So that's what we're gonna be. We're probably gonna be lining. That's gonna be probably what we're gonna be using for train platforms.
Alright.
Access is not granted to the stockpile. You guys are just bad. Alright, I guess we go to the coal field and mine it ourselves. Alright, that's coal. Alright, so can we mine coal with hammers? Yes, we can mine coal with hammers. We do not need sledgehammers for this. We just screw. Oh, old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. And before SU-52 Pack FA at 1.0 before being up-tiered to BR 500. Yeah, probably, that's what they could do. Wargaming actually made a point never to do that. Like, if you remember the Imperator, like, things like the Panzer IIJ and the Imperator, more importantly, the Imperator Nikolai, that was, like, a similar situation. The Imperator Nikolai was on sale for, like, a day before they realized, oh, fuck, this is incredibly overpowered. But they didn't change the BR, they just made it so you couldn't sell it. They just took it off the shop and you couldn't get it anymore. So that's what Wargaming's practice was. If they accidentally released an incredibly overpowered premium, they would pull it from sale rather than adjusting it. So that's kind of the more fair way of doing that. But Gaijin has decided not to do that. Which means that you can no longer trust those BR. You can no longer trust those, you can no longer trust the statistics anymore. So when they say placeholder BR, you can say scam BR now. The weird thing is this doesn't really make anything more balanced, honestly. This doesn't make the game better. It just means that there's another scam tactic you have to watch out for. Because they will advertise it at a BR, let it sit there, collect all that fucking money, and then change it right after they get all the money. And they won't give you a refund either. So, don't pre-order vehicles. If that's the shitty game they're gonna play, don't play it. Don't pre-order vehicles, and if something's overpowered, it probably will not last a fucking day. Okay, so that's all coal. Now we're gonna go back to the refinery and refine that. %, the 9.3 release was a bug because of the naming conventions that don't make sense. That don't make sense. Right, I don't believe them. They had 5 days on the dev server roundabouts to fix that. They could have fixed that immediately. No. No, this was not an accident. I don't believe them. Oh, it's a bug. I don't believe it. They had plenty of time to adjust the BR. Granted, the patch did come out really quickly after one dev server round, which was odd, but they had plenty of time to fix that. They should have known from the get-go that having an Su-25 with all-aspect missiles was not going to fly against Korean War-era transonics, like I said. They should have known. That should have been like the first fucking thing they did after the dev server ended, or even during it.
If resources are kind of scarce and like trying to get materials, it's because people are trying to build the damn Katyushas.
Oh, that's what they're doing. Well, those are going to be really good.
Yeah.
So I think the Collies get the Katyusha rocket, which has more explosive damage, and the Wardens get basically the German equivalent to that, but it has more fire damage instead of raw explosive damage. I think fire is going to be more useful, but we'll see how people actually react. Because the thing about fires is it's not about the damage, it's about setting buildings on fire and keeping people away from them until they burn down, but if you have buckets of water, you can put them out. But the thing is, if you keep setting shit on fire, it's like fires in World of Warships. If you just keep setting shit on fire, you'll exhaust their ability to put that out. It's also a Gaijin, a Russian company. Well, actually, they're Hungarian, if I remember correctly. But still, they're scam artists. We know they're scam artists. Don't fucking fall for that shit. So this was the scam. It was advertise the SU at 9.3 for as long as possible, call it a bug, and then after everybody's paid in for it, everybody's already paid for this shit, move it up to 9.7 and say it was an accident. No, it wasn't a fucking accident.
So as I'm just kind of like following your stream and following you at the same time, the factories is kind of a nightmare.
I'd imagine, but we're gonna have to do this in order to make, well, trains and super heavy tanks. We can do logistics.
If we had to put it like this, so it's easy to understand, Foxhole is introduced to Factorio.
Yeah, no, that's what I saw coming. I knew it was going to be complicated, but here's the thing. We might be terrible at combat currently, because we don't really practice it in combat. Foxhole is really odd. We can do logistics. We can handle this, no matter how hard it gets. We can we've done this with Operation Electricity. We've done this kind of complexity before. Now it's actually with game mechanics rather than us just setting up a logistical train. We can do this. But the question is figuring out how it works. So I have complete confidence that we can handle building a factory and running a train logistic. The question is that going to entertain people who want to shoot people? Probably not, but we'll see about that. So, yeah, I don't believe that the Su-25 was a mistake, really. I mean, sure, it was a mistake to put it at 9.3 to begin with, because what the fuck are you smoking? But I believe that was intentional to elicit sales, and they're not going to tell us that because that would mean that they're completely corrupt bastards. Remember, these are the people who what's the term here? Who basically convoluted and attempted to strawman the argument for people getting fire extinguishers to people wanting free Abrams as a defense, to not giving them basic fucking mechanical assistance. These are the people who said, oh, not having parts and fire extinguishers on stock tanks so you suffer and die the moment you get hit is totally okay, and if you want fire extinguishing and parts on your tank, you just want everything in the world. And remember how they backpedaled when everybody actually said, no, that's stupid, what the fuck are you talking about? Don't fucking trust them. Trust them if they put out something overpowered and let it last. That's when you can trust them, because they don't run a level shop here. They're crooked as fuck. They are all crooked as fuck. And the only time they straighten out is when they get caught. So a lot of people are angry about the SU being up-tiered, but we'll see if that actually happens. But they're crooked as fuck, don't trust them. They're totally not in your favor. They will accept your money and then totally screw you over. So I'm not really mad that much, because I saw it coming. I knew it was going to be up-ranked. I figured it was going to take a week, though. Like the Harrier. I figured we were just going to have a repeat of the Harrier, and if it stayed at 9.3 for a week, we would have. But at 9.3, it's still perfectly acceptable. it's still a fucking menace to behold at 9-3 because people are realizing, oh, these are A10s, but they're in position to have that wacky all-aspect kill box. So if I dive on them and I start trying to dogfight, and there's like 3 of them, I'm gonna get zapped immediately by a fucking all-aspect or that gun. So it's still a menace at 9-7. It's just that it was supposed to be at 9-3, and they let people believe that, even though they say, oh, placeholder BR, placeholder BR. Why did it not change then, if Mr. Placeholder BR? Why is the Harrier at 11.0 then? Why was that was a correct BR, you said? Why was the Frogfoot a better plane than the A10, placed lower than the A10 to begin with? What was the whole point of putting it at 9-3? What was the dealio there? They were initially going to give it that advantage. And then we're going to say, oh, okay, we'll up tier it if, it's too much of a problem. And I think it was with the Q times. There's nothing fucking straight about that whole thing. No. No, they knew that it was going to be overpowered at 9-3. They put it there as an advertisement billboard with the intention of changing it once they took your money. Okay. Alright, so now to refine the coal into gravel. Right, can we... No, okay, so we can only refine it into gravel. That's 5-1, which is not terrible, but wow, okay. So... Okay, with this...
from what I can see and from what I'm hearing, certain areas are going to have trains, but everything is going to be connected to one rail network.
Well, you can build rails to wherever the fuck you want here, but I think... So, actually, how is transitioning between map boundaries going to work? Are there going to be, like, map boundary rails? Like, that are placed there that you connect into? Or what happens there?
I'll ask the logic guys what...
Yeah, because that's the thing. How do you transition to another area that does not have rails in it? How does the game know that?
We'll probably find out there soon.
So, the only way you would actually fix this is that you couldn't move unless there were rails on the other side, and they had to be clear, but then you'd have the problem of 2 oncoming trains being on separate sides trying to load into the same area on the same rails. So this is going to be kind of a mess. So I don't know how that works. Remember the rocket pod plane? Yes, the F-89D, which is 7.0 right now. Because they took a hammer to how rockets work, so there were indirect nerfs to the plane. But it's still at 7.0, and you can still basically shoot rockets at like explosive radar fusing rockets at Hornless, which is funny. Somebody's letting off ammo out there.
Okay, so, for the rails, you can cross map, you can go to different sections.
But the thing is, what if there are no rails on the other side of the map boundary?
Well, you're only gonna have the spots unless you build it.
Okay, so it'll stop you from transitioning if you build... Correct. Alright, good. Okay, so that's how it works.
If there's not a track on the opposite side on the same spot you are at, it's gonna stop you.
Right, okay. So I was figuring how that works. So you basically have to build a rail on the other side of the map boundary in order to access it. Right. Okay, so I was figuring that was one of the ways of doing it, but you basically have to now build we were going to build multi-area, like, logistics, but that's how it works. Okay.
Right.
So basically just make rails everywhere. So you have to build...
Sounds like someone's having fun with the Vickers gun.
Right, so basically what you have to do is you have to build rails up to a map boundary, and then you have to cross the map boundary, and then you have to put more rails on the other side so that when the train comes and transitions, it has somewhere to spawn. Otherwise, you can't spawn. It will stop you if there's no rails. So, okay, that was one thing I wanted to figure out. Okay, it's going to take 3 minutes to refine all of this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go back up to Origin, we're going to make a CV, and then we're going to find a nice spot to actually make a factory. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out how to get a facility that processes BMATs.
Phonto, do you want to see a site to give you ideas?
Well, we'll figure it out by hand. The only way to learn this shit is by doing it by hand. But what we need is...
I know, but do you want to see something to give you, like, a grasp? Asking.
I think I have enough from the trailers, and we'll just build. We'll work on it. This is kind of what I was expecting, and it's gonna be kind of a mess starting the new war. We're gonna have to do things. We'll realize our mistakes in post, and we'll say, okay, don't do it again.
Okay, because I was just asking, because with Winter's Logistics, we got a good one up and running at Camp Upsilon, which is basically we go past what is it? By the river, we get there. Red River.
And Epsilon. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine, but I want to play with this, so we'll figure it out. But, yeah. I wouldn't trust Gaijin in general, but don't trust them now. So, if they're going to change the BRs, you know, that quickly
Mass
for something...
Manufactory, it's the bottom right.
Yeah, I saw it. But if they're going to change the BRs like that, I mean, that's good for balance, but if they're going to let it sit there and say, oh, placeholder BR, don't pre-order it. If they're going to let it sit in a BR that looks very questionable and say, oh, well, it's just a placeholder, but let it sit there and let people believe, don't buy in then. And this means that in the long run, they're going to have their BRs correct if they want their pre-orders. Since nobody should really be pre-ordering vehicles in War Thunder, it's a really bad idea before you even know what the plane's going to do, or rather how it's going to perform, or anything, honestly, until you know how it's going to perform. Because War Thunder is such a weird-ass fucking game where it's not actually realistic half of the time. I mean, hell, right now there's a bug where G-locks are completely disabled. That's not realistic at all! So, you won't know until the game actually, you won't know until it's actually released and running on a live server. And even then, you won't really know how it's gonna do after, like, apparently now, since they can do it in like 6 hours, like a day. So, don't pre-order. Just like you don't pre-order new games out there right now, do not pre-order vehicles in War Thunder. Wait and see what the final product looks like. And maybe Gaijin will straighten the fuck up once they realize now that they have done this, people will pre-order vehicles less. Because that's money now. They don't have to wait for that. The reason why they're putting them out for pre-order is because they want money now. It's like pre-ordering games. You get money now, and then you're having money coming in rather than having to sit there and wait for the update. And then obviously, if you're pre-ordering a game, you get money now instead of having to actually wait until the game releases. Same logic. And people use, publishers and developers use game pre-orders to judge interest and success to their investors, because then, hey, we've got this number of pre-orders. They can say that to their investors, and the investors are going to say, oh, well, I made a good investment. I guess I won't mass sell my stocks today. And they can use that as advertisement to get more investors, because they can say that, they can release that publicly and say, hey, look at how well our game's doing with pre-orders. It's going to be really great. Buy our stock. Don't fall into this shit for Gaijin. It's maybe normal, but do not fall for this shit. Because I knew this is probably one of the things that they were going to do, and we were betting on it because it was going to be fun for like a week. We were expecting, because that was the Harrier. Harrier at 9.3 with SRAMs when it came out was fucking ridiculous. So, but that lasted a week, but it was a fun fucking week. But we figured that we're going to do that again, but now they've shown their hands that they will do that real quick and say, oh, it was a mistake. But no, you had like a week to fix that. That should never have been 9.3 to begin with. I have no idea who the fuck decided that. That should have never been its placeholder BR to begin with. There was no reason why it should have been 9.3 to begin with. They did that to get people's attention. That's the only reason they did it. So, now, make them stop doing that. Okay. Alright, 250 coal. We're probably going to need more, but hopefully we get a refinery up and running that actually produces, it can refine coal and then refine BMAS. Then we won't have to come in here. Alright, off to Origin. Fun. I'm gonna jump over to the WL Logic fully as we need to get a few things upgraded first. Sorry. Alright, fine, Tornado. I'll figure it out on my own. Since I'm typically the one sitting here planning this shit, so he can go off and do whatever. So I'm gonna be sitting here and just, basically playing with Tinker Toys by myself. That was what I wanted to do anyway. I'm gonna play with the autistic train set all by myself. All by myself. I actually want to be all by myself. Forevermore. But here's the thing I think we can do in the Discord. We don't have too many combat veterans for Foxhole or really a lot of other games. We can do this in Arma, though. Arma's a different story. But we don't have a lot of combat-focused people with Foxhole. What we could do is logistics. We can do logistics very well because it relies on being in a safe area. It's complicated, obviously, but it relies on being a safe area. It's a static sort of system. You just have to basically have a lot of moving parts. We can do this. Operation Electricity was a pretty good indicator of what we can do, and we can move a lot of scrap like that. And that was just a very simple system of moving that. The game's changed considerably, and logistics is going to be a new thing with all of the facility stuff, but that only means that it's necessary for us to understand more of these complex systems, and necessary to have more logistics people making this whole shit work. But I know we can figure this out, because it's not as screwy as combat. Because combat, honestly, personally, I don't like combat in Foxhole. The isometric perspective makes combat in this game really fucking unique in a weird way. You can adjust to it, obviously, but it's not something I look at and go, I want to do that. Even though I love the idea of making tanks and running them into combat and blowing everything up. However, that's not really how Foxhole works a lot of the time. Well, we'll see how Super Heavy works, because obviously we're going to make Super Heavy gantries, and that's going to be fun. But OPSEC. OPSEC on the live server. Here, it doesn't matter. It's the dev server. Who cares? Like, what I did for Operation Electricity is that every time I hit the map key, the stop card would come up, and I disabled that hotkey. I'm just gonna make that hotkey, like, come up again. So every time I make the map pop up, you would do, like, so I hit M, that's the map, but every time I would hit M, that would happen. So nobody would be able to see jack shit, and I could look at all the information on the map and see what the fuck is going on without having to worry about breaking OPSEC. However, to an extent, showing the fortifications on screen and having any sort of map is gonna be revealing OPSEC. Foxhole is actually a really bad game for streamers like that, because any information you show on screen can be used against you. So that's kind of a problem. Streaming helps with the popularity of the game, but also since people take OPSEC very seriously, it also fucks with this whole game. So it's kind of an issue like that. So there's a problem, there's some level of OPSEC that you will always break by streaming. The solution is don't stream the game, but I'm a streamer, this is my job, I need to stream something. So, don't stream the game, obviously, if you want total, complete, awesome OPSEC, but, there are some things you can do to mitigate it, but to an extent, you will not be able to mitigate everything. Unless you don't stream, which, if I'm not streaming the game, I'm not playing the game, because I have work to do. But okay, so, since we may need water, oh, there's coal over here, so we're gonna go over to Dormio. Right. We're gonna go to Dormio, and we're gonna make our factory over there. However, we're gonna need coal, but we'll go to Dormio and we'll lock the car, we'll lock the truck, and then we'll just we'll go walk over to. Is there a? Well, actually, the relic base. We can spawn a CV at the relic base and just drive it down to near the coal field. Probably what you want to do is have it situated near a resource or a coal field for fuel, but that space is gonna get crowded real quick. Real fucking quick. So this is gonna be, we're gonna have to sit and learn how far we can keep it away from things, or how far is too far, basically, from a major resource. Like, for example, water's gonna be needed, so we want to be on the shoreline, but the shoreline's gonna be loaded with fucking facilities almost immediately. Then you're gonna need pipes. But we may not have pipes immediately out of the gate, so early on, we're gonna have to work with that. Off the grass. Get off my lawn! Okay, so we're probably gonna actually build a facility right next to these guys. Okay, so the coal field is on the shore. Haha, shoals. Shore coal. Okay, so now we gotta find a nice place to put here, but it looks like, as I imagined, people have already put together a rail system, so good, we could use those rails with our own cars. However, as you can see, space is kind of at a premium here, but this looks like a good spot. Somewhere over here, it's not that far. It's gonna be somewhat limited, but it looks like there's enough space. Yeah, there's enough space to do some stuff over here and not be too far from the resource field. So, we're gonna stop here, we're gonna lock the car, we're gonna go over to the relic base over here, we're gonna make a CV. Actually, I need some B-mats. But we're gonna make a CV, and then we're gonna lay the foundation, and then we're going to... I think it's like 120, I think? Take 100. I'll put it in the vehicle when we're coming back in, but... We're going to make a CV, bring it down here, lay a foundation, and then start getting to work. I'm glad that they are finally fixing logic. Since they expanded the map, it's been miserable. Yeah, I could imagine with more space to cover that you have some major problems there. But, it's nice that logistics are getting a major upgrade here. I'd actually personally, I would be a logistics player if you left me alone. Because it's just simpler. It's imperative to the war effort that you do this. It's just as imperative that as combat, really. You need people on the front line using equipment and using, tactics and strategy to take territory and win the war. However, if those people do not have guns and bullets or respawn points in the case of soldier supplies, if those people can't spawn, if they don't have guns, they don't have tanks, they don't have artillery, they don't win. So you need to make this stuff before you go out and lose it all or use it effectively. So, there isn't much here. There's wrenches here. That's nice. However, with squad locking, wrenches don't matter. But they've built a facility up here. We're not going to do that, though. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to build a CV. Okay, it's 100 mats. So, we had to come up here to actually build a CV. We'll just hammer it together with some B-mats, and then we'll start getting to work on that facility. But so, I like the idea that the logistics is complex. Because it means that people have to specialize in this, and those people are valuable. The captains of industry are actually valuable. Because, sure, combat is combat, and that's, thrilling and adventurous to people, and, I want to go out there and shoot people and blow up people, too. But I also want to play video games to relax, and fighting other people in an MMO is not an inherently relaxing task. If you're competing with someone, you're not relaxing. You may feel a catharsis from winning, but that's when it's over. Some people are different, though. Some people are adrenaline junkies, and they can't actually relax until they actually know, hey, I ruined that guy's fun. Some people are better sports about that, but people can't relax unless they're winning. Me, I know this more than winning. So, and logistics is just a logic problem. Logi is a logic problem. So, logistics is just a logic problem. It's a Rubik's Cube of constructing facilities or harvesting resources and then processing them and then getting them where they need to go. So but the thing is, no one's shooting at you while you're doing this most of the time. So, you could sit there and say, how should I solve this problem? And you could sit there and you can make plans and, be your resource mastermind. You know me, I like making plans. They don't fucking go anywhere half the time, but I certainly enjoy thinking way too hard. Most people, I wouldn't say most people, but some people, many people have said, that I think too hard. Yep. But sometimes, that can be a strength. I'm definitely not a coward, so I will make a factory that makes super heavy tanks. So we playing on the Wardens, we make Char 2Cs and we roll right the fuck over people. Depending on how effective they are. We'll see. Whoa, 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 whoa! Ooh, that's interesting physics, but glad to know you could drive over that. Also, shit, I didn't get fuel. But there's probably fuel in the stockpile. I dumped the fuel. That might be an issue. Is there fuel in that stockpile? I hope there is. No. Shit. Oh, well, we're gonna have to go back. We're gonna have to go back to refine some materials until we have a factory that actually functions. So until we can refine coal and B-mats in this facility, we will probably be going all the way back to where we just were. Right, so there's the truck. We at least have enough fuel to get started, though. Or, unfortunately, I cannot actually access the inventory here. So, take the gravel. Go over here. Or we could also go to a coal mine and see if they have a container, or rather a fuel station. What do the Colonials get for Super Heavies? Basically what they get is a Mark IV looking design with a turret on top, so it has twin 75mm guns. The Wardens get essentially the Char 2C with one single very large 94.5mm, which is kind of like a 20-pounder, I think. I think the real life 20-pounder is like 94mm. Or somewhere around 98 something. I can't remember the exact caliber. So they get a really big anti-tank cannon, and on the back of the Char 2C, they get mortar launchers that can launch explosives, smoke, gas grenades, whole fucking 9 yards. And apparently the crew is 6 people. So that's gonna be fun. I actually like that design way more. The Colonial design is really just a big fucking tank with 2 guns. The 75mm HE, which is apparently going to be very good at anti-structure work, so that has a strength, but the Char 2C is going to be better at knocking out other tanks and just kind of spraying grenades all over to blow up things. Not as effective, but 84mm. What's 32-pounder? That's what I'm thinking. That's 90mm. Tortoise's gun. I don't remember exactly what form of 90mm that is, but I believe it's above 90mm, like 95, 97, something like that. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to build a foundation. So we want to build a... Okay, so we got a bunch of corners here and ramps. Okay, so we're going to build... Twist that there. I'm going to try and make this at least a little organized. Suppose that's north. So we're going to make it somewhat like that. Ooh. Wow, shit. Yeah, we're going to need to go back to Origin. So we'll have plenty of time to get fuel. Wow, that takes a lot of gravel. 94mm for the 32 penny. See? So, right. So the Char 2C's cannon, or the official, I forget the official designation for it in the game, but the Warden Super Heavy Tank is a 94.5mm gun, which, yeah, okay, it's basically a 32 pounder. Okay, so it's basically the Char 2C with the gun of the tortoise, which is absolutely fucking horrifying. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to have to make a couple of runs for more coal. Since gravel is actually, yeah, you're going to need a lot of gravel. So we're going to be operating from a refinery town at first to assemble the gravel in order to build the facility. And then we'll see what we need afterwards. So I don't even think we have enough to build 2 squares, but we can see what we can build on the squares. So we'll bring fuel. We'll bring a jerry can or 2. But okay, so facilities. Hauler truck, hauler, escort truck. Small container car. Okay, so it's a light vehicle assembly station that's basically like a construction yard. Supply station prevents the decay for facilities by providing garrison supplies to nearby structures. Okay, so you need that. That will basically that's the receptacle for garrison, well, not bunker supplies, so garrison supplies, so this facility doesn't decay. Okay, so you need that. Materials factory. Construction materials can be modified to produce additional materials. Liquid transfer station, so you hold your oil. Resource transfer station, so that's basically like a pile of shit. You know, basically a big fucking bin to hold anything you want. Coal refinery, that we're gonna need. Finds coal into other useful materials for the purpose of production and power generation, that we need. But we need power first. Oil refinery. So, oh, okay. So, oh, okay. So probably how oil works is you get heavy oil, and then you refine it into normal oil, which you can refine into petrol here. Interesting. Petrol's very useful. It's a bitch to get, though. Material transfer station, big crane, catwalk bridge, pipeline. Unrelated, I am now drinking. Enjoy yourself. My drinking is saved for Saturday. Okay, ammunition factory. Interesting. Oh, we can make this. We can make fucking 250 spigots out of this. Interesting. Very nice. Okay, underground pipeline, catwalk pipeline, field modification center. Well, that you can use to modify vehicles, and you can modify vehicles into variants that your faction hasn't researched yet. So you can actually get a base model of a tank and upgrade it to the more meta-compliant version of the tank without actually having to research it. So that's going to be useful for jumping shark on the tech tree. Catwalk stairs, fuel silo, pipeline, metalworks. Okay, that makes... Okay, so you need... Oh. Okay. You need components to make pipelines. And to get components, you need sledgehammers. So you won't be able to make pipes until you have sledgehammers researched. So yeah, that's going to take a bit of research. Large assembly factory, so flatbed car, infantry car, container car, locomotive. You see them? Ah! Large assembly factory. Okay, so you need that to make the locomotives. And then the big crane. I'm assuming you can upgrade the large assembly factory to a super heavy gantry, which you need a specific form of thing to do. Okay, so what apparently... Okay, so materials factory, coal refinery, oil refinery. Where's the the power plant's over here. Stationary harvester, water pumps, oil well, stationary harvester, construction vehicle harvester that automatically gathers coal using petrol as fuel. Pumps water. Ooh. The auto harvesters, they're fueled by petrol. Ooh, that's gonna be restrictive. Okay, stationary harvester sulfur that uses the heavy oil as a fuel to harvest. Okay, that's strange, but okay, fine. And then uses heavy oil to this one mines components using heavy oil. Okay, power. Okay, you need diesel. You need a shitload of diesel to make power, and then you could use oil. The icon is apparently work in progress. So diesel power plant, so your really dirty power plant. You're using diesel fuel to make electricity, and then you move up to using oil. And okay, this facility generates power in exchange for oil or coal. You can use oil or coal and water, it looks like. Right? That's water? Right, water. Okay, so you could use oil. So you need... you need either oil or liquefied coal in order to actually produce power. So that's kind of just oil, too, in a really roundabout way. It's a really inefficient oil, but it's still oil. Yeah, it's black water with some stuff in it. Yeah, it's oil. Not quite, but you get what I mean. And then the train tracks, which, okay, they're all 25 BMATs each, or rather, railway track, Viarc. Train cars. Oh, you can... Oh, okay. Oh, that's how you make rails. You need rails to make pipes? Interesting. Okay, so you do need to make a... Well, actually, okay. Foundation. Segment of rails for... Segment of railway for a small gauge train cars. Tracks can attach to 2 or 4 from existing railways to form complex networks. This type of railway can only be built on foundations. Okay, I'm not sure what that does, but I think you can build a foundation to level the terrain, and you get over weird gaps and whatnot. But you see, there's only one that requires. Well, actually, that's factory materials. That's the component mine. So you need, in order to do that for the bigger trains, you need the actual iron. I'm assuming they're iron girders or steel. I don't know what that resource is. So yeah, you need a facility to make the rails. So we're making a facility if we want to have trains. You cannot produce the rails any other way. So, what was that facility that did that? I saw one of them. That makes pipes. Those are construction materials. Okay, it takes input of construction materials and outputs small amount of processed construction materials using tier 2. Okay, so those 3 pipes are tier 2. So you need tier 2 construction materials in order to make rails. Okay, now we're starting to see this out, but oh, you can't use that without components too. So yeah, you're gonna have to wait until sledgehammers get unlocked in order to make the rails and the larger steam engines. But you can probably make the small gauge ones, you know, earlier on. And I'm assuming the Mineseeker, right? So you need the light vehicle assembly to make the BMS Mineseeker, which is a small gauge rail car or small gauge engine. So okay, so that could be made with tier 1 stuff, but you have to wait until sledgehammers get unlocked in order to actually make anything else. Got it. Interesting. So basically, the wall between us and full-scale locomotive production is sledgehammers. Rush sledgehammers, motherfuckers. Rush sledgehammers. Anyway, I'm gonna get up. I've got plenty of coffee. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, folks. We have just begun. We're gonna need more. We're gonna need more fuel, and we're gonna need more coal. But once we get this up and running, we won't need to run back and forth to the other Ashtown in order to actually make all of this stuff. So this is a setup period. So you're kind of a parasite for a bit, but then you become self-sustaining, which is fantastic. Be right back then. In before nuclear warfare expansion, I would actually enjoy a Cold War version of Foxhole. It would really be kind of weird, But it would actually be very interesting. But really, the rockets are already nukes. The rocket silos are already nuclear silos. Honestly, it would be fun if they were actually nukes, though. So basically, we can make a facility here, and instead of making like Char 2Cs, we're making like M1 Abrams Leopard 2s and two T90s. That would be funny. It would be really neat to see, but basically, you would make an entirely new game out of this. Needs petrol to mine, but you will get lots of materials out of it. Yes, that's what the new auto miners are. So they're not like the mine. I think they're probably in that regard, they're probably going to be better than the mines that are already existing on the map. So they probably will produce more material quicker than the auto miners, than the regular mines do. So we're going to have to come up with a designation for it, but I just like auto miners. But then again, the mines on the map are already auto miners, so we just put fuel in and get resources out. But okay, so we're going to need more coal, and we're going to need fuel. But anyway, how much do we really have here? Okay, so we have, what, 90 coal? Or 90 gravel? What do we need to actually build anything? So let's say we need the power station. Okay, you need 150 BMATs for that. We want a power station, and then we want to be able to refine coal. But then again, we also need a factory first. Okay, so what you need to do is scrap into construction. I hope you can convert that back into BMATs. Okay, so what we need to do is we need a power plant first, and then we need a materials factory to start producing the construction material. And then we can take that, and we can use 50 construction material to make a coal refinery, so we don't have to refine coal anywhere else. We can bring in coal here and refine it into gravel here. So good. So we're gonna have to go back, and we're gonna need fuel. We need some diesel, and then we're gonna need what are we gonna do? We're gonna need diesel and BMATs. So we just go down the road over here. Salvage mine that still has plenty in there, so we'll go grab that. Is this, that's empty, but some of the salvage mines in here are actually perfectly fine. Like the one over at Techie over here is actually, well, that's being mined. But a lot of these are salvage mine. Intel unavailable. Well, I'll just go check over there. That's a salvage mine. That doesn't have anything in it. Well, let's look over there. Let's go, before we go off and go back to the refinery, let's see if we can load this bitch up with some salvage. So we're over here at Dormio. Just remember where the facility is, and then we're gonna need a lot of BMATs. BMATs and fuel right now. Off the question. Why are these guys getting so fucking stingy with their signs? It's the dev server. It's not like it really matters. Yeah, sure, if you're trying to figure this out, people might come in and fuck with things, but come on now. This is getting autistic, but maybe it's because I'm on the colonies. People are actually really autistic about research on, the colonials. The saying, the stereotype goes, the wardens have better combat personnel, and the colonials have better logistics personnel. I'm not sure if that's really all that accurate, but that's what they say. Also, there's more scrapping. It's more scrap. They're lying to me, fuckers. I guess they haven't updated. Okay, so let's get a couple stacks of scrap. So we just walk into the refinery, refine all of this, and then all we have to do is grab a couple, cans of diesel. The coal field over here is totally fine. So yeah, that we can get coal over there. So if we want to go get coal to refine into gravel, it's right over there. But we're going to need fuel, and then we get BMATs, we get the basic construction together, and maybe we can... one or two trips, maybe we can actually get the coal refinery up and running. I really fucking hope the materials processor can refine scrap into BMATs, though. That will be extremely fucking helpful. But then again, the construction materials may be able to be used in resources in those facilities. So you may be able to make all of the things you would make, and that's an auto miner. But you would be able to make all the things that you would make at a normal factory with construction materials rather than BMATs. So you can make ammo with construction materials rather than BMATs. So we'll see how that works, though. But there might be an upgrade that allows you to process, scrap into BMATs in your facility. But rails do not take BMATs. You need what it looks like is tier 1 construction materials. Right? Yep, that's not BMATs. That's tier 1 construction and tier 2. So and then the big rails for the big crane. But so yeah, okay. So you need tier 1 construction materials for the small gauge and tier 2 for the large engine and locomotive. Large engine, the large locomotive. So that's the game here. You upgrade in locomotives. You're stuck with the small gauge until you upgrade to sledgehammers, and then you can unlock the actual locomotives. Understandable. So again, for logistics people who want trains, rush sledgehammers. It is now deathly important. If you want better logistics, you get fucking sledgehammers. It's not just for mining components for tanks anymore. It's not just for rushing tanks. We actually get better logistics since people have bigger trains. Inventory full. We do have to save some space for some jerry cans. Right, okay, we'll do that. We'll walk in with there. It's going to be less. Well, actually, we're going to wind up with less. Since I don't... Is it 1 to 1? I think it's like 1 to 2, the conversion rate for BMAT. So we'll just fill the inventory and we'll leave it there if it's... Fuck it. So, 2 stacks. We need some space for fuel, but that's fine. Okay, that's full. Let's go. So now we're going back to Ashtown, refining this into BMATs, grabbing some fuel, and coming back. We'll see how much fucking coal we need. And hopefully, we only need 1 trip to get the full refinery up and running. But that requires us building a materials processor and a power plant with only 1, set of, BMATs. Might be a tall one. 3 CMATs. We don't need that yet. Unnecessary, not needed. But it's good that you sit here and you do this stuff yourself so you understand how this all works. Yes, groups, make things easier, but also everybody needs to know what the fuck they're doing so they can all operate as self-sufficient units. It's kind of a problem, with our group, I suppose. A lot of people aren't exactly amazing, so they wind up just following me and asking for directions. Which, it's good that people listen to me and look to me for instructions when we're running these sorts of events, or one other person that knows what the fuck they're doing, but everybody needs to know what needs to be done. Hi, Soul. We're on our way to build trains. Now we go back into town, we refine the scrap into BMATs, grab some fuel, which we can get some jerry cans from... Wait a minute. Aren't I already carrying one? Yes, I did. I forgot I had one in my pocket. Whoops. So, good. We have at least 1 jerry can on my person. But let's get a couple so that we have everything fueled up. So we go into here, we go down this road, we take the first... Not properly, we take the first... Well, from this perspective, the right, and we head into town. But yeah, this all seems daunting, but this is fine to me. I like complex systems like this. And it's all necessary, because if you figure this shit out, all the people that are focused on killing people actually have the bullets and instruments of death to do that. Yay! However, whatchamacallit, Scar kind of leveled an insult at me, because apparently, according to her, playing logistics is wearing a maid outfit, and the only one wearing a maid outfit in this discussion is her. The combat fuckers don't go anywhere unless the captains of industry pave the fucking way with rails and coal. And then after that, oil! Personally, I cannot wait for the, whatchamacallit, I forget what movie it was, but I drink your milkshake. I can't wait for that meme to come back. Steel, too, yes. Steel and oil, milkshakes, drainage. And that'd be funny, too. Somebody makes a pipeline to contested territory and leeches off of oil. They make the pipeline to the oil well, but it's the other faction's oil well, and they drain the oil well. And then we can actually straight up use the I drink your milkshake scene. I cannot remember what movie that's from. I'm gonna have to actually look that up again, but I remember it very vividly. If I have a milkshake, if you have a milkshake, you have a straw, and I have a straw that goes all the way over here, and I put it in your milkshake, I drink your milkshake! I drink it up! Okay, salvage. But we could have made fuel, but there's plenty of fuel over there. Alright, while that's cooking, I'll just go get the fuel. Multitasking! See, a person in Foxhole can actually do a lot of things by themselves, and that's why it's important to learn what you're capable of with logistics. Because one person can be a logistical powerhouse. Like, I'm gonna build this facility by myself. It might take some some grunt work for moving things, but one person can actually basically produce resources, gather materials, refine those materials, and produce, and then transport all on their own. If you're dedicated enough and you know where the fuck you're going. So having a bunch of people who know how to do that in one area is incredibly powerful. One day we may be this competent. Possibly. We'll have a stern attempt at it, more than usual, because the bait here for people learning how to be logistical gods in Foxhole is now you get to play with the model train set. You get to be autistic and play with the model train set if you get good at the logistics. And on top of that, you get to play with the model train set, and people want you to do it. It provides a valuable service. Let's see here, go fuck over here. Actually, no, it's not in there. It's in the supplies. Grab 2. No, don't need that much. Grab 2, and it should be fine enough. And we should be able to start. Well, is there an oil well in this area? I don't think so. But then again, we can refine. We might be able to. I'm not sure. I have to look at the recipes. We may be able to refine coal and water into actual oil, which again, that is kind of oil. It's certainly black and oily. It's not heavy crude though. I suppose they call that shale. Who do you like more, Wardens or Colonials? I like the Wardens more. I like the Warden design better. Like, the Colonials being the, haha allies, has its own points, but I like Warden designs better. And then the model trains get hijacked by a clan and used as a mobile artillery platform. Or, we build a train, and then we find the enemy rails. And then we build rails onto the enemy rail network and charge our train down their rail network, intercept their train, and steal all their fucking cars. Rail tracing! Or, we ride the rails all the way to one of their production facilities and then proceed to blow it up with the guns on the armored cars. Fucking marauding pirates on trains. You know all those scenes, like in, I think it's, Once Upon a Time in the West is one of them, but you know all those scenes of, like, Wild West films where the big bad evil corporate guy is doing all of his shit on a train? Like, his office is on the train, he's having meetings and deciding things on the train. That's what it's gonna be like, except it's a band of pirates. Now that we've got some diesel here, we should be ready to go here. We should have everything we need for a while, get more BMATs, and then make a basic facility. We might need to refine coal. Actually, we're going to have to, because we might have to make more foundations. Fug. So, it looks like we would, to make this really efficient, you'd need like 2 people in the trucks. One guy's getting the BMATs, other guy's getting the coal. So this would, start facility startup requires, or rather is very helpful if you have 2 people doing this. So one guy's grabbing the fuel that they'll need to power things and like making the CV, and then he's going to get BMATs, and the other guy is just refining coal into gravel so you can build the foundation to build the facility. Actually, we're going to have more space. So actually, well, unfortunately, there's no coal here. I should have probably brought some coal back. But a full load of scrap is getting us more or less half the inventory. About. Maybe -2, honestly. Less than half of BMAT. So we have some room. So we can cram some coal in there if we can actually get it in. But let's get one thing up and running first, I suppose. So let's get that power plant up and running, because we're going to need that to power the factory. And then we're also going to need to make power poles. We'll build a fuel siphoning line, and if enemy soldiers come along, gaslight them into believing you're POWs in a chain gang. Or again, just make a pipeline that no one's going to look to, like, go into enemy territory and make a pipeline that's just leading off from an oil well, and nobody will follow the pipes, no one will really know, and then just sit there draining the enemy's oil supplies. Again, I drink your milkshake. Unfortunately, it removed VoIP for inter-team communications. Oh, so you can't hear the enemy mic spamming. Oh, that's, oh. So be nuts. I'm taking these. I will need these. Thank you. Sulfur I won't need. I will take these. Thank you. Oh. Every little bit counts. Also, we could probably go get some more fuel. And again, I'd have to make a storage pod, and that's kind of a business. You know what? Well, actually, we could put some of the BMATs in the CV. So, why do you think it suddenly became shockingly silent whenever bayonet or grenade rushes unfolded? Wow. Why did it? Well, I can guess they can kind of. Some ways you could remove that, and it's a little, you know, somewhat better because you don't hear the other guys being toxic and calling you, you know, an asshole when you kill them. But in the end, you kind of need that. I think it's more of a benefit than it is a detriment. People need to grow thicker skin and think, yeah, if you're killing someone, he's gonna swear and call you a, you know, horrible gamer words. If you're rushing into someone, you know, in a bayonet charge, his dying words are gonna be calling you gamer words. That's just gonna happen. Why do you think that online interactions are not rated by the ESRB? Why do you think that is? To be fair, those horrible gamer words can get you banned off Twitch regardless if you said it or not. I mean, yeah, sure, but in the end, you can't control what other people say, and penalizing everyone because of that is really kind of unfair. Yeah, sure, if there's a guy running around saying gamer words on somebody else's stream, it's, you know, you kind of need context. But again, people should grow thicker skin, they're just words. And again, we have also multiple cases of people having those situations and nothing happening. PewDiePie's bridge incident is kind of legendary for how a streamer can actually just drop N-bombs and everything's fine. He made a stir, but nothing happened. He's still got a career and a business, so he's fine. I guess the lesson is just be big enough, right? And also, there's Doc Disrespect, who really came back, honestly. He had some really bad shit happen. He apologized. Now he's fucking fine. He made some very poor decisions and apologized for it, and everything's okay. Which is, in the end, how it should be. You make a mistake, you do something bad, you say, sorry about that, that was a bad call on my part, and then everything gets back up. You can't really take these things back after. But in the end, there's one thing you can say about our age, and that people are really uppity about things that don't really do very much. You man up to your mistakes and you move on, as it were. Yes. Effectively. You should be sorry, and you should be serious about not doing the mistakes ever again, and then when you do that, that's really that's all that anyone can ask for. That you could say, oh, I made a mistake, and keep making mistakes, but then you're an asshole. But really, in the end, major problem with our society today is people have really tremendously thin skin, and they can't get over the fact that you can't mind control people, but God help them, they're trying to mind control people. We are moving in a direction of thought crimes for the sake of being polite, which, again, 1984 is a warning, not an instruction manual. So, again, I lived through the Xbox Live era of video games. It doesn't fucking do anything. Grow the fuck up. And, in fact, honestly, at the end of the day, trying to stop people from doing things of their own free will leads you to interfering with the free will and freedoms of other people, which is something you really don't want to do. It's not a slippery slope, it's a fucking water slide. Just don't. Just, everybody's way better when you don't do that. So yeah, sure, someone's spouting gamer words. 1 out of a trillion fucking people. Congratulations. Oh, it looks bad and it's really hurtful. 1 out of a trillion fucking people. Okay, so actually my facility is over here. My one single solitary foundation. I went through school, it's not just the internet. Yeah. Again, people might say, oh, well, this is a problem, but really, is it? Words don't mean anything if you don't internalize them and you don't let them affect you. You can shut out words. You can just ignore people. In fact, right now is a great example of how you could just totally ignore people. Some people are saying, hey guys, maybe you shouldn't do that, and people are ignoring them and saying that they're hateful fucking bigots and making horrible mistakes anyway. So yeah, you can totally ignore what people say all day long. Why is it so hard? I don't know. I feel like, well, I'm not exactly a Gen X, but I feel like there's a small percentage of millennials, I suppose, that actually still have some, sensible bone in their body. The Gen X guys are, they most of the time they're just shutting up. They're all right. They know what the fuck's going on. But it feels like everybody, sliding past in the late millennials and then Gen Z is totally fucked as an entire generation. They have no idea what the fuck's going on. That these people cannot handle basic fucking things that everybody before them was totally fine with. But that's why they removed VoIP, because other people ruined it for everyone else. But the thing is, how are they ruining it? It's kind of funny to just be on the battlefield and having some moron on the enemy team mic spamming as they do a bayonet charge. It was entertaining. Do you really want to lose those moments of entertainment just because somebody was swearing and somebody had their fucking feelings hurt? Shut up! To be an adult is to be able to look at these things and not scream, whine, and cry. That's what being an adult is. Unfortunately, people have totally forgotten that. Okay, so what we need... well, we need a supply station, but I think we'll be here long enough that it won't really matter. But we'll get that eventually. I also need to actually have tier 1 refined materials for that. Anyway, okay, so we need a power station. Which means we need BMATs. I've heard way worse stuff in a school cafeteria than on the internet. Objectively true as well. So we lived in things that, again, we lived through things that these people are like. It didn't really affect us. It was, sometimes you could say, oh well, that's impolite. You probably shouldn't say that at a dinner table or during an important meeting or something like that. But we live through these things, and we all see them as they don't do anything. In fact, it's funny most of the time. But everybody today, it's like a lot of people today are just screaming and whining at the first fucking sand that gets stuck in their vagina. First grain of sand that gets stuck in their vagina. And that's just, it makes you weaker as a person that you can't handle that shit. You start running into fault situations and problems the moment any single fucking thing goes wrong. It makes you a weaker person. And what do you know? Literally one square. That's probably, I should have actually right-clicked for it, but it only takes up one square. There we go. We have a power plant on a single solitary square. We need more coal. I claim this one-by-one grid in the name of the colonial army. So yeah, we're gonna need a whole lot more coal, and when we can refine coal into gravel, it's gonna be very nice. But the thing is, if you don't have oil in the area, you're gonna be refining coal, and the coal is limited, and you need coal for power, and this is gonna get kind of touchy. You're gonna need a lot of coal. The only problem is you need coal for power, and then you need coal to expand to make gravel, and you can't burn it all. Me too, sometimes. I think the people who did all this stuff never went through public or private school. Well, some of them did, and then they went to college. It seems to be that's the defining thing. It seems that modern college has done this to people. Because there's a very distinct, some form of mindset that apparently is going around our universities. This shit comes out in college. Goon, why do you sound like an old man soldier? Because I am. You want me to get out the old What a Lovely Laurel records? Okay, so this needs diesel to create power. 25 liters. Actually, that's... Okay, so it generates 5 megawatts of power for 45 seconds for a quarter of a liter. So there's 100 liters in a jerry can. So that's about roughly somewhere around 3 minutes for one jerry can of power. Oh, that's gonna get thirsty as fuck. That is a thirsty machine. Okay, so I don't have enough for 150. Yeah, no, I don't. I need more. I have 90 gravel. So we need more gravel. So we need more coal. There's that. The power plant is there. That's the core of our facility. Right now, we need more coal. Which means we need to get these bee mats out of here. I mean, sure. Yeah, well, wait for the streams, I guess. These move these in here, and then we'll have room for coal. Or gravel. So, that might be a little bit too many. Well, 2 there. And I gotta do that. I gotta fill that whole fucking thing up with coal. I can make a supply box. That'd be fairly easy to do. Storage box for 25 B mats. That's inexpensive. Oh. Fine. Inefficient, but if I had more people here, I'd have more trucks and therefore more storage space. So one person can do this. It's just going to take a while. But hey, the wars last weeks. However, getting that fuel is going to be a thing. You're going to really want... You see, this is where I see this going. You're going to want those oil pipelines because that means automatic and continuous power generation. You're gonna want that. And put the sledgehammer in there. Okay, now we go get more coal. Which I hope there's still more coal over there. There it is. But yeah, on my road to right my life and have a self-sustaining career and be independent, yeah, I picked up probably Martin's fault, but I picked up a couple of old soldier songs and a perspective on life. Helps you go through the struggles as you listen to entertaining songs about men in complete fucking misery, because that's kind of where I was a lot of the fucking time. It's not fantastic and you have to do it, but if you don't smile and laugh occasionally, you'll go fucking nuts. Canada loves you. Thank you. Fucking leaves. What's in here? Just BMATs. So we're just gonna need a whole shitload of coal. And if I had somebody over here helping me mine this would go real quick. So somebody sits over here and mines coal, and then just starts bringing it over the facility so we can, or rather, gets it to refine. Gets it to refined status so we can actually make gravel. But the first facility we're gonna make, after we get the basic stuff up and running, is a facility that just refines coal. However, we need to split the coal intake between making gravel and creating power. But we have diesel first, so that's not necessarily important. However, we're gonna get a lot of fucking diesel. As a Canadian, can confirm. Okay. Leaves. Inventory full. Why did I get those out of there? I foresee on the 28th, whenever possible, when possible, the day the patch drops, we're going to get people together for an event. And that's not the main event that we're working for, but we're going to need to make a facility first. So we're probably going to attempt to make a facility, and then attempt to make a bunker base somewhere down on the front line. So we produce materials, and then we have a chain going to a near or somewhat around the front line bunker base, which we will eventually upgrade into a storm cannon complex, I see, but more or less as a supply dump, so that people among us that want to do combat operations have some basic supplies like soldier supplies and ammunition to go off on a front and go kill people, and so that there's a supply of stuff that anybody in the area can, take and then utilize. So basically what we're going to be making is a big supply dump that's going to have a fucking railway gun near it. Once that's all said and done, once we unlock sledgehammers and can actually make proper locomotives, we will then proceed to actually make the storm cannons on rails, and then we'll see how that works. The signs in this game do say a lot of random shit, so that's not necessarily surprising. What's in here? Fuel. Good, I can come over here and steal that. Lots of fuel. Fantastic. No, wrong thing. Okay, we're maxed out on coal. I will use these storage boxes to put some coal, though. Okay, back to the refinery. See, this is going to be a lot of back and forth to a refinery town until you're actually ready to go. See, there's already a rail system we can utilize once we get our shit up and running, which is just... I hope that's not squad lock, though, you dumb motherfuckers. Then again, we're a one-man band here, so we'll be able to actually utilize the resources. So we'll only be over here to mine, fill up the train, and then run it back. So we won't need that dump. We'll have a dump at our facility for coal, just so we have a large supply of it, so we don't have to keep running back to the field. For a little bit. Eventually that supply will dwindle and we'll have to go back and go make coal. But it's a stone's throw from the facility right now. Okay, now we bring the coal back, and we make gravel, and we'll have, I believe, enough for 2. foundation pieces because we have a little bit left over from the first try. So we have about 90 left, and then we're going to get enough, obviously, for one, and then we're going to have 90 left again. So we should have 180, which is enough to put down another foundation. So we'll have 3 tiles. Good. Expanding. And again, this is going to be way more fucking quick with a bunch of people doing this. What's the stupidest sign you've seen in Foxhole so far? I don't know, but there are some really odd fucking signs. The silliest one that I've seen so far is one when I was running around Tekioma and doing logistics. There was a sign. Somebody put up a sign for bicycle rentals. Like someone was legit making bicycles and leaving them there. Also, I missed my turn, so we have to go down. Actually, I had to go down way further south. I'm an idiot. Oh well. Close enough anyway, because the bridge is right over. So capitalism does work. So, bicycles there, and this is kind of like, there's a lot of things you can do that are just a public service, like just making trucks and parking them in public areas so people can actually use them. Excuse me? Unfortunately, it's hard to see when oncoming traffic is, because of the camera. It makes a lot of things really awkward. But it makes Foxhole a unique experience here. I wouldn't have picked a first-person perspective for this sort of game, but in the end, if you made Foxhole a third or first-person shooter, it would be a completely different game, and I can't say if it would be good. If you changed nothing about this but the view angle, I'm not sure if it would be a good game. It definitely would not be the same experience, though. Okay, into the refinery and refining more coal. It's gonna take 5 minutes. Have that. We have 2. We should have enough B mats out there for some things. Even in a video game about war, well, obviously, because you know, capitalism drives production, and production is necessary for war. Some people have said that wars are a contest of production. I think that's enough coffee for now. Even though it's only 6 o'clock. I'll be fine. But yeah, that's gonna take a while, and it would be nice if we had somebody just making this. This is gonna be odd, because we're gonna need to burn diesel, which requires B-mats, and I really, really hope that there is a facility that can refine scrap into everything you can refine scrap. So E-mats, B-mats, and fuel. I really hope that there is an upgrade that allows you. There's an upgrade to that processing facility that allows you to do that. I really, really hope. I have 48,000 points. I have nothing idea what to spend on. Again, you could just highlight every single message you make. However, I haven't really figured out how to do anything with those channel points. unfortunately, quite like emotes, we didn't really get too many of them. Money's not good enough that I can commission Deku left and right to make the emotes. You know, I did float the idea of making a bunch of Takao-inspired emotes. Have the wife as an emote package. But just something I didn't have enough time for. And of course, Deku is incredibly fucking busy as well. So getting that man to actually, you know, prioritize something is like pulling teeth. Man, that's slow though. Oh, I'll sit and gather my thoughts and maybe get some more water, so I'll be right back, folks. Alright, I'm back, and yeah, Dancing Fool did inform me, Tanya, about Musashi being added to Azur Lane, and right after he told, right after I asked, oh, how's the design, he pulled her. So, haha, I'm luck. But I haven't actually seen the design yet, and it's really gonna be hard for Azur Lane to top, you know, the Musashi that everyone knows, i.e., an Amazonian tan woman. It's a really memorable design. Coal, and after we get done with this, after we get done with coal burning, I was just thinking about, maybe we should make an emblem that, whatchamacallit, that rips off of Akira's, good for health, bad for education, and just says, good for war, bad for people, and just a pile of coal. I mean, this is true. I'm just glad, unlike Yamato, she's not a lolly. There were much better designs for Yamato that were fan designs, if I remember correctly. Yes, there's a lot of lolicons that play Azur Lane, but we don't need to make Yamato a lolly, but then again, they have to also contest the design of Yamato that everyone knows, which is Kankali's design, which is also a fucking Amazon. Who's like 8 feet fucking tall. So, it would seem that fuel is going to be a very important reason. Diesel is going to be very valuable after this update. Because you're going to need a lot of diesel floating around. So, this is going to be interesting to see how this changes how people produce resources, because it's not just going to be piles of B-mats and then tons of diesel just sitting around doing nothing. You're going to need a lot of diesel, especially with power.
Damn, I went AFK on the walking platform.
Might be mistaken here for another
seconds,
IGN.
almost done.
Yeah, Nagato is a lully, which is okay. Like I said before, I'm disappointed by Shinano's design. I think they're getting a little bit too comfortable with haha Foxhole. So I think they need to. I think they really need to branch out from haha Foxwoman. There's just something about a woman who can not only lift you off the ground with a little effort, but will. Ah. Yeah, if you have your giantess fetish, you can. Any day now. Yeah, producing coal. It's not as bad as our mats, but whew, this is gonna take a lot. This is something you're gonna want to have on all the time if you're making a facility. So someone either here doing all of this and just this, or having that refinement facility on all the time. And I think we're going to need to do this more than once, because if we upgrade the facility to something that can produce parts, and one, like, if they give us a catch-22, which is like, hey, you can upgrade this facility to produce B-mats, or you can produce diesel. Ooh, but you have to make 2 of them, which means you have to make more spots in the facility, more foundations to put more facilities, which means you need more fucking gravel. Literally pisses me off is what AL did to Saratoga. Well, Saratoga's an okay design, but what pisses you off about it? Kantai's design for Sarah was godly, but however, Saratoga Cancali came later, so I like her marching band aesthetic, and that's only 300. Wow, that's not a lot. Okay, then. Let's get the fuck back out there. You know, with the added space I have here, which I have tons of, I'm just gonna grab more jerry cans and throw them in the truck. Because we are gonna need more fuel. In order to jumpstart the power generation, we're gonna need a whole lot more fuel, but we're not gonna turn the power generator on until we actually have a large stockpile of fuel. Until we actually know what we're gonna be producing. So it's gonna be we turn the machine on when we're using it, and then turn it off when we're not. We're gonna be conserving electricity first. Until we actually have a means of, perpetually producing power. Which I'm fairly certain we're not gonna have until we can produce diesel or oil, or, have something there that produces either diesel fuel or some means of getting oil. No, I don't want that. Yeah, I broke it. Yeah, we can get more in there. And we're gonna need a lot of it because 1 gallon of diesel, or, you know, one jerry can of like 100 liters is only like 3 minutes of power. So we're gonna need a lot of fuel for this. There we go. We got the space, we'll put it over here in the storage box, and then we'll go to town when, you know, we actually have the power facility up and running. Holy shit, we've already been at this for 2 hours? What the hell? That flew by real quick. I just looked down at the stream timer and it says live for 2 hours. What the hell? Time dilation. It literally, it's honestly felt like not even an hour. Oh, we can go. I can turn back and go over there again. I suppose this is me. This is what happens when you put me in a situation where I can relax and just slowly think and put things together. Very... Life comes at you fast, and when you have moments to actually slow down and think, things start to come together. Imagine me with a drink or two. Then everything starts to, like, slow down, because then it's me. Oop. Then it's just me, the 4 walls in my room, and whatever the fuck I'm doing. Easier to focus that way. However, I can imagine that Lyle is going to be drinking enough for literally everyone in the logistics company with, you know, just sitting there working his trains. So, Martin's going to be okay.
Sorry. Sorry. Someone died here.
No problem.
Yep, there was an incident.
Active crime scene! Good. Nice that there's a road literally right here. I picked an okay spot for this. I'm not sure how this is going to work out with getting other materials, but we'll see how quickly we can get, like, scrap. Scrap into B-mats and then, yeah, fuel, too. I think fuel processing is a little bit more important than B-mats, honestly. Okay, we're here. Okay, so... gravel first. Well, take some of these out. Put the gravel in. The B-mats in. Take the fuel. Put the fuel in the box. So we can actually, we're not over encumbered. Take all this diesel out of this truck. I'm getting my Shift E on here. Power gaming. Right, okay, so now we need 2 more foundations. We got a diesel power plant, now we need a... what is it, the basic manufacturing plant, I think? B... a foundation. But we need 2 more, 2 more foundations. 150, yeah, okay, so we have, I think we have a little bit over 300, well, actually, no, we had 250, I think, we came in with, I think, but with the added stuff, we have more, so we'll be alright. So we should be able to make 2 of these. So what we need to do is we get the basic manufacturing facility up, and then we can start producing the tier 1 construction materials, and then we can make the coal refinery. That power plant isn't in the optimal space, but we'll learn how this all works out. So really what you want to do is you want to smush it all the way over in a corner. So you're using you have as much space as possible to use on the foundations. Alright. Here. Build another foundation, which we should have just at that motherfucking. We really need to be able to get rid of rocks. Like, rocks and trees can go fuck themselves. Seriously, why wouldn't I be able to get rid of that rock? That needs to be seen too, but I guess I'll just back up. So this area is valid. Rocks and trees need to be. I can cut down a. If I can make rockets, bombs, bullets, tanks, and trucks, I can cut down a fucking tree. Cut down a tree and remove a stump. That needs to go. So we have a Tetris block here. We're gonna be a fucking L Tetris block facility here. Specific trains went. See, they're already power gaming with this shit. Faction. Well, we already have faction specific armored cars. How far could they go with this? Okay, that's 2 foundations. So what we need now is we need the basic production materials facility, I believe. We'll get the train after that. So 200 BMAS, which we have. Boy howdy, that's a big motherfucker. Okay, there's also a pipe for fuel? So, Okay, so this is a fucking huge son of a bitch. So we need to smush this over in a corner. What we want to do is we want to put this all the way up there, so we have as much space remaining as possible. Then again, we can also do this over here, but I don't think we're going to be able to fit anything over there. We also need space for power poles. Placement is obviously going to be an art of doing this and then figuring, and then doing this and then realizing, oh, this was a mistake. You shouldn't have made it like this. So we'll know what the optimal fucking, Jenga orientation of these things are. Play Tetris on your Tetris blocks. There's that. We make this, and then we start getting going with the production, which we need scrap for, which we have scrap in this area, I believe. And then we make this, and then we'll probably need another tile to make the... You see, if I moved the power plant over, I probably could have jammed the vehicle production, the light vehicle production facility in, and then we could have started to make the small gauge minecart. But maybe we can. I've seen people. I don't think people have made. I've seen those next to foundations and not on them, so we'll check on them. We'll see if we really need to put that on a foundation. That rock being right there is a massive fucking problem. I don't know why we can't get rocks and trees. Fuck that. Yes, they look nice. They're in the fucking way. If I can blow a hole in the landscape with a fucking storm cannon, if I can fire a 300mm shell across the map and blow holes in an enemy fucking town, I can get rid of a rock. I think we can cut down a couple trees if we can do this. Okay, there's that. Okay, so let's have a look-see here at this before we get too far into this. Okay, so salvage. Okay, so you could store salvage here, and then construction materials, coke. Right, that's another material. So coke, as in like coal for steel production. Assembly materials 2, sandbags, barbed wire, and then you could use sandbags and barbed wire for, obviously, bunker fortifications. Forge. Metal press into... I guess it's more efficient. You could take petrol and more efficient production than just scrap. Okay, so you don't need B mass for this, you just need scrap, so that's good. So you can make that faster. So 25... So you get one... construction material. Yeah, one factory material for every 25 seconds, or you can get 3 for every 25 seconds if you add petrol. So, smelter. Well, it don't look like you can upgrade the materials production facility to produce BMATs, but you don't need BMATs for most of the facility buildings aside from the first ones. So, we're gonna see how this all works out. But then you're going to need to bring in BMATs to produce vehicles, which means you're going to have to go to a... There must be some kind of refinement facility here. Because you're going to need BMATs to produce things. Unless all of the things at the... the vehicle production facilities that you make in facilities don't require BMATs to produce those things. So this is weird. We'll figure it out as we go, though, I guess. So... It's a recycler. Produces... Okay, so you can... Oh, so you can produce barbed wire and sandbags with just scrap rather than just factory materials? So basically, this is... The metal press is making this facility really good at producing... really good at producing the tier 1 factory materials. This makes... That's burning coal, though. This makes more with coal, and this makes the same number of factory materials with something extra. So there's a couple ways you could upgrade this. And then there's the assembly materials. I don't know how the fuck those are made yet. Okay, so that's how... We know how to do that, but we need power still. So... That, and I think we haven't... Well, actually, no, we need production materials in order to make that. So... We can't do that yet. What we need, though, right now, is a power pole. So, how do we make power poles? 5 BMATs. Okay, 5 BMATs for a single power pole. So we need 1 power pole. I think it's probably... Right? The wire can probably hook from there, right? Right there. Okay, so... Is there a way to, like... How do we connect the power lines, then? Oh, use power pole. Okay, right, so... Lamp? Okay, we put a lamp there. Not enough materials. I have... Oh, that's construction materials. Okay, so... How do you... Okay, I guess I'll build 2. Since, the ones they showed in the trailers, they were very close together, so I don't think you can make the wires that long. Power pole. Okay, so how do you connect... How do you connect the power grid, then? How do you do this? How do you connect these? Also, the power player, there's the power pole, but how do you connect these then? Can I... Is there a way to... Huh? How do you connect these? E on the power pole. I'm pressing E, but okay, so where's the button to connect to facilities? What am I doing here? B. Okay, thank you. Oh, power line. Oh, right. I didn't notice that. Thank you, Asa. Okay, so there you go. There's that. And then you do that, and then you do that. I think, right? I think that's connected. Did you do that, right? I think these are connected now. They're not showing connected, but I hope they are. So let's see. Let's put a diesel can in there and see what happens. Okay, so you build power poles and the power lines are completely different. Not connected yet, but what? Well, I just put the beam mats away. I kind of need those. So it's apparently very buggy. So build. Spool of wire. There should be a wire. Well, what if I go from the building? I can't. That's the connection point over there? Huh? Ooh, okay, well, I'll just make more power poles over here. They don't need to be on a foundation. That's very weird. They really should probably have like very visible connection points if they're going to be that autistic about it. Oh, right there. That needs to be more clear. That really needs to be more clear. You can learn that's the point, but that's too small. You're going to confuse the fuck out of people like that. That really needs to be a bigger part of the building. Okay, so where's the magic spool of wire here? Over here? That really needs to be more obvious. And honestly, this should be infinite. Really? Honestly, yeah, sure, you could have that as the connecting point, but if you've got a power pole right next to a building, I suppose we can test the range now. If you've got a power pole right next to a building and you're building it you're building it through the building, the wire should just be infinite. Okay, so yeah. Nope, it doesn't pop up on the building itself. You have to go from the power pole. You have to click on the power pole to the building. So obviously also making the power pole or the power line visible when you're hovering over the structure or where it's coming from would be way more helpful. So that needs some work. But okay, so how far can I stretch this? That's apparently valid. Okay. You could probably get rid of that pole. I mean, shit, you could probably... Haha, redundancy! Okay, so I'm not sure how long you can make these, but okay, fine. But hang on, wait a minute. So, this line, all the way to that line? No, you can't, that's too far. Or it conflicts with the building. So what about over here? That's perfect. No, not, okay. So that's totally fine too. Interesting. But now we've got 6 billion power poles connected to this entire fucking thing. It's a fucking mess already. But okay, so that needs some work. I feel like these should be bigger on the structure then, so you know what they are. So that either these should be bigger or more obvious, or they should be on easily accessible points all around the structure, so that you don't accidentally place it the wrong way, because a new person's not going to know, hey, this is the connecting point. They did it with the pipeline connector. That's a little bit more obvious, but that shows you on the shadow or the preview where the pipeline part is. They should do that with the electrical outlets as well. That would probably be way less fucking confusing. Okay, so, before we start to run the power plant, we should probably go get some scrap so that we're actually refining that. So, we should probably just sit down for a second here. Backpack, that's full. We could probably get away with moving this over here. I think there's room in the construct. Yes, plenty of room here. Move some fuel over there. Right, so this needs a little bit of work, but I like the system itself, but this needs to be a little bit more obvious. People are going to make a whole lot of fucking mistakes, and it's like, oh, we need to demolish the whole fucking structure and put it in the right way, and that's just going to annoy the shit out of people. Okay, does this salvage field have things? Yes, we just go up there and go get some salvage. And then we have something to process into factory materials, and then we need more gravel. But we'll see how far we can get with this and see if we can make enough factory materials to make the coal processor. And I hope that's going to... Well, actually, no. The basic material facility makes coke. And I hope the coal processor actually makes gravel instead of coke. Because we don't need two buildings that make coke. But yeah, facilities are tough to build solo. You can do it, but yeah, no, this is a lot of effort. You need multiple resources, and you're basically like attached to the hip of a refinery town, you know, to process the initial materials to get the facility up and running. So this is hell to get started, but it's probably okay once it gets going, even if you're playing solo. It's doable, but obviously having multiple people to go get more resources for you makes this whole thing a lot easier. But it's good. I wanted to come onto the dev today and learn what you need to do with all of this shit. This is exactly why I came in here, so I know what needs to be done. Who needs to be doing what if you're doing this with multiple people. So at least I know, so I can direct other people who aren't here to actually accomplish the job. Inventory full. So we're going to fill the truck up with scrap, then go down there and put that scrap in the facility to process into Tier 1 factory materials. Hopefully we have enough fuel to run the factory for run the power generator for long enough. That's going to be the biggest thing. Where the fuck are we going to get diesel? Because I don't think there's any oil in this facility either. In this map, no, there isn't. There isn't any oil. So, we need to have diesel. This is probably gonna need a tanker truck. At least to get started. Hopefully there's something that can refine scrap into diesel. Because the basic power plant can't do that. Or the basic production facility cannot do that, so you may just need a tanker truck. So it seems like, I really hope that they haven't done this, but they seemed like they answered the concerns of, well, if you can make a facility to refine things, well, then normal refineries and refinery towns become useless, right? It seems like they answered those questions with, no, you still need them. So you still want to be, optimally speaking, you still want to be close to a refinery town, or a logistical hub to have refinery access, but that's not scrap. That's scrap. EDU salvage field? Oh, well, that's just, right, that's the nodes. Obviously, you want to be close to a logistics town to get these things going, but that's going to be prime real estate, and people are going to be fucking building, everywhere. So that's going to be a bit of a problem, and that space is going to get jam-packed real fucking quick. And then there's people everybody making pipes to oil pipeline to oil spots that are draining the shit out of it in like a blink of an eye. Algae towns are still useful. Facilities don't make anything for the front line early war aside from sandbags and barbed wire. the ammunition factories don't make anything either? Like, I can't make, like, normal soldier supplies in the facility? Like, I know I need this to make trains and whatnot in the vehicle upgrade facilities, but you don't need vehicle upgrade facilities until you have components, really. You can't. The ammunition factories only make flamethrower and artillery shells. That does not make any sense at all. That straight up doesn't make sense. If you can make artillery shells, you can make bullets. Because what is an artillery shell but a large bullet? That does not make sense. You should be able to make ammo in those. You should be able to make guns in those too. I think that's way too restrictive. It also doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, if you can make diesel fuel from scrap in refinery towns, what's stopping you from making flamethrower fuel? I guess the most useful thing you can make all war are vehicle variants. That seems to be the thing that everybody's hopping on, but no, you should be able to actually be a factory in a logistical town out here too. You should really be able to do that. That would be the most immediately effective thing that you could do. You could sit there, having a facility that pumps out soldier supplies and guns and ammo, and then putting it on a train, and then moving it to the front. I'm really shocked that they didn't do that. That... Only artillery shells and flamethrower fuel? Are you fucking kidding? That not only does that make sense, that's incredibly limited. And also, yeah, again, what are bullets but small artillery shells? And what is flamethrower fuel but diesel? You're just slinging gasoline with a lighter on the end of the fucking pole. You just have a you just have a tank of gasoline on your back, and you have a fucking magic wand with a pilot light at the end. What's exclusive here about this? Maybe they're cautious that it'll make factory towns obsolete, so they're starting small with stuff you can make right now. Yes, but that, with all this complication, really? They did say 25% of things planned got cut. Yeah, I really think they should go back to the drawing board with that if that's the only things you can make with this. Because really, what does this become? This becomes a facility to make trains and vehicle variants. Why would you make shells here? You could just make shells in the refinery, in the factories that, in the factory towns, because there's two of them and mass production factories also already exist. Why would you make shells here? If you can make a facility that specializes in creating all of the basic facilities that a factory can do, then you have something to actually make this worthwhile in the early game and start building it up, and also an area for them to specialize in. Artillery shells and flamethrower fuel? What? You can't even make fire rockets, right? So this doesn't make any sense. No, this should be able to make ammo. Make regular ammo and guns and soldier supplies. No. That does not make any sense. Why would you make it this fucking complicated if you were only going to produce, like, 5% of the shit in the game? No. Okay, so now that we've got salvage, we're gonna load that into this facility after we load it up with gasoline. We'll load it up with diesel. No, that's dumb. You need to be able to produce more in these facilities to make them useful. Otherwise, it's just a fucking vehicle upgrade plant. Which is useful, but that's only useful after you unlock components and then you have vehicles to upgrade. What are these gonna do, early war? Make artillery? Make one type of weapon system? No. I don't think you can manufacture storm cannon, rounds, rocket artillery, and flamethrower fuel in the normal town factories. You can make, well, Well, storm cannon rounds you have to produce in factory towns because there's no other way of producing them. They may have changed it with this update for making storm cannon rounds, but this is just like, this becomes a very, very small piece of the logistical train for a whole lot of fucking effort. Like, manufacturing, like, rocket artillery and storm cannon rounds? Okay, so what you're telling me is the facilities are literally only for the most organized logistical companies that can actually make a base with the storm cannon. And normal players should look at this and go, yeah, no, it doesn't matter unless you have, like, 15 people to help you. No. That's dumb. Also, well, alright, so I need to be able to... Can I not interact with the smelter in a truck? Oh, there we go. But... Well, Shift Q doesn't work in a vehicle, unfortunately. Facilities are the only place to make battle tanks and supers. Well, yes, there's that, but that's at the end of the war. You have to research the supers first, and you also have to have components, so you need sledgehammers, and you're in the middle of the war. What are you doing building one in the early war? Nothing. It's gonna sit there, doing nothing, until components come around. And hey, it's the exact same number of open slots as a hauler. Wow. So, these need to be expanded then. You can only produce artillery shells. No! Make this so a logistical focused group can hyper-focus on this and make a shit ton of supplies to move them to the front. They have their own sets of factories and make a huge amount of factories that can produce all of the basic supplies and then move those factories more efficiently than we can do now to hotspots and fronts. And everyone can do this, so this is an escalation of the war, but since everyone can do this, that means that everybody benefits from this sort of thing. They're probably terrified of people being able to make that many supplies in one area, but that's the war! If you outproduce the enemy, you win the war! So that means everybody's gotta step up their fucking game. But they seem to be cautious about that, which, if you're gonna be cautious about that, don't make these. Why would you make these unless you were going to actually, like, make them produce things like a factory? I'm making a factory! This is a factory! Why would you not let me build things like the factories? You need to submit them to its stockpile. Oh, okay, right. I'll do that in a second. This does not have a stockpile, so we just put them in the inventory. Right, to save time here before we actually get this party going here. Okay, submit all stockpile materials factory, 1.5. Okay, alright. And then God said finally, let there be light! I said, let there be light. Oh, you had to spin it. You had... Where is the stockpile for it? Oh, you need to manually fuel it. Oh, okay. That's strange, but okay, fine. And then God said after much bitching and whining, let there be light. Okay, it can hold 1,000 liters of fuel. So that's 10 jerry cans. Okay. Ah, and there was light. And it was good. Steam. Fumes, it smells like a gas station already. Unless you have a tanker and a pipe connected to it. This should probably have its own internal supply, because look, where's the supply? Like, it does have its own internal supply, so you should be able to basically be able to fill that internal supply with diesel if you want to. But I suppose what you're doing is you're filling the gas tank already, so that's just... You are doing that, you just have to sit here manually. Or connect it to a tanker truck. So I suppose I would have done it a different way, I guess. To immediately turn the jerry cans into its supply of fuel, but okay. I'm getting the same thing, it's just another way of doing it. This is also taking a lot longer, so we're wasting time. Because one of these, one of these cans only gets you about 3 minutes. So this, Okay, it's already okay. All right, so it's automatically processing when it's on. Okay, you can flip that off, but it will start processing the recipes that you want whenever the fuck you want. So I suppose if you have multiple ones, you just flip one on or off, or it will just try to produce whatever recipes that you have on, so it'll produce all of them at the same time. Okay. All right. So it's important to know which one you have. If you have one with multiple recipes that you don't want produced, you just turn that off. It can fuel automatically if you have an oil pipeline into an oil refinery that pumps it into the oil tank that pumps it into that. Well, yeah, obviously. Oil pipelines are going to be very good for automation, I can already tell. The only problem is, there's no fucking oil wells in this area! And the oil wells are going to get tapped real fucking quick. I wonder how that affects. If you have more pipelines to an oil well, how much it actually produces for everyone. Because that's going to get out of hand real fucking quickly if everyone builds pipelines to the same well and runs that shit dry instantaneously. That's going to be a problem. Okay, so basically it's full, and this is giving us 3 minutes a can, so this is somewhere around a half an hour, 45 minutes amount of fuel, I suppose, at maximum. I'd have to sit down and actually do the math and add that up. Okay, so this is plenty of fuel for now. So now that we've got that, we need to actually wait until we actually have enough materials to actually make the next phase of this, which is the coal plant. 8. This is going to take a while. We're probably going to need more scrap, so we're going to go get more scrap, and then we'll get more coal because we're obviously probably going to need that. And then more fuel as well, because we don't have something that produces fuel too, which would have also been nice, and it would be nice to have, because if you can process everything else, you should be able to process diesel out of scrap. It feels like they realized that, oh, this invalidates logistical towns, and then have nonsensically hamstrung you to still relying on this feels done all wrong. They really went ahead on a limb that, honestly, it feels like right now, that feels like was a terrible idea. They ran into a problem that they said, oh, we don't want to invalidate logistical towns, so let's make facilities less fucking useful. When really, honestly, if that was their major concern, they should have just not done this. Because it's either you make something that, by, feature creep, makes something somewhat less valuable, but it is still valuable because you need the logistical towns to build this shit in the first place. You need the refinery in order to actually refine the materials that you need before you actually build this facility. If that was their major concern in validating logistical towns, they should not have done this. So you either, like I said, invalidate something, or rather make something less useful due to feature creep, or you just don't do it. This is a bad way of doing this. Hopefully they realize it, but I don't think there's enough time to actually change this abruptly. So, I guess we're launching with this, and the only thing we can really do is make locomotives. However, how are you going to get locomotives into logistical towns? Because making rails through a logistical town is going to be a bit of a bitch. But because of that, you can't really transport scrap all that effectively into logistic towns to refine, because you can't bring it into the refinery town. And then you'll have to make a resource stockpile outside the town and have people physically move it into the town to the refinery, and that makes it unnecessarily longer, even though it would be nice if you could just make a fucking facility that does all of this shit, which is what people, I think, want, or what people expected. Also looks like this scrap field is going to be down real quick. So I can see what they were afraid of. However, it's dumb. No. If we were going to build facilities, yes, we're obviously going to eclipse the town facilities, because through the mid and late war, Obviously, if we were building up infrastructure, we would have more infrastructure and thus be able to produce things more easily in places outside the logistical towns. No shit. We're building up infrastructure so we have more infrastructure. Wow. What an amazing concept. They really should have seen this one coming, and if this is their idea to balance it, it's a dumb idea. So, yeah, that needs to get fixed real fucking quick. I should be able to make guns, ammo, and soldier supplies in these factories. Otherwise, this is literally just for clans. That's it. It's just for clans. Which, yeah, sure. That's somewhat acceptable, I guess, because it's a large investment. However, it's for clans, for clan things. For other clan things, like storm cannons. Which you need a clan to build in general. So really, this doesn't really help anybody but clans. This doesn't feel right. You could make these more generally useful to everyone. And really, it makes no sense that you can't build a factory that makes fucking ammo in your facility, which makes ammo! And by the same time, in the same regard, the facility, which makes flamethrower fuel, should be able to process fuel, because look at what you're doing! You're taking fuel! You're making fuel, putting it in a can, and then burning people with it! What if you just burned it in an engine? Napalm's not all that... You need fuel to make napalm. Even though the most basic napalm you could make really isn't necessarily the recipe for napalm. The most basic, recipe for napalm would be gasoline, styrofoam, and sugar. There you go, it sticks. It sticks and it burns real good. But in order to do that, you need some kind of accelerant, which is usually just gasoline. Which again, if you can make that, why can't you make fuel out of scrap? See, this is all full of holes. So I get what they were afraid of, but that's... no. You should have scrapped this whole thing if you were that terrified. Off the road too quick here. I'm getting too eager. See, we need about 50... Actually, yeah, 50 Tier 1 factory materials in order to actually make the coal plant, and then we'll see about that. Because then at least we don't have to make fucking gravel. We don't have to make these long, exhaustive trips just to make gravel. We just need fuel to keep this pumping. And I suppose what I could do is get a fuel tanker, load that shit up with diesel, and then leave it here. Or I could make, with the construction material, a fuel point. Submit all the stockpile. Okay, so 23. This is gonna take a bit. Okay. So how much, what do we need to make that fuel point? Because I know we can make that with the CPU, and we have BMATs. Okay, we have 200 BMATs. What do we need for that fuel depot? Or rather, that refueling point? So that's... no... when is it? Where is it? Harvesters, water pump, oil well, stationary harvesters. It must be in facilities somewhere over here. Liquid transfer station. Not quite, but it works, and it also takes... I don't want to use those materials yet. Refueling point. Where is that? Ammunition. Fuel silo. Catwalk. Platform. Oil refinery. Liquid transfer station. Oh, I don't think you can build... You actually... you have to build that in a construction yard. That's... well, that's going to take too much effort because that requires a flatbed. So I guess we just take an oil tanker. So we just get a tanker next time we're in town. Okay, so while we're doing this... actually, we can't do that. I physically can't do that. I don't have the materials to actually construct that yet. We have to wait for them to be, churned out of the materials factory. So that's fine. I suppose in the intervening time, we can go stockpile coal somewhere. Well, we can go make a gravel run, I guess? We should have enough. Okay, so we only need, Yeah, you know what? Let's just go get that fuel truck. That means I have to walk. Because I don't want to leave. I still need this truck. That means I have to walk over there. And again, I need scrap for that. This is one of those things that'd be more useful with more people. 100's gonna leave. Yeah, no, I can't carry it with me. Okay, so actually we could just go to the scrap mine that's just sitting there and do this whole fucking stupid thing again. That'll be enough time. At least there'll be a lot processed here, and this is gonna last. So we need I need a full fuel tank. So I'm gonna have to walk, but at least it's an easy walk over here. And then at least we will not have to think about coal and power for a second, and we can get on with building other things. So this is a lot of back and forth by one person, but it's been 3 hours. It hasn't really felt like that much. I guess it's because I enjoy this sort of thing. Though hearing that you can't actually make, like, basic combat materials like ammo and soldier supplies is really disappointing. And it doesn't make any fucking sense either. So, make them an upgrade for the facilities that you can build those sorts of things. However, make us have to choose between multiple facilities that you can't just make one factory that specializes in creating one thing. So if we want to make soldier supplies, like a textile mill, so you can make soldier supplies, shirts, and the soldier uniforms in one building, but that's the only thing you can make. So you have to devote resources to building that facility, and then giving that facility resources just to make those things. Make outfits and soldier supplies and, like, bandages. Anything made with fabric goes in one building. And then for anything else, we have to make an ammunition factory to produce ammo. And then a weapons factory to make weapons, and so on and so forth. All of these places need to be, you need to make all of these things.
You're able to get in.
I can walk. I'm also talking to myself. All right, so we want to go down to the flat. But so, you have one building that makes things with fabric, a textile mill, and then you one facility that makes ammo, and one facility that makes guns. You have armories, and then you could do this, and you can tile this, but you have to make a material. You have to make a factory that has to be specifically designated for this purpose. And once you make it this purpose, you can't do anything else. So what you need is more factories and more space, and this keeps the facility growing. It's locked? Of course it is. See, these guys this is exactly what we're going to be doing. So I think that's a fair assessment that you have to expand the facility in order to process and create more materials, because you can only have factories that take up space that are designated for some things. So again, they might be overly cautious about this thing, but really, if you're going to be that cautious, you really shouldn't have put this in the game. So that shit needs to make basic materials to make those facilities more valuable to everyone. And the people that don't want to make a facility can still go to the factories in the towns and refineries in the towns to make all of this other stuff. But if you really want to get that shit going, you get a group together and you build one of these facilities that specializes in creating this material. They could expand it in a following update. I can see them adding a factory for ammo, but that's maybe not shirts to make normal factories obsolete. Again, they're not obsolete. You need them in the beginning to make the supplies before the facilities get actually up and running. And anyone that doesn't have access to a facility is going to need those facilities in the logistical town to make these things in the first place. So, honestly, this feels like it's over-designing a mechanic around a problem that is really not a problem. Wow. If you have facilities in another area, they make the facilities less important in those towns. Those towns are still important, though, because you need those towns to get off the ground. And when you build up infrastructure, wow, it makes the infrastructure-heavy areas less important because you have infrastructure elsewhere. Again, wow. It's almost like this is bonehead obvious. So I'm not exactly sure what kind of moon logic they're working on, but this is not the way to do this. those factories in those towns and the mass production factories are still useful, and you could even say, oh well, the factories in the player-run facilities produce less resources or do it slower than a mass production facility or an in-town factory, or they're more expensive or something like that. You could balance it in a way if you really wanted to emphasize this, but they could be exactly the same, and it's just natural. So I see that as kind of dumb. And logically speaking, it doesn't make any sense that you could produce these things, but you can't do the same thing in the same area. Like, how are you making flamethrower fuel without gasoline? How are you doing this? How are you processing gasoline into flamethrower fuel without the ability to process fuels into liquids? Liquids into fuels? How? So from a logic standpoint, this doesn't make any sense, and from a gameplay standpoint, it's being unnecessarily like nitpicky and afraid of like afraid of what'll happen when you do this. Again, if they were that terrified of it, they shouldn't have done it in the first place. So grab these. We may have to make our own fuel tanker, so we're gonna grab these and walk back very slowly. Unfortunate, yes, but necessary for this endeavor. Make this, we take this, we go over to the garage, we make a fuel tanker, we fill that fuel tanker up with fuel, and then we go back to our facility. Which, by the time we get back there, we'll have the construction materials necessary to make the coal processor. But they need to expand this almost immediately, or this is just going to sit here and say, oh, well, you can make fire things and storm cannon rounds for, the clans that really are the only ones that can sit there and make a fort for the storm cannon. Yeah, sure, this is a game that breeds, cooperation like that, but you could really make this more useful, and it really wouldn't be that bad. So, this is them sitting into a corner and thinking about things too hard and getting afraid of problems that aren't really problems, and coming up with reasons that don't make sense. I returned with worse internet. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Soul. Very sorry about your loss. I'm just having a talk here because apparently the factories cannot produce basic munitions. Those facilities are still important because they're the only places you can make them in the early war, and they'll be supplemented and maybe obsoleted by larger facilities later on in the war, but this is like not being able to make better tanks because the tanks, like, if super heavies, they're probably going to have their own problems, but imagine if you can make, like, what about the construction yards and in the garages? If you can make vehicles in the facilities, doesn't that obsolete the garages? Why is that a problem? Why is that not a problem, but the ammunition is? The ammunition and the soldier supplies and whatever the hell else is not a problem. Isn't this just how things naturally progress with the progression of the war from early to mid to late? What? Huh? So this doesn't make any sense, and I feel like these guys just sat here, talked a lot, and came up with a lot of problems, or think like 30, like Star Citizen developers, thinking like 6 billion, steps ahead and forgetting basic things, like the video game. So I feel like they sat there and talked about this, and they came up with a lot of things that are wrong, but they didn't have anybody to tell them it was wrong, and they created these fears about these things that stopped them from doing things, and no. So this feels silly, but we'll see what we can get out of facilities as it is. Like, for example, wouldn't it be useful if you could make a facility, you make a factory inside your facility that makes concrete for the bases that your clan is going to make? Wouldn't that be useful? I mean, fuck, you can make the storm cannon rounds. Where are they going? Into the public pool? Yeah, sure, but wouldn't you want to utilize this? You can't make vehicles in facilities aside from trains, battle tanks, and supers. For everything else, you need to build the base vehicle in the garage and take it to the facility and turn them into a variant you want. Yeah, facilities can make concrete. Oh, good. Well, Right, but the thing is, you can make vehicles. You have a light vehicle thing. You can make trucks and stuff like that. Yeah, like the light vehicle thing makes more than just, well, it's right here. You can make motorcycles, you can make trucks, and you can make container cars. Well, whatchamacallit, line runner, the flatbed car. You can make flatbeds. Oh, no, that's flatbed cars, my bad. Those are rail cars. But you can make trucks there. Doesn't that lessen the importance of the garages to make trucks? Wouldn't you want to be able to produce vehicles in the facility and then upgrade them in the same facility and then ship them by rail to the front without having to drive them all over the map? I mean, yeah, sure, you add some more things for balance here, but it feels like they don't want facilities to do the things that people obviously want them to do. Like being able to create things and then, you know, refine them into other things and then move them to the front. They let you do that with the materials, but they won't let you do that with tanks, which, again, doesn't make any sense. It means you can turn trucks into whatever is listed there. You still need to make the truck into garage. Incorrect! Because I already know this. This, you can produce trucks. What you want is the field modification center. That changes variance. You can make trucks here and then drive them into here and make them different trucks. That's what handles upgrades. So there's two different buildings there, so sir, you are incorrect. The vehicle modification center is where you make the modifications to the vehicles. You need to drive them in there, but the light vehicle construction facility will allow you to make trucks, and if it can do that, why not let it do everything else? And honestly, that's way more helpful to the game, honestly, because think about it. You're offloading a lot from the logistical towns, and while it's nice to see a buzz of activity in the logistical towns, holy sweet mother of Christ, is it a pain in the ass to get things done in a busy town. Like, the amount of fucking people standing around is just absolutely annoying. Like, all the trucks, all people moving around, and it's also, with the level design in Foxhole, it looks nice. However, it's a mess to navigate, and the maps are shit, too. So, think about how much you're freeing up in traffic. No, the other one to vet them is Tier 2. Well, that's the one you need to do modifications for. This you can make with Tier 1 material, 75. And if I can make... If you could, this is the only way to make the locomotives, too. So everything on this list you can make. So, sir, you are mistaken about this. This requires, yeah, Tech 2, but you need to build that. That's where you make the upgrades. That just produces vehicles. That facility is how you make the small gauge rail, locomotive. You need the large one. The large one produces the locomotive, and I'm assuming can be upgraded to produce the super heavies. Since you need a specific facility to make the super heavy tanks. So I'm assuming that you upgrade the large one into its own thing, which you can't make the locomotives anymore, but you get to make super heavy tanks. I guess you see once you build it. I guess you will see once you build it. Yep, we'll get there. But in my mind, why would you upgrade? That's a production facility, not an upgrade facility. And a vehicle modification center literally says it's a modification center. So, those are two different buildings, and if I can make trucks in the facility, I should be able to make anything else. Anyway, so this into some B mats. And there's no fuel here, so we have to be ginger about this. So I think it's like 100-ish. So we need to put 200 scrap, make 100 B mats. Right? And we'll make the rest fuel. We'll make some fuel, and then I'll go see if I'm wrong. The garage is right down the street. Just double check. Again, I don't know how it's working, but the Vehicle Modification Center says Vehicle Modification Centers, and that is a construction facility. But it says, well, Light Vehicle Assembly Station is an assembly station, so you're building shit there. So, we'll see, but that, in my mind, that, you build shit there and you upgrade in another building. Okay, fuel tanker. Where is the fuel tanker? There it is, okay. 100, yeah, okay. And unfortunately, I don't think there's a whole lot of... Well, we can steal it from the other... We can steal it from the stockpile over where I've been taking fuel and scrap. That's what we need. So, that's that. That's already 130... that was a bit wrong there, but the calculations... Well, I guess it's an extrapolation. It's like... rounding up. So it's like 2 point something. Well, actually, no, it would be 2.3. Or 1.3 is the conversion. So this we won't need. We only need 100 there. We'll get the fuel in a second. So the conversion is 2 to 1.3. That's where the 30 comes from. 0.3. So 200 to make 100, and if it gives you if it gives you 130, then obviously it was 1.3. So, yeah, the conversion ratios are just, you know, slightly different than what they say. Okay, now that nobody's here, take this, steal all of the fuel, and then come back. Come back to the facility, which should have what we need by the time we get there. So now we're cooking. Now we're going here. This took a really long time for me to do this, but you see, if the facilities aren't that valuable, you won't need dauntless people like this. Like, there's no point in you, an individual, speccing into logistics this hard. Because it's not immediately useful, especially in the early war. What are you gonna make? Trucks? I mean, you can make mine cars, I suppose. But, so, you can make trucks. You can't make the second facility without components, which is mid-war. You need sledgehammers for that. So you're limited to fire? I mean, it depends on how long it takes to make flamethrowers. You're probably not going to have the rocket trucks right out of the gate either. So rocket artillery is probably going to be a mid-war thing. You might have flamethrowers, but it's probably going to be an early research tech. So that might not be that big of a problem, but that's probably not going to be handed to you right out of the gate. What can you really do? I suppose we'll figure it out, but what can you really do with this in the early war? You wouldn't even want to build these. Unless, again, you were sitting there and you were going to be building them up for later purposes. But then, as an individual player, what are you going to do in the intervening time with that facility? What grander things are you going to do? You're going to do this all by yourself, and then you're going to go over and make a concrete bunker with a storm cannon all by yourself? No, you wouldn't do that. You can make storm cannon rounds for other people, I suppose, but that's a very small group of people. I mean, sure, lining like 5 storm cannon batteries up on a border is absolutely terrifying. But, you know, that's for multiple people in clans to do, not you, the individual. The Stolan, yes. Okay, so take one of these. Here, fuel this bitch up. Lots of inventory. Also, I think there's a submit the stockpile button here, or there's just a shitload of diesel in here. Change fuel package. Interesting. I mean, usually I haven't looked at a fuel tanker in a while. Before they used to stack. I'm not quite sure what this means, though. We can have more, though. 4 minutes to refine all this fuel, we can wait. Actually, we only have 2 more spaces. They must have changed how this works. Fuel's at capacity. There is no internal supply. I guess they changed it. Okay, 2. There we go. We're perfect. Fine. We'll come back for that fuel later as we need it. We're probably going to. So this, again, this makes sense in the early game for you to have to rely on a refinery, you know, in a logistical town in order to do all of this. But that makes sense in an early game standpoint, and as you progress down, you know, along the war, it makes sense that they become less important as you build up other infrastructure. again, I'm not quite sure what they were thinking when they thought this was a bad thing. It only makes sense. I mean, you know, people who run Logi towns and make them more efficient, God bless you, but obviously if we make facilities, it lessens the burden on the logistical town. But unfortunately, in the developer's head, that burden is their worth. And you must not disrupt that burden too much. But that's what the facility should be doing. Because it would be logical if you're having a problem producing things in one area, obviously you build a factory somewhere else. And you have two factories building the same things and everything's happy and dandy, right? So, unfortunately, we'll see how this goes, but this feels like a waste of mechanics. If devs explicitly rework the whole fuel system balance, tanks use half as much fuel and petrol is more available in other places. Part of this is that fuel trucks can't stack fuel, but their inventory was increased. Oh, okay, so this is a change to this patch. Okay. So they work the old way on the live server right now, but in this patch, they're gonna change how this works. Okay. Alright. I was confused for a second there, but alright. So yeah, this increases the need for fuel pipelines. So what? Yeah, no, that's the other thing you can do. Oil. You can process petrol. You can make your factory a petrol processing plant. I mean, I suppose that increases the production of petrol. If you can you can take in coal and diesel and then make petrol. That's a useful thing you can do even from the early game, I suppose. Question, can you have oil spills? I suppose when you break open a pipeline, you're going to have some spillage, or it probably just automatically cuts off. It'd be nice if you could sit there, light that on fire, and burn the whole fucking area to the ground, though. Oh no! Exxon Valdez! It'd be nice if you could set fire to a facility by doing that, but then maybe that would be way too easy for partisans to do. Sabotaging these facilities is gonna be a motherfucker. Okay, so that's plenty. Oh, good. Actually, no, it's out of power. It actually used up all of it. So, right, so this isn't gonna be a one-stop shop for shit. So you can't, that's the Stolon. You can't just link it up to the, okay. So you can't just link it up and fuel it like that. You have to physically sit here and fuel it by hand. But then again, we'll do that after we know what the fuck we're dealing with. So this complicates how tankers work, but this makes, I suppose, what this is going to mean is that the fueling station is going to work how trucks used to work. I haven't seen that, but you have to build that in a construction yard. So, Shift E, right? Still on. Put this back in here for a second, so we know what we're doing. So that means that it's going to, the fueling stations might work like, you know, how the trucks used to work, where that's the thing you connect it. You know, you wire up to other buildings or anything you need to refuel, and it sits there with a giant stack of diesel. No, just short, but we have 80. Okay, so we have plenty of salvage still, so yeah, get that shit cooking. Though there isn't a button. Well, actually, hang on. I'll check that, because this is just that's the Stolon. Remove reservation, refresh reservations, cancel refueling. Oh, okay. So you can press that. I'm not sure if you need that's just for the piping, but you could probably get that off of a refueling petrol power plant. Burns petrol in a generator. I mean, that'll increase the power, but holy sweet mother of Christ. It's 12 megawatts every 130, well, every 1 minute, a minute and a half. That's an increase. But that means you also have to have petrol, too, which you could refine, I suppose. You could refine that here, which wouldn't... That could be doable, but that's probably a mid-war thing. That's only really going to be doable mid-war. Unless you're able to refine petrol... Well, no, you need pipes. Actually, no, I'm doing it wrong again. You need somebody here to baby this, too. Ooh, yeah, it uses some ticks, too. It'd be nice if I could do this a better way, but probably the better way is just connect a pipeline, moron. Connect a pipeline, have an oil silo here, or rather the fuel silo. But that means I have to have pipes, which I don't have components for yet. I need to make tier 2 production facilities to make that. I don't know what I can do yet here, so well, I have to fuel all this. I'll check. But the fuel silo and connecting it to the power facility via a pipeline would allow it to fuel on diesel and not just oil or petrol. So a fuel silo looks like another thing, aside from a refueling station, a fuel silo is actually probably a good thing. Because there's two. There's an oil or liquid storage facility, and then there's a fuel silo. So the silo is probably connectable to this building. So that means you could just dump all of the resources into that. But let's get this cooking first, and then make that coal processing plant so we can expand this facility when we want to. So at least we don't have to keep running back to refine gravel. So yeah, this is taking a while, but this is actually kind of nice. I like this. This is actually something that's kind of therapeutic for me. I like this sort of gameplay. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to build... Actually, well, I have to get the I have to get the materials out of the garage. Oh, there's also... okay, there's also some materials here. There's some extra fuel, which I'll probably put that in the Stolon now. And then there's also B-mass. But okay, so put that in here. Put that in there, and then we'll go over here and grab these tier 1 factory materials. So how much of these stack? What's in a stack? 10, we need 50, I think? Okay, so it's 10 each. Fine. Move those over here, but they, well, they probably stack at 100, so there's that. Over there, that's your tier 1 factory materials. Come over here and make this coal processor. Where is the coal processor? That's the metalworks factory. We're going to need that for pipes. So we need to make that too, but that requires components and thus sledgehammers. So you're not going to be able to do that out of the gate. Okay, so then there's the... Where's the fuel silo? There's that. Fuel silo stores various types of fuel, including heavy oil, petrol, and crude oil. Does that also store diesel? It may not. And we also need to make the supply station, too, to keep this facility running. But first of all, coal refinery. Okay, so... Ooh, this is going to be kind of touchy here, but I think we can kind of just jam this in here and get away with it. Psst. Ooh, that's a bit ugly, but... Okay, move that really close. That's a little ugly, but I could have utilized the space better with the power plant, too. I didn't know it was going to be like this. That's kind of ugly, but if you shove the power plant into a corner, you may be able to get one of these right next to it, but then you wouldn't have any room for power poles. But then again, you could put it in front of it if you angle it right, but I didn't know that either, so it's a learning experience. Okay. Coal refinery, please tell me you can refine it to gravel. It's coke. Really? Okay. Coal, temporary, separate, non-volatile coke from the coal. Is that... Okay, what's the icon for gravel? Because there's a whole bunch of rocks to be. Gravel. That's gravel. We make gravel here. Okay. Well, you can make heavy oil here. Synthetic oil from coal, yes. You need water for that, too. You can't make gravel here. Again, attaching us at the fucking hip to those logistical towns. I want to break out of that by making this, but no, you can't do it. So why do I need this? I just wasted my fucking time. You might need coke for something else, but why do I need this? Coal liquefier. But then actually, well, actually in a roundabout way, you could still make fuel from this. You can't make gravel, but you can make fuel from this. So we create if we use coal liquefaction, we bring in water, which we need pipes for, but you make that, and then, well, we can probably get away with just making one by the end. This is gonna, you're gonna need gravel being pulled in from other sources all day long. A plant that makes gravel would be nice, but of course they don't want you to separate from the logistical towns too hard. But again, this is irrational. You should be able to do this eventually. Okay, so you need to make oil. Okay, then that makes heavy oil and then oil, or advanced coal liquefier. So it's heavy oil. You make regular oil and you make heavy oil, but you need, I think that's tier 3 construction materials. And it makes coke and heavy oil. What is this? Concrete. Oh, you make concrete here too. All right, fine. You can make concrete, but you can't make gravel. Sulfur too. Okay. Fine. Sure. Is that we're up. I guess we're just making we're just kind of making a circle here so we can take in coal and make oil and then make oil to run the power plant. So this became the Ouroboros facility. I can make oil to make I can take in coal to make oil, to make fuel oil, to make electricity. Again, the Dyatlov reactor is now, I guess. Okay, so you need that, but what else do you need? Okay, so what else? Okay, so what do you need to oil into a refinery? But yeah, okay. So 150 liters of oil gets you 150 liters of petrol. So this actually produces 150 a tick. Well, 50 a tick. Right? 50. So you need water for that, obviously, but then you could produce oil here and you refine it into petrol, which you put into a fuel silo, which then is pumped into this facility. Or is there another one that runs off of power? Is there another facility that generates electricity? Okay, is there a swap fuel button here? No. Okay, so you need another facility that produces power from petrol. Which one is that? Oh, it's not even okay, no, you make 250 spigot mortar rounds, not storm cannon rounds, which is kind of goofy, but that you can only use those in silver hands. You make ammo for one tank. Okay, these are all still okay. Metalworks factory for pipes. Which one generates power from the oil? That plans to increase what the facilities can make slowly in future updates, making them more independent so they can get a good idea on how facilities affect the logi system overall, and all in the name of balance. This is kind of still not that great. Okay, so oil refinery. Okay, we make petrol, but what's the facility that produce? Oh, well, over here. Power station, that's it. Okay, that's tier 3s. Okay, so we need to make, or tier 2s. So we need to be able to make tier 2 components. So we need components then. You can't do that early war, but okay, so we need a metalworks factory in order to take the tier 1 components and the tier 1 factory materials and components. At least we don't have to, well, we don't have to refine that. We can just bring in raw components. We bring those here and then make the tier 2s, and then we can make the power station, which obsoletes this building. But then we can we just bring in coal, and then it goes in a circle, and then it fuels the power plant. Okay. But we need more gravel. We need a lot more fucking gravel now. Okay, so what else can we do here? I gotta go to the bathroom again, but okay. So what else can we also probably want the light vehicle assembly, which we can make with basics. So we need more gravel. We need lots more gravel. Lots more gravel. I think we'll 55 with that. I'm not. You're gonna need more scrap too, probably. So that's how much do we need for that? 75. We might be able to get away with that, but we need more scrap in this machine. We'll go get that though. But I gotta go to the bathroom. I will be right back, folks. We're getting there. All right, I'm back. Oop. Oh, there we go. Okay, so yeah, like I said, great that they're going to expand what's going to be possible in these facilities. They really need to expand the initial offering, though. Like, holy fucking shit. You need to be able to produce more than just flamethrower fuel and 250 spigot mortars for one tank. You really need to do more than that. I mean, granted, you could probably upgrade that facility. I have to build it first to see what it does, but the only thing you could do immediately is just 250 millimeter spigot mortars and flamethrower fuel. See, where is it? It's right over here. The ammunition factory. This really needs to be able to do more. It probably upgrades this to just artillery runs, but that's kind of goofy. Y'all the best yet? We're getting there. I figured out how we're gonna make this facility run a little better, but we still need more fucking gravel. We need more gravel and we need more scrap. I think we're gonna have enough to actually make the, make a train. We're gonna have enough to make a train, boys. The facilities are also the only way to upgrade vehicles in the update. Oh, so you can't produce upgraded vehicles anywhere else? You have to, whatchamacallit, you have to go to a vehicle upgrade facility? Even if you research them, you can't produce them directly in a garage? That's interesting. Can't you only build the super heavy tanks at the facility? Yes, after exhausting amounts of time, yeah. It's gonna require components. I don't even know what it actually requires. We haven't even got there yet. Somebody's probably got the recipes already up, but you're going to need components, so you're gonna need sledgehammers, so that's mid-war. You're gonna need sledgehammers first, and then God knows what else. And whatever it is, you're gonna need a lot because you're making land ships. Which the whole thing is, wow, that's super cool, but holy fuck, the amount of resources you need, it makes it impractical. That's kind of the gimmick with, that's how super heavy tanks work in real life. It's probably how they work now. Wow, it's a really effective tank, but from the production standpoint, you're building fucking battleships and not tanks. Which, funny enough, isn't actually totally, like, a completely, like, silly hypothetical thing. The first tank building factories were actually shipyards, because they're the only ones that had the proper metalworking materials to actually make welds and rivets and shit like that. At least with the French side, the first French tank building factories were, in fact, shipyards. What we're gonna do first is we're gonna make the Mineseeker, and we're gonna hook into that rail system that already exists, and we're just gonna bring coal to this area. We're gonna have to make our own platform, since let me just double check here, because I don't think this platform is accessible because someone's a weenie. But then again, it's empty now. It was full of stuff. So is this actually accessible? Well, what if I take just a little bit of coal, just a teeny bit of coal, and put it in here. Can I take it out? Yes. Okay, this is actually public. So good. Someone's actually done our job for us. So you can make get a train over here and then access the resource station, and then load it into the cars and then pull back. Good. Okay, somebody was already doing this system. We're gonna load into the system too. And I'm probably gonna also make a resource. What is this? This is a resource transfer station at our base. So we have this is incoming coal, and then we have well, it's still incoming when it gets to the factory, but this is a stockpile here, and then it's waiting to be processed into materials at our base. My problem is that's really not all that useful right now, since we can't make gravel, so we can't really use this to hyper-expand the base too quickly, but this will be useful for making synthetic oil, which will eventually be used for power. Just check, you won't need to research vehicle upgrades anymore. Quote, while this will add an extra step for producing variants, it gives the players freedom to produce any variant they want instead of being bound to what the faction votes in the tech tree. But yeah, but that's the thing. Do you still have to vote for them and get them? Then if you get them, if you vote for them, does that mean you could just mass produce them in any garage? Or is it that you don't have to vote for tech variants at all, and you could just produce them at whatever the fuck you want in the vehicle facility, the modification facility, and you just research basic vehicles again? So right now, it would be actually kind of nice to have somebody over here just mining coal and putting it in that resource, that facility there, so that I can, pick this up with the train and make this a little quicker once we actually start making fuel oil. We're gonna need components next too, though, so, actually this road, this is a player road, I think, and it's degrading. Right. Unclear. My interpretation is the latter, as in you only research base vehicles. That would make sense if you only research base vehicles, and then you can produce whatever variants of that base vehicle you want in the modification facility. It adds a greater emphasis to actually making that. I believe it's based on you can make the mass production ones, then research the variants to make at the facilities. But then again, you won't need to research the variants. You can make them all whenever you want. That's the thing. They clearly say you're not bound by the faction's research in order to make the variants. This would mean that you're only bound by them producing the base models We're researching the base models to get the base model of the tank, and then the modification facility takes it from there. Maybe it's an independent research queue? We'll see. But yeah, this has taken, oh, Jesus Christ, this has been another fucking hour now. I thought it was, oh, well, it's probably only like 3 hours in, now it's 4. Boy, howdy, this logistics stuff is really time consuming. And if I was doing this, you bet your ass I would want this to be way more useful. Sure, it would go a lot faster if I had a lot of people here, but you'd bet your ass that I'd want to make this way more useful than just a bunch of obtuse shells and flamethrower fuel. Can I burn the napalm as fuel? Probably leave a lot of fucking residue in the engines. So it's this turn. So I added land ships as well as big stonking narrow lane guns to the RPG. A sensible, whatchamacallit, a sensible addition. Really big tank and really big counter. Bigger tank needs bigger gun. So I suppose what I can do while the gravel is processing is grab the scrap, or go scrap mining. Oop. Yeah, honk honk to you too. But I suppose I could be running around a little bit more now that this is all going about the way that it's going. So I can grab scrap. The auto miner's not on. I should probably fuel that, but actually, they have a fuel source over there, but I don't think I'm allowed to take from it. Even if I'm just fueling the thing. So, I'll go over there and check that once this is on. But we're definitely going to need more scrap to produce more Tech 1 parts. Also going to need components later too. Let's focus on making a shit ton of scrap. Also, there's also scrap mines over here as well. Salvage mine, that's 600. We can walk over there and get that. Here, and I think, depending on how things go, we're probably going to need to make a pipeline for water, but we'll see. We're fairly close to the shoreline, so that shouldn't be too difficult. Okay. Make gravel. This isn't going to stack, but we have plenty of fuel, so we're full now, but I don't think we'll need that just yet. We'll come back to it. Well, now it's in the public inventory, so I gotta take some of it. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have collected it to begin with. But I need scrap, so if anybody needs this shit, God bless. One grab, I'll take that. Anybody needs some fuel, God bless. I should have submitted it to the public stockpile, but God bless. Okay, so we've got this. We'll go over and get some scrap. How's this scrap field lower here? 41, that's not that great, but there's plenty of scrap over here. So plenty of scrap in the area we're at over there anyway. One reason I put it in that area and not this area is because that area was a little bit clearer, and that area has scrap too. And people weren't actually mining those into oblivion, but people are getting around now. Good, that's pumping. Not that much, but every little bit helps. I think this is a Actually, is this a component mine or a sulfur mine? It's probably scrap. Actually, it's scrap too. Fantastic. They're both running. And you see this? This is a fuel station. So how's this work? The hauler. Fuel container. Oh! Well, it's in the stockpile form. So is it running out of the stockpile? Hang on. So if I were to take one of these. Not the salvage, the fuel thing. Fuel container. So I'm going to take one of these and put this in here. These stack. No, they don't. Okay, so you're submitting it to the stockpile and it runs off of the stockpile. Okay, and then you would want to, what you'd want to do is you want to come over here and then, okay. So it runs off a stockpile and not a giant stack of fucking diesel fuel. Understandable. Good, okay. Also, you can only refuel once. Okay. Have you played with the train system at all? Also, the dev stated it will be another day or so until the big trains are added. I'll probably check them out when they drop. I thought all the trains were being added, but the mine cars, I'm getting to the facility just now that you can actually produce those mine cars, so we're getting there. And that's enough. Alright. Here. So I just helped out the team there. So yeah, okay. So that runs off an internal supply of fuel rather than a giant stack of diesel cans. So they completely changed how this works. That now replaces the old system. So that is a stockpile for fuel, and you can refuel out of its stockpile. Interesting. Also, I'm going the wrong way. I need the bridge. So, alright, so they've completely removed giant monolithic stacks of diesel fuel. So now what you get that giant stack of diesel fuel in the stockpile of the fuel container. That's the only place you get that. And so you kind of want a fuel container, but I have to actually make that and then transport it via truck from the construction yard to my facility. However, if I had someone here with a flatbed, I'd actually probably want that. But now, in our struggle here, I have now seen what we can do with the oil. However, we're going to need an oil pipeline and water pipeline. Actually, we don't need an oil. We'll make synthetic oil. Well, coal liquefaction. So I need water. We got coal in the area. I need water, which we can also get in the area. But we also need to go to a component mine, which there aren't any in this area. Where's the components? Holy shit, where are the components, guys? Oh god, all the way down here. And that's empty. Component field. Okay, there's some over here, not a lot. Okay, the component mines are still kind of... Right, there's a mine. Oh, this is going to be another long leg of work. Holy shit, guys, where are the components? Over there, and I suppose you're going to specialize where you need to go. You want coal in the area. You want scrap, but scrap is everywhere. You kind of just want to be near everything. You don't need oil, though. So you need water, coal, scrap, and components so far. Which, what do you know? You want to be in a logistical sector. Wow! Water's everywhere, though, so that's at least easy. Or nearly everywhere. Thankfully, though, I only need the tier 1 stuff to make the small gauge, and someone's already done half the job for me. And also, since, well, let me go look at that facility again, because I think I'm going to need that coal processor in order to make the fuel oil, since I may be able to demolish the coal processor, because I don't fucking need it. But I think it's the upgrade of that building that I need to generate the liquefied coal. And, well, we're gonna... though I'll be able to demolish the diesel power plant to put the other power plant in its place in probably a much better place. Yeah, much better placement, and I don't think I need to make the pipelines on gravel. I might need to put the silo on gravel, but not this. Okay, so we're back. We've got gravel, and let's have a look-see before we start actually poking things again. We're gonna run into a space premium, damn that tree, but we'll figure this out. Oh wait, I didn't go get the... Right. It's gonna take a while to cook all that gravel. Right, I forgot what I was doing. I'm delivering scrap. Right, and we still need to go... Once this is done, we need to go back to the town, get more gravel, and come back. I totally forgot what the fuck I was doing. No, not the power plant. Although I could make a material, like I could make a stack here or a foundation for the materials. Like I could just make a material transfer station right here. Which I probably wanted to do anyway. Yeah, this is a thirsty bitch. Like, I still didn't actually deplete the salvage, and I still need more fuel. This is a thirsty bitch. These diesel power plants really need constant attention. Transfer the materials. Well, there's that gravel. Gravel in there. That's not enough, but we'll get there. Plenty of B-mats though, if I happen to need them. Probably gonna need them for power poles. Okay, in here. So yeah, you want somebody just running diesel fuel once you get this, and also, yeah, space is a fucking premium. Since you need to run, since you can't make gravel, you can't casually, utilize more than optimal space. Even though you can kind of cheat when you see the way the metalworks factory is hanging off the platform. Space is a fucking premium. At least, maybe, I can make a flatbed once I get the light vehicle production facility up. And then maybe I can make a refuel station to make this a little easier. Then again, I could probably get a dump truck and get a shit ton of components over here. So that might be a good idea. We'll need a third truck, a dump truck. So I can go over there and get a shit ton of components and then come back here and make a ton of pipes. Fucking Mario Brothers production facility over here. Okay, we're still not out of fuel yet, so that's good. Probably gonna need to go get more, though. Okay, so how are we doing on this? It's 87. We need... Okay, so what's here? This... Yeah, so this facility being upgraded will require... We need tier 2 mats, so we need to work on that. Heats up the coal to a high temperature to separate the non-volatile coke from the coal. So that produces coke and sulfur, which I don't think we're going to need yet, but we want the coal liquefier, which requires water. This requires tier 2 materials, though, which we make tier 2 materials from the facility. This facility, which requires 125, but we need space to do that as well, and we also need components. Okay, so we're getting up there. We've got plenty of scrap. We just need to keep this shit going, and then we'll be able to make a coal liquefaction, and then we can automate the power at least. Also, what's in this? What's still left in this box? Some fuel, good, and some B-mats, and a sledgehammer. I'm going to need that. You fuel in there. And then B-mats in there. Let's go get that gravel. Although, well, I'll save those B-mats for later. I'll go get the dump truck later, because we still need to produce a whole lot of other shit. Although probably what I should do is, rather than go there empty, go get more coal. Railways do not count as a road, so do not ride them in trucks expecting to go faster. Facts. True facts. Railways are not... Trucks cannot use railways. Actually, what am I doing? I can mine this with a sledgehammer. What am I doing? This will mine faster with a sledgehammer. Inventory full. Also, I think these boxes do actually have coal in them, so I should probably pick those up. What's in here? Fuel, some coal, yes. It's a crate with petrol in it. I wonder if you could also put coal in the dump trucks now. That would be more efficient, too. So I may actually want a dump truck. Now that I don't really need B-mats anymore. You probably can't transfer the gravel with it, though. That's probably the thing. Though, it would make sense if you could. Because it's rocks. It's just fucking rocks. For whom it may concern. Eventually, we'll be doing this by railcar. That's next. Okay, so that's what I can do. I have to bring back coal, though. I have to bring it to gravel, though. But if I'm running coal to be produced, I could also go to the scrap mines and bring back scrap. But actually, well, I'm only going to have so much gravel, though. So I'm going to have space for scrap. So that's what I can do. There's a trade route there. You can bring coal to the refinery town, and put it on for gravel. But you're only going to get so much gravel from the coal because there's just not enough. The conversion rates. Ah! Hey! Oh no! I hope that didn't eat my truck. Uh-oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I really hope that didn't eat my truck. Okay, we're over here. Origin. I really hope that didn't eat my truck. Okay, this is over here. Is there anything over here we can make utilization here? I mean, this is probably all squad locked. Okay, this has some materials. Is this? No, okay, so somebody else is actually making these, so hey, we can benefit. And there's a fuel station over here. Ooh. I might have to jack that, because, well, this is the dev server. And there's a crane, too. Ooh. And there's a train! I want to produce my own, but I'll steal the fuel station. Okay, is this squad locked, though? No, it isn't! Well, I can get a bit of a preview, I suppose, of what a facility that works right looks like. I will probably steal that refueling point, though. Because it's the dev server who's coming back for that. Good on you for doing all of that work. But I want to be able to do this myself, though. So maybe I won't. I really fucking hope that didn't eat my truck. Please, please God, let my truck still be there. Please, base God. Okay, is it on the other region? Did it appear on the other side of the map? That was a lot of coal and also an entire truck. Oh, thank God. Oh, nope. Oh, thank God it's still here. That's me, though. That's me. That's myself there. I'm pretty sure that's me being AFK because I disconnected. But oh, thank God my truck's still here. Oh, thank God. So, what I'm seeing here is I'd like somebody's help here with a dump truck who's just moving scrap and coal into the refinery towns. Well, moving coal into the refinery towns, and then moving scrap into my facilities. At least for right now. But then someone would have to bring the gravel back, since you probably can't move the gravel with a dump truck, even though you probably should be able to. Probably should test that. is scrap here. We can make enough scrap for a dump truck to see if you can actually carry the gravel. If you can, I've just obsoleted this truck. Though it would make sense if a dump truck to carry gravel. It's not like you're carrying explosive materials or something like that. A little ahead of myself there. Man, good thing car accidents aren't a thing in this game. So there's this. So all. What I should do is now go get some scrap and refine that a little bit of scrap into beams. Just a chip. You almost got that. Oof. So go over to these refineries here and get just enough scrap to make a dump truck, just to see if I can actually take gravel in the dump truck. Because if I can move coal and scrap around with the same truck, and then also being able to bring the gravel back, I'll have a much larger inventory space then with the dump truck. And would it make sense to have a dump truck that can move gravel because you're just moving fucking rocks? Come on now, you're just moving rocks. Take all of this, and this will probably be enough to actually make enough B-mats to make a dump truck. Or if we can actually make a dump truck, we might only be able to make a dump truck in the facility now. We'll see about that. I didn't see it, but there were plenty of variations of vehicles. Let's go to the garage. Let's dump this off to make beam. Actually, before we actually make the B-mats, let's look if we can actually build it in the garage. Let's make a fuel tanker just fine. Can we make a dump truck? It's technically a variant. Can we make a dump truck? Hauler, yes. Stolan. That's the flatbed. No! You cannot make a dump truck anymore. You need the facilities to make dump truck. Well, oh hi, Argo. Oh hi, Argo. I have just figured out with horror that you cannot make dump trucks in the garage anymore. You need the vehicle facility for that. Well, so I don't run you over. Hang on. Well, these are unnecessary, but we can probably take all the gravel. Right. Where did Argo go? Where did he go? Well, Argo, if you can hear me, there's plenty of things to do here. The most important time-consuming thing currently is creating gravel. We can make everything else in the same area. Or if you want to go down and get components preemptively, you can. So get yourself a truck. Yourself a truck and go get components. I can handle most of the things over here by myself currently. Although, with our inventory, we can go get more scrap. Because the gravel is taking forever. So we can just hop over here and grab what remaining scrap there is and run over there. We need to get ready to produce pipes, though. So the way I see it, we're gonna need 2 more spaces, which we have 100. We have 200, almost 400. So we should be able to make 2 spaces again, and I think there's a little left over in the machine as well. What we need a materials storage bin, and we need to get on the chain of producing pipes. So we need 2 spaces right now, maybe 3, because we have to produce. I'm not quite sure what we can build. We need to make all of the obviously the pipelines and like fuel silos to actually store the synthetic oil, so it can be transported to the power station to be utilized like that. And we also have to remake the power station, but this all requires basic material, or rather factory materials. So we can demolish the power station once we have enough materials to then produce the better power station, but that will come last, as we need all the things to create the other stuff first. So yeah, Argo, if you can hear me out there, mystically, I'm trying to communicate through the warp. Go get a truck and start loading it up with components. We're gonna need components for pipes. Also, we're going to need more gravel to make a water processing plant, and water processing plants are going to be quite important. God, boss, I might have to make my own, so it'll be a minute. Right, you probably. Unfortunately, the logistical train isn't, functioning, but there's plenty of scrap around, so you'll be all right. So we need components over there. And I'm about to make a material storage square, platform, material storage area. So you'll be able to dump the components in there once you get them. So we'll have those on hand once we actually have the facility to use them. Which should not take too long, as I think we're just about to get that. And then we can make the pipelines that make the facility more easily, basically self-sufficient at that point. And then we have to bring the water in, so we need another pipeline going to the shore. But that's why I placed it on the shoreline. Question is, how do we make those? How do we make a water pump? That's going to be a thing, since it's right over there. But how do we make a water pump? And has anyone made a water pump yet, either? Okay. Okay, we're still cooking. Good. Okay, well, not the that actually can't go in there anyway, so. Okay, there's that. That's still cooking. 133. We need a little bit more in order to actually make the next facility. And then the gravel can go in the CV. Make another platform basically right here. And we can do Jenga rearrangement of this power plant once we actually have the ability to make the other power plant. Got plenty of fuel, too. Damn these fucking trees, though. They really need to be able... We really need to be able to demolish trees. Okay, some B-mats, too, if we need that. Okay. So we're gonna come over here. Make 2 more platforms. Ooh, this is a tight squeeze. Perfect. grab it here. I might have to demolish that power pole up there, but I'm hoping it just kind of lets me do what I'm about to do. So, one there. That placement is inefficient, but I have learned. This is why I wanted to do this. Space is a fucking premium. Do whatever you can to maximize space. We also need that vehicle production facility, but that may have to wait a sec. Because we're probably going to need the tier 2 materials anyway. We'll probably get rid of this box over here once we're done. And then we have another space over in this direction. This is a very weird... Now we're the Tetris Z block here. I'm probably going to build another platform in my direction. That's probably going to be where the train links up. There's that. And then the rails are over here, so we're going to start building in this direction. But can I make another platform here without disrupting the power pole? Yes, actually. We're going to need to move that power pole, though. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the very edge of the facility to the northwest is going to be nearer to the rail lines that already exist, and we're going to link into those rail lines. And then we're just going to create a loop that comes from that coal plant all the way to here. Probably going to need to make a signal too, just so we don't ride up to their facility. And then we'll also probably make one to going to the scrap mine as well. Hell, we could probably if we can make a water pump, we can probably actually make a liquid car and then pull that with the mine car as well. We could just go down to we could just make a rail line going towards the ocean and have the water pump, whatever the hell it is. I need to actually look. Grab the water pump and then have it basically being stored at a station on the, on the shoreline, have the train roll and pick it up and then roll back. We don't need the pipes yet, but the pipes are going to make this way easier. So by the time we can do that, we could probably make pipes too. So that's probably not necessary, but we'll see what we can manage here. I'm gonna rearrange the fuck out of that power pole though in a sec. But 100 and actually we can make 3. Ooh. Slowly accelerating. Production. Expansion. Good, so now we got some space to play with. But yeah, that I really should not have put that fucking power station like that, but unfortunately, I didn't press right click. I didn't think to press right click to move it around, but this is what we know. We now know this. Really be careful with the space. And we have more gravel cooking back at the town too, so that's good. But this is functioning the way I expected it to. We're still kind of attached to the logistical towns, but I really would like expansion of these facilities and self-maintenance to become a late game thing. Just make it really fucking expensive. We'll work for it. As you can see, I'm working for this. I'm clawing tooth and nail. It's been 4.5 fucking hours, and I'm still perfectly fine. I will work for this. Make it as expensive as you like, but make it attainable. They talk a lot about mountain goals. Well, self-sustainability or independence for one of these facilities from the logistical hubs should be a mountain goal. If you're talking about fucking mountain goals, not like a big fucking train. Or a big fucking crane. Big train, yes, that's great. A big crane? Yeah, that's cool too. How about energy and, you know, production independence from, you know, the logistical town. Declare independence from the Earth. Hail Xeon. Also, that's basically now out of fuel. I like to get the... Come on. Shift E. There we go. It's still on. Or rather... Are you trying to build Cargonia? Yes. For Cargonia! Cargonia declares independence from the colonial war machine and becomes the third faction of Foxhole. The neutral nation of Cargonia, where ex-wardens and colonials operate together to produce stuff. They produce cardboard boxes. Hail Cargonia, land of stolen things. That would be funny if you could do that. You could, like, these things become independent to the point where, like, it would take an immense amount of OPSEC breaking, but you could have wardens and colonials just have a ceasefire and form an independent nation in, like, the corner of the map, and just build a facility, stealing resources from both factions. That would be interesting. Of course, it would mean that the factory is basically Luxembourg. But it would be funny if you could actually do that. It'd be kind of a waste of time there, but it'd be funny if you could actually make a sort of a small pseudo-nation and then proceed to start selling supplies to either side, produce things and then sell them to either faction. You have a ceasefire, you have a non-aggression pact with both of them, so if they walk into the facility, anybody can ask for anything and you give them to them. You give it to them no matter what faction they were. But then again, that might be complicated because there's no VoIP, so you'd actually have to have, like, interpreters now. Where if somebody from the Warden comes in, you need somebody who speaks the Warden in order to talk to them. Okay, so that's some power. Good. Okay, so what else can we do? We don't have any gravel. Left, anyway. Well, I have some gravel, but not enough. Okay, so what can we build now? I can make a material storage thing, but I can probably get this a little bit further. Actually, not too much. I kind of want it. I want it over here somewhere, so the train doesn't really have to go anywhere. But we could probably just extend it. There's a rock. Yeah, there's only one space, so we're gonna have one more space. Yeah, so this is where I'm gonna plop down one more foundation here because of the fucking rock, and this is where the train's gonna offload. This is where the material storage is gonna be. As for anything else, okay, let's see about them pipes. Well, the pipes in the vehicle storage facility or the vehicle production facility. That's 75. What about the metalworks? Right. So the metalworks would need to be over here somewhere. So, the question is, does the fuel silo have to be on... Okay, so, the fuel silo, does this have to be on... No. That does not have to be on a foundation. That can be built basically anywhere. But does that... Okay, yeah, right. So, it'll tell you when it's not applicable. So, you don't have to build that there. Liquid storage facility? Where is this? A pipeline valve, metalworks. Where's liquid storage? There it is. Liquid transfer station. That must be built on this. Then again, a fuel silo might be okay. But then again, we need something to take in the water, so, I suppose we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess. So, Metalworks Factory, though we can probably build another foundation on the other side of the road, too, and run the pipeline underneath the road for water. Okay, so I suppose the most pressing thing is the Metalworks Factory, because we're going to need pipes. Okay, Materials Factory, we've got enough here, so I want all of these, thank you. Oh, well, now I broke it. So I need 150 for the metalworks, I believe. We'll bring them all because this is the vehicle that's going to be building shit anyway. Okay, so ammunition, metalworks. Oh boy, that's huge. But you can kind of cram this on here. Okay, so where's the power? Okay, on the front. That's ugly, but it's actually space efficient. That's a tad ugly, but fuck you, it's space efficient. It says you can do this. Make an entire guild out of it, a secret society. Yes, the secret society of Cargonian. The Cargonian Freedom Front. Okay, now what can this facility do? Okay, so we can upgrade to a large industrial furnace, cauldron, liquefying materials, and removing impurities. Okay, so the heavy oil we can produce into assembly materials. I don't know what we use assembly materials for. Sulfur and tier 1 parts to make, again, assembly materials. You probably need for factories. And then blast furnace. Materials. Okay, so you really need that for pipes? Oh boy. That's lying. Do you need heavy oil then? Okay, so I need an oil processor next in order to make heavy oil. What do we need to make heavy oil? Actually, we need heavy oil and light oil. So we need, oh boy, that's great. So we need heavy oil and advanced coal liquefaction, which requires tier 3. Actually, we can't do that yet. So hang on here. There must be something in the middle here. Heavy oil. No, it's like heavy crude. It's basically, it's crude oil with shale in it that needs to be refined before it can be used. I think. If I know my things. If I know my stuff, then that's how it works. Oh, like heavy cream for baking. Yeah, something like that. You need to research. Go look up what heavy crude is, and then that'll explain what it is. Okay, so actually, no, those are for upgrades. Right, those are just for upgrades. We can do like I'm looking at the upgrades. No, the building can't do anything. No, yes, it can. Oh, also okay, so we need processor tier 2. We need components, and we need construction materials, which we can do. Which we have a facility to make those, and it's pumping them out quite nicely. So we just need the components here now to make this. Then, okay, so we get this, and then what we need to do is the power plant. Or, well, the vehicle assembly would be next. Power plant requires... Okay, this facility generates power in exchange for oil or coal. 10 megawatts. 10 meg... Okay, so we can use... Well, actually, we could use coal and water, or just oil. So we can actually just use... We don't even need to process this stuff. But I suppose petrol would give us more efficient power, so we could probably upgrade the power station to use petrol instead, and it'll give us more efficient power generation. So, interesting. So we don't even really need to... that's not terrifyingly pressing right now. Okay, but what about the vehicle station? Because we're gonna need... Must be built on a foundation. This is a big motherfucker, too. Oh, boy. Area obstructed. Can we kind of fit this in here? No, we can put it over here, but then that's taking up space. Oh boy. Actually, we can kind of have it over there too. Okay. Too far. Kind of shove this in here. It's the fucking power plant. Okay, maybe we shouldn't build this until we're actually ready to do the power plant. So I can just demolish the power plant and build something else. Okay, what about water extraction? We need pipes for that, but what about water extraction? So, what do we do for water? A water pump. Oh, okay. Must be built over bodies of water. Okay, okay, so this... You just need basic materials, and then we can go over there and build a water pump. Let's see if anyone's actually built the water pump. So if anybody's made any water down the shoreline, because we're going to make a pipeline from here over there. And also, there's not a whole lot of room for this. So has anybody built a water pump over here yet? Man, there's a lot of... We probably could have made a foundation on the shoreline over here. It don't look like anybody's made... It'd be nice to be able to see those on the map. But, okay, a landing craft. Okay, sure. That might be useful, but sure. Random landing craft. A crane. Somebody's been doing something out here. Did they make a water pump, though? Another crane? A rowboat? No, okay. So I don't think anyone's made a water pump yet. So that'll be interesting. So yeah, we probably could have made the foundations over here. I didn't realize how much fucking space there was over here. So we probably expand the facility over here. We could probably have power lines across the road to a larger facility that's built over here. And which will be closer to the water, which, again, we can use the pipelines to bring water over here. This is... I kind of made a whoops here, but... Alright, fine. I should have scouted a little bit more. Okay, so nobody's made a water pump yet. Terrain unsuitable for the structure. Okay, so basically we need to build that out offshore, and then well, it's probably, well, we can generate electricity to it, so we're gonna need power poles, which good that we have those beam outs. Okay. So what we want to do, what we're probably gonna have to do, is we need types of fuel, heavy oil, okay, so you need the liquid storage for water. So we're gonna need liquid storage over here, but it needs to be built on a foundation, right? Yep, okay. So probably... we could probably stagger this out a little bit, though. We could probably put that over there, and then maybe... But then again, we also just make a pipeline. Okay, so what really needs... We need to be able to process this. So I suppose what we should do is... Well, we could place the power facility here now. But we need... Actually, no, we can't do that. So we need the components in order to make that. So we just sit here for a little bit. We need the pipes. So now I need... Argo, if you can hear me, we need the components now! Now we need the components. What? Preemptively? Actually, we may not even need that. Hang on here. We may be able to just hook that up as it is. Hooray! Getting into the region that has components now. I'll get them to you as soon as you can, as soon as possible. Good, I'll just manage the facility as it is. Get ready to make, I'll go get more, go pick up more gravel and get ready to make the trains. Yeah, that seems like let's get ready to do that. That seems like the most sensible. But let's have a look-see. How big is that power station? Whoa, Lord. Okay, we're gonna need more space for this. Good golly, Miss Molly, that's huge. Okay, we're gonna have to make this across over here somewhere. So I'm gonna need another... Okay, so maybe what we can do is we can have... Okay, so what is really being processed over here? This is coal, right? Okay, this is gonna process coal into coke, or it's gonna this is gonna be making the heavy oil, or rather the water. It's gonna take in coal and water and produce. So maybe we can move that over there and just have this be the metalworks production. So maybe we can actually, let's see if we can make a foundation over there. We don't have the materials for it right now, but let's see if we can make a foundation over here. So split this facility up a bit, I suppose. So this is just for construction materials here. Also, it helps to, really helps to know how much fucking space you have. So scout around before you slap one of these fuckers down. Okay, so foundation. Far, surface not suitable, so well, you can make one over here. But you're gonna need more than that. So that's literally only one square. Or rather, you could probably make two. You could probably get away with two over here, but what about over here? What if we made this a bit far and then connected it via pipes? Surface not suitable. What about over here? Too far? What about... Okay, out from the... Again, we could... If I could make bombs and rockets, we could move a couple of rocks. Surface not suitable. Okay, you can't build your castles on sand. Okay? Noted. You cannot build castles on sand. Shame. Okay, so you can't put it over here. So, okay, so we have to Jenga tower some facilities over on that side, because you will not be able... We need to make space for that power facility. Which means we need more gravel. So if we must expand this much, well, okay then. It's gonna be a long-ass pipeline. So there's some space over here, too. There's plenty of space over here, so I suppose we can make the power plant over here. However, that means that we have to physically move the coal around. But then again, we can also make a train track from over here. And there's too many trees over here too. So we're gonna have to separate this area. So make the coal, which goes over here. I probably should have planned this out more if I was going to use a rail network. We can probably sneak a rail car through here, but that means we have to keep this area clear. So this is going to be kind of a weird thing. So what we're probably going to do is probably put the power plant over here, so we can kind of just, like, have those small gauge rail cars snake up here with the coal, dump it into the facility to make the fuel oil, and then move the fuel oil over here. Well, actually, we don't need that. We don't actually need that. We don't need to do that because we can just connect it with pipes. So where is pipe? Pipeline. Where is pipe? Does this actually even have any pipeline? I don't think it does. Well, I think it did, but hang on here. So, coal refinery. Ah, it does. Wait, What the? It's not on the visible model, though. Oh, sweet mother of Christ. Okay, so is it over there? It would be over here, then. So it would be in there. So you'd be able to build a pipe there. So if we build it, if we take the pipeline and hook it up. No? Overhead? No. Well, we can use that too. Pipeline underground? No. I'm going to assume that you can connect the pipelines over here. Pipeline valve? Controls the flow with the pipeline requires a wrench for adjustment. Okay. You can keep those rates exact, but so does it connect in there? Or does it? Oh, wait, hang on. Does that do that? I'm probably gonna have to shoot it, but does that have a valid connection? How the fuck does this work? Because it says it has connectors for it. So, what does that mean, though? Or, okay, so there's oh, wait a minute. No, because that's the wrong side. Right, okay, it needs to be up here. Or rather, put this here, and then move this over here, and this, no, that's wrong too. Or area obstructed. So, what if we do here? Okay, make this here. And then connect this over here, and still no. I don't know if those work. That's interesting, though we could just demolish the structure and make it again. We have plenty of those materials. We're out of scrap. We're out of power now, so we need more fuel. This is a fucking eyesore. Actually, no, it's producing. Oh, actually, wait, what the fuck? You have scrap, but oh, it's just going slowly. You guys looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. Burns petrol. Right, so that burns petrol, but well, we can upgrade that to burn petrol, but what about the bigger power plant? Where can we produce petrol, though? I don't think we can produce petrol. We can produce oil. No, there's an oil refinery. Which produces but that produces regular oil. We're still going to need fuel oil. Well, just oil, as it were, to produce petrol. Which only takes 50 BMAS. So, we could do this with this facility. We don't need the big hawking power plant, but it'd probably produce more energy. And we wouldn't have to go through the step of producing it with petrol. However, that would require less. Less work, maybe? Hang on here. Okay, so hang on here. What am I looking for here? Okay, so this petrol, 50 million. Runs off petrol. We need that. We need the oil, which 150 liters. And then you'd have petrol and the power station, which doesn't run on that initially. You have to upgrade it, most likely. We don't need to make tier 3 materials for this, though, but we're going to need to anyway with all the pipelines. So, I don't... Let me see if we can get these to connect. Where would the... Oh! Okay, they might be blocked. Okay, so that connects fine. However, this does not connect. But the question is, why? These do not appear to be working. Or they are lying to me about exactly where the connection points are. There's no snapping points at any point over here. But you can connect them into the power station, which again is incredibly awkwardly placed. So how the fuck are we gonna do this then, if this isn't allowing us to do this? They might be bugged. Since I don't see actual connection points there. Oh, wait a minute. Intake and outtake. I didn't notice that. But, Okay, so this is in, but again, it's not allowing me to connect it. Am I missing something here? Nope. There's no snapping ability here at all. That's rather bizarre. Those might be bugged, in which case that's going to be kind of annoying. In which case, how are we going to transport the water? Unless, you know, we do it physically by hand. At least we can get it into the area, I guess, but... That might be bugged. Or at least incomplete. So we need something to produce the fuel oil, or rather, hopefully the oil refinery connector ports work? Which we could try? Why are you stuck again? You have power. That still has power in it. Huh? Odd. Or are you not producing enough? No, it's 5 megawatts. Now it's dead. Well, no, it's still... Oh, it's not producing enough power? Huh? None of these buildings are being used. Looks like we're gonna need 2 power plants. That means we're gonna need more fuel. Ay, ay, ay. Hang on here. So what if we disconnect that? Ah! Okay, so it's the power poles. We don't need to be connected this much. Okay. Right, it's wasting electricity. Right, okay. Okay. So don't unnecessarily connect things. But if I were to... Well, that's already connected. Actually, no, it's connected over there. But what if we... Do I have any beam mats in my inventory? No. Okay, so connecting multiple power poles just wastes electricity. Okay, where's the... See these over there. Okay, that's obstructed. Maybe that's just too close. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I have to demolish that and move that away. Maybe that's the problem and why it's not snapping. It's too close. Although there'd probably be mats in there too. But, so, if I were to make the spool of wire... I'll have to go over there. So, can I connect it to this one? Okay. Nope, too far. So we need the extra power pole over here. It's a bit of a waste, but it's okay. So we do this over here. Does this cause the system to seize up? Yes. We need more power. So that was the minimum amount of connections. Okay, so that facility is not... okay. We need more power. So how do we get it to... Well, okay, that draw... So we need 2 power plants. Fug. I suppose that means that we can demolish this one and go make another one and make them, maybe orient them better. So if we need to do this, I suppose, yeah, no, it's probably better if we just demolish it and build another one since they're not that expensive to build. So maybe we can orient these a little better and actually have more space. I just wanted to make trains, goddammit. It's been 5 hours? I could steal one from the other facility, but that's not the point. Okay. So how much does it take to build a power station? Oh, it's just 150 VMATs, which we have. Okay, so we need to make 2. And we could actually rearrange these so they're actually better arranged. So what we're going to do is we're going to demolish the power plants and put them in a better situation or better spot. Oh no! I can't actually get rid of it. Why not? Can't demolish a structure after 3 hours. Motherfucker, I built it! Don't tell me that! That's a problem. I could shoot it a lot until it fucking breaks, but... Oh, god damn it. That's a dumb rule. Why can't I get rid of a structure I built? I'm the one who built it. But okay, so we need more power, and we straight up need more power in order to actually construct the pipes needed to do everything else. So, oh well. Okay, so we're this is going to be a bit messy, but we have to do this. Okay. Okay, so we need 2 power plants. We could well, though, we could... That would require more gravel, which I need to get anyway, but I suppose this is just a lost cause here. Area obstructed by... Via what means, sir? Via what means? Everything's just over here. Now, move this all the way the fuck over here. As far as it can go so we have some space. For the pipelines that we also need to reconstruct the oil facility to actually make. Phonto and... Oh, why yes, I would like some factorial in my Foxhole. The fact they're not as useful as you'd like them to be, and they're also having a little bit of teething issues. Why can't I get rid of a structure that I built after 3 hours? You require more Vespine gas. Yes, we require more gravel. That's the thing of the strip. We need more gravel. Also, and then be very sure where you're putting shit. I guess part this shit out. So you're gonna be designing shit. You're gonna get yourself a third-party client so you could play Tetris with this shit before you actually build it. These are thirsty bitches, and we need... Oh, good lord. Yeah, I might need to make a... Yeah, I'm gonna need a fuel silo for this. Or rather, the fuel refueling point to keep this shit going. Until we have pipes. This is a fucking disaster of a fucking area, though. My goodness. Okay. Well... Since we're here, and we're doing this now, well, wait until we actually have the components to do this. I need to go get more BMAT, or more gravel, so I can actually make this area and make the receptacle, put it right here, and then make the resource receptacle so all the coal can go here, and all the components can also go there. Jesus H fucking Christ, this is a titanic undertaking for one person. But now we need more fuel, too, since we're out of fuel. Oish. Suppose we can make the vehicle production facility there. This is gonna be way easier with more people. I can see it now, but oh, sweet mother of God, this is a lot of work. And also, yeah, you're totally fucked by your placement. Do not fuck up the placement. Get super good at playing building Jenga. Or building Tetris, more accurately. Get super good at building Tetris. We're probably gonna run into decay time problems. Though I think because we're in range of a relic base, we probably won't be decaying. I hope. We're fairly close. I haven't checked the hit points, though. On my way back with the components. Thank goodness. I'll be making you a place to actually put those in a sec. I think I have enough to actually make the resource, even with the power plants down. I think I have enough to actually make the receptacle, so at least we can just throw them somewhere and you can go about your business. Oh. Mirror match! So one person just making gravel makes this shit go... will make this shit go way faster. So, yeah, you're gonna want a gravel man. But also, you can't burn all the coal in the area, because when you burn all the coal in the area, you run out of power generation. I heard it would be too much for one group, let alone one person for all this. No, this is perfectly sustainable with a group of people who know what they're doing. So one guy doing the construction, and then the other people bringing in the raw resources, like scrap, but you can automate a whole shitload of stuff. A group is fine. One person, this is kind of a titanic undertaking, you can still kind of do it. God, that's not enough for two, but that's close enough. Take some fuel, too, because we're gonna need it. Get some scrap, too, so we can keep producing that one. But the fuel supply is a bit odd. You need somebody running fuel until you actually have a fuel supply. But you would have someone sitting there stacking up delivering jerry cans from a tanker into the fuel, the resupply, the refueling point. You'd bring that there. That wouldn't take too long. You just need a flatbed and a crane. Which you can build a crane in these facilities, so that's not bad either. So you need a bunch of people bringing in the raw resources of fuel until you can actually, fuel, scrap, and then coal until you can automate this or do this all by rail, or most of it by rail. It's not an impossible task for a group. It's honestly well in hand with a group. It's kind of hard for one person to do all this shit. That I will concede. This is kind of hard for one person to do by themselves. At least we're getting on the pipes. The problem is going to be fuel. We need more fuel, and Argo, that might be the thing we need you to do next. I'm gonna have to steal some fuel out of this because we're gonna need it. Well, no, I don't have any space. Fine. So you get the components, and I'll put down at the area so you can just dump them there. I might need you to go get a flatbed and go to a construction yard, make a refueling point, and we can put it down. There's a couple of cranes in the area we can steal, but we need to put that down. So we can actually have an area to just run fuel into until I get all of this shit running. Depends on the size of the coordination of the group. You could do this with like 3 people. I think you could actually do a perfectly fine job with 3 or 4 people. 2 people could probably manage this perfectly fine, like me and Argo about to prove. But this is definitely a group effort. But 4 people who know what they're doing can manage this. And really, you only need the other 4. When the one person can construct everything, you really only need the extra 3 people to bring in raw resources from the outside. 5 would likely make it easier, yeah. But the thing is, you just need people bringing in the raw resources, and one person can sit here and build everything himself. So we have one person making the gravel, one person bringing in the fuel, and then one person bringing in scrap, but you can somewhat automate this a little bit, because you can bring in coal and scrap by rail. You can bring in water just totally automatically by pipeline. Components, you're going to need somebody to do, so there's that. But you can, once you have components, you can start automating. Running this facility without the ability to automate is going to be a massive bitch, but really the massive bitch part of it is just fuel. You're going to need lots of fuel. Which, I suppose, in a way, the Dyatlov super reactor would actually be a very valuable public service, so that people do not have to sit there refueling all of their power plants before components are available. So you can make shitloads of fuel, make a massive power plant, and then start daisy chaining it to other power plants. So the Dyatlov reactor might actually be a really good idea early war. You just have to make a really big power facility, but once you have that facility powering a grid, that grid will power all other facilities in the area. You just keep expanding and expanding and expanding, and all you're doing is just bringing diesel via scrap into this area. Scrap grows on trees. You can manage this. It'll be a thirsty bitch, but you can keep that running. Hi, Argo. Right, so let me... Actually, yeah, over here. So let me dump the gravel into... Oh.
Now we can talk remotely through the squad chat.
Okay, it's G, right, okay. Right. So I'm gonna make a foundation. I'm gonna make the material, what is it called? The resource transfer station. I'm gonna make that, and you can dump the components in there, as well as everything else.
Also, there's an option for reserving vehicles for squads, so I can enter any vehicle you lock.
Okay, so foundations. Section 2. Alright. Whoops. What do you mean area obstructed? Ah, Jesus. I am learning a tremendous amount about how bad placement can really fuck you up here. So that's the most important thing, is proper factory feng shui. It's one of the most important fucking things currently. 2 to shuttle resources, 2 to gather, and 1 to build. Yeah, something like that, Dancing Fool. You could do this with, like... You could do this with 3 people, 2. But, you know, making it better, you just have somebody one person responsible for gathering the resources, and then, you know, somebody to transport it, or multiple people just transporting their own resource to a central hub, which is this resource area, and then obviously one person just sit here and build. One person has, you know, is tasked with one resource, and then they just bring it in repeatedly, and the one guy building just sits here and builds. So I have now realized that, wowzers, this is really important that you get this locational stuff right. Okay, so the building facility, which takes, well,
While I was building stuff, I built a couple engineer uniforms. They reduced the weight the materials take. There's one in the box there.
Actually, I think yeah, okay, I think I have enough for this. Okay. Well, actually, do it like this so we have some space. Far forward as humanly fucking possible. Those fucking rocks! I hope I'm gonna be able... The small gauge should be able to get through here. If not, we're gonna have some interesting problems here. Okay, dump all that shit in there. And hopefully I can get the small gauge rail cars through those rocks, because fuck those rocks.
You mentioned needing fuel. Do you want me to go do a run for that?
Yeah, after you dump the components in that resource, the physical resource thing.
They're in there.
Well, submit the stockpile so that there's some space in there. So there's that. Yeah, go get fuel for the power plants.
Do you want to unlock the vehicle?
Right.
If you open up the inventory, there's a. I'll just do it. Never mind.
Yeah, I'll unlock
At the bottom, there's a button that's reserved for squad.
Okay, that's already reserved. This is already reserved.
I already did it.
Fantastic. Good.
That way, we don't have to keep locking and unlocking them.
Yes. Okay. We've become the people that you know is kind of yeah. I'm kind of annoying, but well, we're being self-sufficient. Ew, it's good. Okay, well that needs to go, but it'll probably despawn soon. So. Okay, so with that out of the way, we can start all the scrap and then the fuel, obviously. Fuel, put it in the power plant, start producing more tier 1 construction materials. Again, it's actually really shocking how placing one building the wrong way has fucked me up. At least I'll probably be able to get pipes in, but we need to actually start producing pipes. Okay, so construction materials and... Okay, so what else would we need here for... I still have no idea what's going on with the oil processor, but we can use this without the pipes. We do liquid storage and just huff it over here. We'll build another one somewhere else. That's that, and that's producing just fine. Plenty of that. We need this to actually start building the rails. Or rather... What's the small gauge? Okay, it's level 1s. So we don't, actually. We need to be able to produce the train, though. Which, that should probably be our next thing. Just plop that down right here. How many? We have 2, so I need more. Move that over here. How many are producing? So build 75. We don't have that many. So we're only running one facility right now. Yeah, we need to stack that up. So bring the scrap in. Although what we could do is start building those rails, which wouldn't take that much. But we need to be able to build a facility to actually make the train. Well, wrong factory. So as a test, I suppose we'll put this over here. We'll do this quick, and then we'll just run more scrap. Argo's going to get fuel, and hopefully this keeps us running. So that amount of fuel kept us running for a long time, so there's that. Okay, I've got... Well, I still have 1 jerry can worth of fuel. Keep that running, because we're only running 1 factory. We only need 2 right now. We don't need the 2nd factory yet. But then again, we need it for pipes, not rails. Right, so we don't have the big... I don't think the large engine's actually in the game yet, currently. So we only have the mine car. Well, actually, I need to go get the materials so I can build the rails. Okay, so I put that in the CV, right? Actually, no, I didn't. I put it in the truck. There we go. Okay. So, just for the sake of experimentation, let's go over here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to build a rail state. We're just going to link these 2 rails together. And I think we could probably... Well, we don't even have to go that way. We probably do. It's just, to make a loop around here, I guess. So, small gauge railway track. Okay, so... Foundation. Right, okay, that makes the foundation. We don't need that. Okay, so... What we like to do, because we're going that way. Right? Yeah, that's towards the that's where the resources are. So, want to do is we want to make this all connected to one point, but we want to be going the right way. So this is where the train stuff comes in, guys. So we could probably just make 2 trails, but we want to make this space efficient. So basically we want to make a loop where the train, though actually backing up would be in this phase, but no, but then you'd have to worry about coming backwards. So you'd have to back up. So you'd put it here, and the train would come into this area, then it'd have to back up over here to get back on the rails using a signal, and then once it comes back, it has to back up over the same thing, come back in. So, is there a more efficient way of doing that? Then again, you're still going to have to turn... You're still going to be backing up because there's no rails over there for backing up. So that's efficient. That's acceptable. Accepting the fact that you're going to back up. Though, it looks as though these areas being magically obstructed somewhere... Corner radius and valve. What are you talking? Oh, it's too sharp a corner? Oh, okay. So you have to go back farther. What do you mean the area is obstructed? Oh, I'm just standing in it. So. I'm over here. Oh, Christ. Okay, first of all, before we do that, can we loop around this? Because that would make this incredibly convenient. Nope. Obstructed, so we can't go that way. Because we're gonna make a magical loop around this whole facility, and people are gonna hate me for being incorrectly autistic. Oh no, Phonto, you've made it all fucking wrong. You idiot. You fool! Area obstructed by... Via what means, sir? Via what means? I suppose I can make the foundation? Okay, no, that's just obstructed. Forever. Fuck you. Okay, so we do this. Okay, that levels out. Well, we could just have it stop here, since you're going to be... Yeah, the curve there is a little inconvenient, but you're going to be backing up, so... Wow, you could actually make a lot of rails with that. It's a little goofy looking, but you're going to be backing up. So you're only going to need to, back up to get back on the other rail. So you're going to back up past the signal, go down to the mine, come back over here, backing up, right back to the signal. So it's a lot of, you're going to be moving backwards more than you're moving forwards on this line. Simple. Okay, so signal. Ah, okay, it automatically makes a signal. Okay, so you'd back up. Well, wherever we put the line is, you'd back up, you'd go down the line, and then you'd back up again, and come back over here, and then you'd switch the signal, and then go in here. This is not the most amazingly laid out line here, but that's good enough. That's not earth-shatteringly efficient, but nothing in this factory really is. Oh, I gotta take a piss again. I'll be right back. We're getting there. Good. Fantastic. It only took us fucking 5 hours. All right, I'm back. Can you believe that I thought this was only going to take a couple of hours and then we'd go play Gundam? Yeah, no, not today. Today is trains. Fully committed to trains. All right, there's that, and then we need to build a construction facility to build our own train, or rather the light vehicle, which costs 75, which I think I just kind of fucked myself out of using most of those. Are we out of power already? Oh my god, we are. Well, now we gotta wait until Argo gets back. I suppose I can go get more scrap in the meantime. Okay, what's... Not that. Yeah, just go get more scrap. Go get more scrap to process in the meantime. I'm not sure where that other guy went, but hopefully he's not going to be fucking around with our facility. But nice that that makes signals by itself. Well, those are scrap mines over there too, right? Yeah, the south. Good. Fantastic. They're full. Good. We have no shortage of scrap, which is some fuel. So good. So the heart of this whole little operation is just getting the power and then the tier 1 factory materials going. You really... Hey, what the fuck happened here? One of these is broken. What happened? Somebody done dare blew up our salvage mine. So yeah, the heart of this is just processing scrap into the tier 1 factory materials. You need a lot of this. You just need, or rather, you would like to have an excess. And honestly, having a tier 1 factory that just produces all that shit, just sits there and produces that via scrap is probably a useful public service too, for building other facilities. It's just that I wish they were more useful. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Somebody built a foundation over there. That is a tremendous waste. But we may be able to steal that. Somebody has built their own little facility over here with some fuel, but I'm trying not to steal everybody's. Keep off the buttons in the flatbed. Sure thing. I'm trying not to steal everybody else's shit. Hello, D's. Yeah, where did this guy wander off to? Who left this flatbed right here? I mean, it'd be nice. I mean, thanks for the free flatbed, I think. Once Hargo gets back with fuel, we'll have this shit cooking. But I can just keep running scrap, so we'll never have to refuel the scrap. We just have to keep up the fuel. It burns fuel faster than it ingests scrap. So, whoa, boy, you need to start this shit with a really, really, large stockpile of diesel fuel. How's the dev branch? Creating a facility is an arduous task, and they appear somewhat limited because the devs are seemingly afraid of making logistical towns less important, even though that's what this infrastructure should really do. But we're going there. It's been a learning process, though, so it's taken 5.5 hours, but we're almost to building a single solitary train. Amazing. So yeah, if you wondered about, is this a worthy task for logistical outfits? It is. They want to maintain choke points and resource lines. I mean, yes, but they said the facilities are going to be as valuable as logistical towns. Or rather, they want them to be as valuable a target as capturing logistical hubs. But they're not. Because they only produce, currently they only produce very limited amounts of materials. I mean, sure, the vehicle variant production is very useful. That might make it valuable, but not really. Wrong thing. Materials. Stockpile. Just keep this. What's the maximum capacity in this, by the way? There isn't one. Tech limitation is the main reason, mostly, but gotta go just here to check up. I don't think tech limitation is limiting them from allowing us to produce basic things like soldier supplies and a player-made factory, but okay. I don't think that's terribly limiting, but they seem overly cautious. To the point of being nonsensical. But it's a task, so if you want something to do with the logistical outfit, this is definitely something to do. See you around. Excuse me as I hoover up all this scrap. It's all going to a good place as soon as we have enough diesel fuel to keep the lights on. Then we'll worry about that water pump as soon as we actually have pipes. I don't know where that man went. I think he No, he didn't unlock this. I don't know where that mysterious man went, but he didn't unlock this, so that's kind of a problem. I don't have a wrench. I could go get one, but I don't have a wrench on me. If he was donating that flatbed to me, God bless him. But he forgot to unlock it. $5,000. Yeah, there is no limitation on that. So, you see, one person just doing this, just bringing scrap and dumping it in there would be nice. You also need one other person just bringing fuel in here. Like Argo's doing right now, and you can keep this little part of the train running. Obviously, for expansion, you're going to need somebody collecting coal and bringing it, but you could also have somebody in the area, you know, running a train, which brings the coal to the facility to then be picked up.
Right, I've arrived with fuel.
Thank God. I'm running back and forth to the scrap lines bringing in. So just put it into the power station that's actually wired up to things and just let it go. But, you know, somebody, you know, running coal with a train to the facility, and then somebody coming into the facility, taking the coal and then bringing it, you know, making gravel out of it and, you know, bringing it back. I might be able to make dump trucks, too. So once we actually get this facility up and running, we might be able to make dump trucks, which will make this easier. And then we get to answer the question, can they carry gravel? And we have 2 trucks, so one's expendable. So this is definitely a combined effort between rail and road. These people were building foundations and just kind of leaving them there. I guess they all got bored. Wait a minute. That's there. Nope, just beam mats. Damn. Doesn't have any gravel on him. Who fucking knew I'd be sitting here trying to get fucking gravel? Who knew gravel was worth its weight in fucking gold? Alright, Argo, to make this simple, I'm gonna keep running to these salvage mines until they're empty. To just keep, right now, just keep dumping or supplying fuel into this area.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Yeah, someone just dumped that flatbed in front of us. It's locked, but I think there's wrenches in the relic base behind us. I think he was donating it to us so we can go get a fuel point at a construction yard at some point. Are the auto harvesters unlocked yet? They appear buildable, yes. They are here. We've got stationary scrap harvesters. They run on petrol, though, which requires some, requires you do some things, but we're here. We're having a fucking hell of a time keeping the power plants running. They are thirsty motherfuckers. Cool, so skipping the scooping though? Well, they're here. We're using the mines are here. I just have to walk in and grab them. So I still need those for tier 1, tier 1 factory or facility parts? Yeah, facility materials. But I'm just grabbing here because they're grabbing them here because they're easy, and we'll worry about auto mining the salvage pool over there when I actually have the rails, to make the train. I still haven't actually made my own engine yet. I could steal someone's, but we're trying to do this from the ground up. So, those are materials, those are just here. I'll probably build a rail system up to that scrap point when I actually have the gents. 2-man facility? Currently. Mostly a 1-man up to this point, but Argo's now here building, he's delivering fuel, thank God. And I'm running over to scrap, so we don't have to worry about putting scrap into the materials facility. I can go off and go get more gravel or something. Respect LL. Seems like most people have 10 people sharing the load. I think you could do this with like 3 or 4 people, and it'd be acceptable. For 1 person, 1 or 2 people, it's a fucking task. But if you wanted to be super duper hyper efficient, yeah, you could have 10 people just catering one facility. I think you could do this with a 2-3-man group, and you'll be fine. It'll be kind of a struggle, but you'll be fine. One guy brings fuel, one guy brings scrap in, and the other guy brings in the coal, or brings in the gravel. I mean, shit, you can have one guy who just runs a train. So 3 or 4 people is probably alright. Depending on how you set up the rail networks to get all the materials. So you don't really need someone. If you set up the rail networks right, you don't need anybody running scrap. You just have some guy on on the small gauge train, just going to every scrap point in the area and every coal point in the area, loading up the train, coming back, putting it in the material stockpile, and then going back around again. Once you get this started, it becomes really good. The only problem is getting it started. Also, anybody in the audience that wants to come on to the dev branch in the Discord, we could use your help. So if you got nothing to do this evening and you want to help train, you may join. I could use a couple of extra hands. I like doing this, but we're gonna be here all fucking night at this rate. Although I could build a crane now. I'm pretty sure I could build that with the vehicle now once we actually have the parts to do that. So I could actually have a crane next to the material exchange, and then being able to use the dump truck to transport coal in mass to the refinery for more gravel and anything else. So maybe I'll build a crane next. we need to make that vehicle, light vehicle, so we can actually get the train. But maybe a crane right here. So it'll be able to wheel the minecart off the light vehicle factory that we were gonna put here, put it on the rails, and then also being able to pick shit up, you know, basically being able to, you know, take off a flatbed car, drop it on the ground, have people fill it with coal, and then send it off to get more gravel. This is Factorio at this point. Jesus goddamn Christ. Being able to make a marker just for you to tell where your facility is would be very nice. Like, it would absolutely flood the map if people could see everyone else's facility, but being able to say, hey, I want to know my facility's over here, and basically being able to, like, put a marker on it and it's yellow on the map, like, your current position, would be very nice. Specifically for your mini-map, too, while you're driving. That would, again, this would be very nice. There's so much fucking map clutter, it's ridiculous, but just for you would be nice. Being able to see where your base is, exactly. I mean, you'll memorize it eventually, but being able to see where things are eventually and have, like, extend that to your regiment or your squad, very nice. Basically making a squad marker, or, like, right-clicking and highlighting a facility for the squad, that'd be nice. Again, you can figure out where it is by, you know, pure brute force repetition. You'll remember where it is, but it'd be nice to see it on the map. I guess you can make a private post on your main map. You could also do that. That's probably what the devs have been doing, so they probably haven't really needed a specialized sort of marker for it. But this is something a QA tester would actually, you know, say to devs, hey, can we have a marker for our facilities? The devs would go, well, I suppose that would make that easier. We were just manning it up and, you know, being chads and remembering where shit is, but it would make things easier. But, so yeah, my interpretations of the Inferno update. Hey, all you people that went on strike over logistics, you got what you wanted. Holy fuck. You wanted logistics to improve and be more complex? You got it. I just wish the factories could produce more basic goods, but you wanted complexity for logistical game? You fucking got it. I could see myself doing this instead of Factorio, to be honest. I had somebody else, someone mentioned that they were uninstalling Factorio so they could play Foxhole after this update. So yeah, I think this is what people are, that's what a lot of people are planning to do. So, again, we really need the factories to be more important for this stuff, because this is, like, right now they can only produce, like, N-tier shit for people who are already producing N-tier shit like storm cannons. The storm cannon on rails, though, would be interesting to produce, but it really is, it feels like a late war use. You could build these in the early war to mid-war, but it really feels like these facilities are only going to become very useful in, like, the mid to late. There's really no point in making them early war, aside from to get ahead of, basically, be ahead of schedule, which is kind of unfortunate. Oh, they legit won't produce BMATs? They apparently do not. They don't make BMATs, they don't make fuel, they don't make EMATs, they don't make soldier supplies, they don't make ammo for guns, they don't make guns, they don't make outfits, though apparently you can make artillery shells currently and flamethrower fuel. I haven't actually made the ammunition factory, but those are the only things that you can make at base. The only things you start with is you can make napalm for flamethrowers, and you can make 250mm spigot mortars. Like, mortar shells. You could I haven't seen the upgrades for the ammunition factory, but most people have said that you cannot make, like, basic ammo, which is incredibly disappointing. I'll see when I get there after I produce all of them. I mean, as soon as you hit basic vehicles, producing jeeps, trucks, etc. would be worthwhile. Yes, and that is something that's valid. You have the upgrade system to you could produce light vehicles like trucks, and then have the upgrade station to make them whatever variant. And if you truck or train tanks and light vehicles to that facility, you can also upgrade them irrespective of what the faction's upgrading. That's useful. That's a genuine use. However, this in order to make full use of this implies that your chosen faction has already researched sledgehammers, which is a mid-game thing. Because you need components to make those tanks. You also need components to make the facilities that will make the locomotive. So Hauling with the gun turret is probably a variant now, too. Hauling with a gun turret? Wait, there's no components prior to sledges? I mean, the component mines? But those are rather limiting? So you really need sledgehammers to really actually get something going? So you need to research sledgehammers so you can start mining components real fucking quick and then actually start, like, cranking out vehicles and also get locomotives to then pull those vehicles to the upgrade station, upgrade them, pull them back towards the front line and actually deploy them. This has been my first war. It's a very complicated game as it is. There are ways to get around things, I suppose, but the resource nodes on the map are RNG. Argo is fueling that facility, so that means we'll have pipes soon. And I think this is my last load for this. I think we got enough. Okay, leave that there. All right, Argo, when you can, move the fuel tanker off the foundation. Here, we got 31. That's not a lot.
Yeah, I'll go stock it up first.
Dude, is your desync on? No.
I have some more fuel refining.
I mean, if you're worried about OPSEC, don't, because it's the dev branch. Everyone here is just fucking around with things, and that's what we're doing. You have screen stutter. That might just be the bitrate. Internet of the area is kind of choppy. When you run, your screen gets glitchy. Oh, that might be the Hang on. That might just be the bitrate. Nothing I can do about it. That happens in games like Stalker too, where just everything just goes to shit. Also, what happened to all the? Oh well, I think I made something with the construction materials. Did someone steal my construction materials? This was locked. No, there it is. No, they look like BMATs. Sorry. Duh. Well, now you know. Well, yeah, that I can't really do. I can't fix that. That's like when I play games like Stalker or like vegetation-heavy games, it just goes to shit. It's just how the codec works, I suppose. I could change it, but I haven't found an artful way of doing that. Okay, light vehicle assembly station, we need 75, so we're gonna be waiting here a bit. So I suppose I can go get more scrap while this is working. So that needs to go, and we'll just go get more scrap. Does VSync make any difference? Well, oh, that. I see it now. Okay, actually VSync may help with that. You're not talking about, like, bitrate, shenanigans. You're talking about there's actually a line in the middle of the screen where you can see the frames updating. So, yeah, that's VSync. I can't see that. You guys can for some bizarre fucking reason, but I couldn't see that. So there you go. Much better. So, yeah, that is a VSync thing. My bad. That's not a problem to me, but I understand that can be kind of annoying once you see it on stream. Now it's gone. Good. VSync does its job! This truck is nearly out of fuel, but hey, we'll take this truck to the facility. Actually, no, we need to produce two facilities. We need to produce the vehicle section, vehicle production, and then the upgrade station in order to make dump trucks. So very soon, one of these vehicles will be dump trucks. And if the dump truck can, does anybody know if the dump trucks can carry gravel? In which case, we will not need normal trucks ever. Yeah, it makes me wonder what happens to the Vic inventory when modified. Yeah, that process we're gonna have to see, but I'm gonna have to get more gravel. Also, we're out of salvage, so I suppose I can make a coal run, too. Also, while I'm here, I can just, scooch. And... Huh. Does this have any fuel in it? Yeah, I guess I'm just not close enough. What's the steps to produce gravel? Harvest coal, and then refine it in a refinery, and that's the only thing you can do with coal in the refineries. So you go to the Logi towns. Oh, well, I guess... Hmm? Why can't I refuel this? Huh? I mean, I could do it to these, right? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong... They moved that... It's up here. Sorry! I'm totally invested in logistical nonsense. So, obviously, the dump truck would not be able to carry anything processed, but it's rocks. It's literally just rocks. It would be so helpful if the dump truck could carry that. Today is almost Friday in California. Oh no. Okay, so I think that's... Yeah, I think that's all the salvage that's in there, and now I can probably go make a coal run now. Or I can start making coal runs and bring it to the hopper and just leave it there. And then, you know, go get gravel to expand the facility as I go. You're still gonna worry about that water supply, but that's another fucking undertaking. I'm gonna need way more gravel to build more foundations! But let's get that train out first. Good lord, it's been nearly 6 hours, and I haven't seen a... Well, I've seen a single train, but I haven't actually gotten to the point where I built a train. Okay, that's enough scrap. We just need fuel to keep that pumping. I could build that crane, though. Okay, how much does that crane cost? 10. Oh, it... Ah! Okay, you need to tier 2s, which means we need the other factory now. This is actually fueled, but it's not producing anything. So go actually, Argo... Ah, okay, so we can actually start running these facilities. Okay, so we just need B-mats, and we need to make the power lines. Good. Okay, so we can actually start running this. We can run these, both of them. So good. Okay. Hammer. Power line. Okay, so we need this power line, that power line, this power line. Well, actually, we need multiple ones here. So actually, it's this power line to that facility as well. Or we could just connect that directly to there. We didn't even really need that. But for the sake of, you know, properly doing it, that's on the grid. And... okay, that's now active, and now we have enough to run both facilities! Amazing! Materials factory. Metalworks factory. It does not have... well, I need to move the components over here now. Here I am trying to flip to the right seat in a multi-seat vehicle. I think you can do that with the control things too. So hitting control 1? Yeah, right. Control 1 gets you to the right, so okay. Okay, so components. Well, actually I probably The minecart, internal like small gauge railroad track would be useful for this. So let's just move all of these though. So you would need an internal. You have an external mine car or locomotive that goes around collecting all of the materials from all of the points, and then you have an internal small gauge railroad car that just goes around and delivers all of that takes, you know, those materials that the other train delivered, and then just fishes them around the facility. Haha, internal train network. You need to design your shit properly for that, though. This facility definitely is not suited for that. Or rather, this is gonna take a little ass breaking in order to do that. You mean by not having your power plant in the center? Actually, having the power plant just totally fucking wrong. I now understand how much of an absolute fucking menace it is that you don't get your placement right on these fucking platforms. My good lord, play facility Tetris right. Play it right or suffer. Like, cause that facility right there, planted like crooked and not on one of the edges, totally has fucked me. I'd like to demolish it, but it's been 3 hours, so I can't get rid of it. Okay, so now... Right, so now that's that. We can produce pipes like that as well. That's really all we need. Although we need some processed materials. So what I want to do first is I want to get, and I think we have enough now. What I want to do is I want to get enough construction materials to make that vehicle production facility before we make that crane. Then we can go over there. So, however, we're wasting a bit of power by doing this, but let's do it quick then. Just listening to this has been cathartic after my day. Thank you, Phonto. I'd like to think I'm somewhat soothing, I suppose, but okay, good, thank you. I'd like to think I'm entertaining, and I help people here just by running my fucking mouth all damn day long, so nice to know that I'm actually somewhat right. Okay, so this fucking thing. This does not need to be exactly square, but... Okay, there we go. And we're gonna put the crane right in that corner. No! Whoops. I bumped it. So this is light production. This will allow us to make, finally, the locomotive and its cars. You don't have to be absolutely amazing at, you know, Jenga here in order to get some of these facilities on where they need to be, but good lord does it help when you are on the ball. Okay, so the construction material facility is here. Does this need power? I don't think... No, it does need power. Okay, actually you can make dump trucks here. All right, you need 10 materials and you need power to do this, but okay, motor pool. Ah, okay. You could just make everything now. Motor pool, artillery factory, half-tracks with guns on them, light vehicle assembly, smelter, heavy field gun. Ooh. Scorpion, okay, right. Then you can also, the scrap hauler, that you make scrappers here. Vulcans, let's see, light tanks, assault tanks. The weapons platform, Stygian Tallow. Okay, that's the tank destroyer one. So you need to have a tank assembly to the DAE Reptura, I think is the super heavy. So you need that. We're not doing that yet. We're making trains, which needs, oh, that's what you need those facilities for. Oh dear lord. Thank you, Argo. A wrench. Right, we're absconding with that. I'm gonna make a train in a second. So that's what you also need the what is it? the plates, the assembly materials to start making vehicles. And those icons are really fucking small. So it looks like that's sulfur or gravel. Huh? Okay, what else do you need now? Is that the KV2? No, it's the super heavy tank, not the KV2. Oh, okay, so you can... No, okay, no, there's that, but... Oh, you need to upgrade the thing. Which then produces the material. You need 2 material factories now. Since you have to upgrade it to a forge. Ah! Okay, this... Can I demolish this and get this out of the way? Good. An acceptable loss. I need to get that out of the way. We need the space. Oh, good. Some materials have got recycled. Fantastic. We need the space. I can make a... Well, I can start making cranes with that, too. Well, start making bars. Did it destroy everything in the building queue, though? I didn't have anything in there that was... I was gonna... we're gonna do coal liquefaction, so water and coal make oil, so you can run a power plant like that to make things a little bit more efficient. The only problem is that was so crammed in there that I couldn't access the pipeline point, so I needed to get rid of that anyway. So thank God that you were able to destroy that. So we need another factory, though, in order to start making the train cars. So that's gonna be a bit of a thing, but we'll get that as soon as we have the crane over here. So you need 2 factories. Also, what do you need to upgrade? So you need 2 material factories. What do you need to upgrade this? 200. We have enough for that. It's just a question of fuel. I think we have enough scrap to be producing that much. It's just a question of fuel. So the most important thing, seemingly, is power. Oh my God, those produce 1 at a time. You need 25 of those for a crane. Oh, sweet mother of God. Wow. Holy sweet Jesus, this is slow. Okay, so these are now conscripted. I guess I got enough time to run for gravel and coal. There's that. We won't be using that for a while. But I guess I got enough to get in a truck and then drive that shit off and go get more coal. This is in a rather inconvenient spot. Let's move it. Okay, so now we're gonna go stockpile coal and just dump it in there. We're basically doing the train's job. This is what the train is gonna be doing once we actually build the train. We're gonna go over here, we're gonna hammer coal, we're gonna bring it over here, and once we make the crane, we're gonna utilize the... whatchamacallit, we're gonna utilize the flatbed and the resource car to carry the coal back to town to have it refined into gravel so that we can expand more. But first, coal. I should have taken my sledgehammer, but fuck it. Ding, 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 ding. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. Coal for his pipe, and his coal for his cane, and his, coal for his fiddlers 3. Now every fiddler had a very fine fiddle, and a very fine fiddle was he. Oh, I can't remember the rest of the song. I got a question. What happens with the war when 1.0 releases? Is it just going to continue or reset? I believe it's resetting and we're just going to have a new war. Because this is such a tremendous fucking update that you need to reset the entire server to have this. This is basically upends a whole lot of shit. So I think we're just gonna start a new war. So the war currently, completely worthless. Apparently they'll reduce the VP requirements until the war ends, but that delays the patch, though. Unless they're just gonna they're just gonna release all of these mechanics onto the server in progress, totally fuck the war, and then be on way. No, like as the patch approaches. Okay, good. Okay, so basically what they're gonna do is they're gonna make it easier to win the war, and then when the war if the war happens to end before the I've seen this before. If the war happens to end before the patch hits, they'll be in like armistice mode or fuck. I can't remember what it was. They'll just hang around in like post-war. And then the patch drops, and then the new war will start then. I can't remember exactly what they call that mode. I'm thinking about getting the game before 1.0 and learn logistics and stuff on the dev branch. I mean, you could. There's a lot to learn here, and learning on the dev branch is probably a very good idea. Because this is an entirely new system for doing things, and while some things for logistics like production are not really going to change because they've actually limited factories a lot, you're still going to be basically being in logistics towns. You'll learn quite a bit. So if you want to get into the game and this interests you, yeah, you're going to be learning on the dev server until the 28th when the patch drops. So you can sneak in here and just, you know, play around with low substance stuff until the patch actually drops. Also, there are 2 sledgehammers in that fucking thing. God damn it. So when do we fly around in the sky while a blonde German lolly yells at us for getting in the way of her next promotion? I don't know. Planes are lost tech, as are small angry German lollies. You might be able to import those, though. You might find a lost tech bunker with a cloning facility, maybe. Also, note to self: don't drive your truck on race. Is it normal to just find random people and start doing stuff like logistics? And what you are doing now with randoms? It makes sense. I mean, Argo is here, you know, part of our Discord here, but you can totally go into a field and mine scrap by yourself, and then go and dump it in the stockpile at a refinery, or actually produce that into something useful, and then just leave it in the stockpile, and somebody else will take it when they need it. So you could do that. All right, over here. I'm a pseudo-random. He's a pseudo-random. Okay, resource transfer. Bam, coal. There's some extra coal there. And now how many things? 6. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while, and I'm also gonna have to move some of this stuff over here as well. Keep this shit topped off. We're gonna need to make another fucking materials factory. But as soon as we actually have enough pipes, I don't think we need any tier 3 construction materials to make any vehicles, though. Right? No, you need tier 1s. So we need stockpiling tier 1s, and then the assembly materials in the second factory we're going to have to make. Also, there's no liquid. Rail truck, transporting raw materials. For transporting large resources and munitions over short distances on small gauge tracks. I don't think you can carry liquids in the mine seeker. Huh. And the material pallets for the sake of having material pallets, though you don't really need that much. At least not yet. How's the fuel situation going? Well, these are acceptable right now. Okay, so more coal. Just more coal. More coal until we can make that crane.
Is there a crane over at the coal fields?
Well, there's a crane there, but we're making the crane here, so that requires 25 tier 2 resource, which is what's cooking now. We have enough for it, we just need to sit there and wait until it actually produces them. So we could totally steal a crane, but I want to make the crane just to, you know, having done the full self-sufficient thing.
Well, I was going to say you could bring the flatbed, but we would need a crane here to unload it.
Exactly, which is the crane that we're using right now, or rather the thing that we're going to make right now. As soon as the tier 3 materials are done being made out of the second factory, we need 25. Okay, some coal there, coal there, coal there. Okay. And grab a sledgehammer from one of these boxes. I like to use the other storage boxes. That's that one. And there we go. That's the one with sledgehammers. Right. I thought that was just a hammer. Well, it is hammer, but it's a bigger hammer in the middle of the other hammers. Make this go a little faster. Full after one tick. And after we do this, the train will be handling all of this. All we have to do is mine it and then bring it to the already made resource pallet over there. And then we just bring the train in, load up the cars, and then roll it back. However, we also have to make the crane. We have to make the train and all of the cars to do this. Put the excess in here. Also, fuel. Oh my god. Can we get away with carrying one of these? Yes. Taking that. We need that. We need that to keep the fucking factories running. Boy howdy, is fuel a way more important resource now. You are probably not going to have the refinery sitting there with like several thousand stacks of diesel. No, those are going to be used. People will pick those up and bring them to places they need to be used at. Places where that need fuel, like literally every facility. Somehow you need to keep the lights on. Got this for 6 hours and we're barely there. Whoop! Wait. Argo, how did you...
How did what?
How did you make this? I thought you needed assembly materials.
It was construction materials.
Oh, you just need that. Oh, good. This'll actually help a lot. Right, I didn't notice that. I thought you needed assembly materials for literally everything, but no, that's just normal construction materials. All right.
Yeah, the train cars require special materials. But it looks like the vehicle upgrades we have access to don't.
Good, and we can tell if these things can carry coal. They can carry coal because it's a raw resource. But what if they can? We'll see if they can carry gravel. Also, that is really cool looking. How does it tell you how long it's gonna take? No, there's no production in progress. You just have to wait for it to do its thing. That does look very cool. That's a very nice looking animation. Very soon, that's going to be a super heavy tank. How much? 13. Jesus goddamn Christ. That is hungry.
There is a progress bar, but it doesn't give you an exact time.
Okay, so yeah, until you get all this shit done, somebody bringing scrap in, somebody bringing fuel in. Ew. Okay, we're almost there, but we're gonna need a lot more for that. Oh boy. Godspeed you, Black Emperors. Very classy, Argo. I just noticed the sign. Very classy. Even though I think the band would hate us with how we bring this stuff into war, being, you know, anarchists and anti-war, but shh. They stole it from a motorcycle gang in Japan anyway, so shh. Everyone's stupid. So, is there a progress? Oh, it's about halfway. Okay, so it looks like I have enough time.
I'm going to have to make another fuel run.
Yeah, it looks like it. Though, if we wait a bit, maybe when we get the crane up and running, we can take the car off the flatbed, and you can go get a fuel, a refuel point, and we can dump that over here. And you could just start dumping fuel into that. But then again, we can also make a liquid storage thing, too. I think we're out of space for that, though. We're gonna need more gravel. But yeah, in the meantime, just keep the factories running. So yeah, go get more fuel. We'll think about this in a bit. See, that thing is fucking hungry. So yeah, your first job with the facility is power. Make sure you have a massive amount of power on hand, a massive amount of fuel on hand, so you can get, like, self-sustaining stuff. But, ooh, Jesus Christ, these things are hungry. Petrol, that's nice, but diesel, please. Bring that shit back. We need that. Ooh. Goodness gracious me. I gotta bring back more fuel. Coal can wait a bit. We're not even using it. But we'd also be producing petrol with facilities, right? For vehicles to use. Yes, but you have to build up the pipelines in order to do that, build up the facilities to do that first. But in order to do that, you need power. So you also need to upgrade the diesel plants in order to burn petrol in the first place. Which again, in order to use these parts, you're gonna need power to produce the parts in the first place. So at least initially, you're gonna need an assload of diesel. Inventory full. Okay. So, you first starting a facility, you need a lot of diesel. So just, I'd honestly recommend just getting a flatbed first thing and getting a fuel resupply point from a construction yard, filling that shit up to the top and bringing it over to the construction site, just so you have that for the first stages of building a facility. You'll thank me. coal. And then, that's not really all that much coal, but the bigger price is the fuel. And hey, the dump truck's ready. Great! Okay, good. So this is mostly topped off, but Argo's gonna have to go get more fuel. But you need to keep these fuckers running. Oh, good lord, you need to keep these fuckers running until you can get to a point where you can produce your own power to keep things going, but oh boy, you're gonna need these for a while. Though, if you have more people bringing in supplies, this is gonna go quicker. But we only have 2 people. Okay, I think we have enough. We probably, maybe, have enough to actually... Well, that's plenty of fuel, too. That's good. Leave that there for right now. But I think we probably have enough of the materials to actually build that crane. Nope, 5 left. Damn. So make sure this is all... Make sure this is rotating through. This should probably be the last that we actually need to get that. Yeah, now we just fill up the dump truck. And we also need some fuel for the dump truck anyway. We haven't choo-choo yet? Soon. Soon choo-choo. We're, like, at the final stages of actually getting to it, after 6 fucking hours of me figuring this shit out. I'm gonna build a crane, and then I'm gonna build a second metal, what is it? Materials facility? Yeah, and then we can actually build the things that build the train. Again, if you have, like, 10 people, this will go real quick, but, oh, God. Ooh. This takes a while. So, we hop over here real quick. Take the stuff that's already mined. Thanks for the stream. Well, glad I could be of some service. Put that in there real quick. Yeah. You want something to do logistics-wise with friends? Here you go. They have made this such an enduring, immense fucking task. That, yeah, you need some friends to come help you do this. This in itself has if the game didn't already do it already, this has validated the existence of logistical-only groups. I just wish the factories could produce more than what they do, but, well, we'll work on it. But we'll see exactly what they can do, because I'm not even sure of all the things we can actually produce. As you can see, the vehicle station can build whatever the fuck you want. But you can build them here, then. You have to upgrade it specifically, but you can build them here, and that means you don't need the logistics town just to make vehicles. So, hang on here. We might be totally wrong. I'm gonna need to make a weapons an ammunition factory to do that, to actually see for certain what the hell's going on, but, Okay, is that full? Yes, that's full. me my wrench and my hammer. You can keep the fucking thing. You can keep the ammo. I'm not shooting anybody today. Yep, Argo's here. It'd be nice to have anybody else. If anybody else wants to hop on the death branch, we could use a hand. Taking all this coal and making it to gravel so we can have free expansion. But you start to see how this starts to accelerate once you start to build up, once you know what the fuck you're doing. So it's probably going to take, well, about the same time I'm doing this right now, it'll probably take a normal group this time to actually have trains and establishing, like, a reliable sort of network. Okay, that's 5,000. I think we have enough tier 2 mats to make a crane now. One more. God, that takes forever, but one more. What's this make? Blast furnaces. Make some other stuff, I guess, a little bit more efficiently. Oh! Oh! With the recycler, you can make scrap into oh. Ooh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's very good, because then you can make your factory basically a component mine and produce tanks way ahead of schedule. Ha! Granted, that's very slow, but ha! Interesting. And you need engineering station to make these tier 3 mats, unfortunately, but that is very interesting. Oh, you have to click these one at a fucking time. Let's be standing to retrieve something. Oh my god, they're heavy. Oh my god, they're a heavy resource. You have to build like, oh shit. Okay, this is where the metal pallets come into play here. Wait, where did it go? I put it in here? Where did I just put the... Oh, there we go, right. Right, so this is where the pallets are going to become useful. So how much does it cost? BMAT? Well, congratulations. We don't really need it yet, but you're laying out a pallet and then just hitting V next to the factory and stacking that shit out. I've got BMATs for that, so... What do you mean? I've got 25 BMATs. Oh, and this has been in stockpile. 5 seconds. Do I need a crane for this? I think I need the crane, which is good because we're gonna make the crane in a second. But you can have that, and then somebody basically pulling out girders. Oh Jesus. Ooh, Lord. So you could put them over here. Well, you could... What you would do is you come over here and then... Oh, well, now that's in the wrong spot. But you put them on the pallets. But now I have to move these over here and submit them to the... Well, Is that submitting to the right place? Oh, my God. How are you supposed to make a crane, then? You need 25 of these. Oh, wait, no, you can just put them in one at a time. Okay, I get it now. Okay. Oh my god, this is... Okay. This just became a people problem. Okay, I'm gonna need my whole inventory for this. This became a mass person fucking problem here, so you have to come over here, you have to take these... Actually, I could probably stand over there quicker and get this. So, you go over here, run over here, put them in, run back over here. Argo, dear God, the tier 2 mats are heavy objects. You can only take them out one at a time.
Well, we have just found a manpower shortage.
V. So, actually, yeah, pulling this shit out and putting it on a fucking pallet just became an important job. But then again, that's also an OPSEC security thing, since some people can walk over and steal it.
We're throwing it in the crane?
Yeah, remember, just hit V.
Or digger, rather?
We're gonna have to keep doing this, too, as we build it, since it doesn't hold 25. Okay, 2 more. Alright. Do me a favor, I'm gonna move the CV over to the area where I'm gonna make the crane. Just keep bringing them to the CV. There, put the crane right over there. I don't even think we really need to put it, like, I don't think we need to put it on a foundation, but probably they're gonna bitch us.
Oh, you can put them in the dump truck. Or not.
Ah. Well, hang on. No. Hang on. Hey. Bump into that. I didn't right-click, so. Wait. Huh? I thought it was 25. Is that wrong? Oh. My mistake,
10.
it's 10. I'm an idiot. Well, there's a crane. It looks so nice. Ah, but the first order of business... Okay. Enter. Well... Oh, it doesn't have power. It needs power. Good thing you don't have to, well, make power poles on the foundations. That's too far. Oh well. All right. Oh. All right, Argo packaged that.
There you go.
My, what an efficient use of space with only one pallet. Must be really fucking heavy. Alright, so now that this is seen to... Boy, that tree's gonna be really annoying. We don't actually need this, so we're gonna put that there for right now. And then we're gonna take this off. move this onto this platform here. Actually, we have just enough to actually fill this. Just sit here playing click, clickety click click. Oh, it's full. Alright, she's full. Oh, well, I have to... God damn it. I fucked it up. I didn't package the materials in the thing. Ooh, that's an awkward spot. Alright. Package this. Amazing, kinda sloppy, but functioning factory. Alright, Argo, your new task is to bring this into town and just refine it all into gravel and see if the dump... Well, actually, you won't have to, you'll have this truck. Just refine it all to gravel, put it back in there, and bring it back. Because I think you can put gravel in that. Whoa, hang on. Let's double check that real fucking quick. Let's double check this real quick to make sure that gravel can be put in this. Otherwise, you're going to need another container. It cannot.
There's space in there now.
Well, no, not even that. You physically cannot store it in there. It's not accepted in this container.
Can the large container only hold one resource at a time?
No, it can hold multiple resources. It's just that it's just raw resources. You can't have anything refined in this.
Okay, well that's interesting.
So that is a logical issue. How would we solve this? Since it's not a raw wait, no, coke's refined. What the fuck? Why can't gravel be put in here now? You actually have to refine refine gravel into coke. That's an oversight. Huh.
Can we put gravel in the dump truck?
Actually, it's a great question. Let's check. Because it will say.
Because what I could do is I could dump the coal off, let that refine, and come back for the dump truck.
You can't tell. But you can dump all the coal in this. I can't tell if you can actually, like... Let me move it. Well, actually, we'll just put it back on. Because if that's that way, we don't need this. We don't need a flatbed anymore because it won't actually move anything. So package that.
We'll need it for the fuel thing you were talking about?
Yes, we'll need it for that. So you can just get rid of this raw container and then go make a fuel point at that construction yard. That will help a lot. But so yeah, just take this, get rid of the resource container once you're done, and then go to the construction yard and get a refuel point. I I'm not exactly sure what it's called, but it's basically just a fuel tank. So that's at the construction yard, and good luck.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Alright. Meanwhile, I need to make that second factory. Which will require... Materials factory will require... Oh, it's just 200 BMAS, which we have. Okay, we don't. That's not actually that big of a deal. The BMAS are now in that other truck. Yep, 200 BMAS. Hooray! Okay, so we do this, and then, oh, the power constraints might get to us too. But I think we can disconnect the first factory, rather than the second factory, because I don't think we'll need it. For the moment, anyway. We can save power like that. Also, we didn't actually need all of these processed materials. Good, we can put those back in there, and they could be made into pipes. We're going to need a lot of pipes in order to actually get the required resources for, you know, water. But you can't build castles on sand, unfortunately. Okay, so materials factory. We're gonna move this over here as far as we fucking can. Just so we have some kind of... Oh, Jesus. What do you mean terrain sewer? I just had this. Come on, where's the magic pixel? I just had it. Come on, where is it? Oh, okay, so like this. That's not what I was able to do before, but okay, fine. There. Close enough. And now this facility will process the scrap, or rather the materials, once I upgrade it, into the construction materials, and then we can actually make a fucking train. We have all the necessary materials now to make a train. We have all the facilities to actually make the damn train, we just need the other resources needed to make the damn train. 5 hours of banging later. Ah, yes, 5 hours of banging later, a train is born. Okay. Alright, what do we need to upgrade this? Okay, is there anything else we can accidentally confuse this with? I mean, these can... Oh, so these can produce a little bit faster if we change things up. We need smelter... We can upgrade that to just producing that. Okay, so this requires 200... Ugh, Christ. 200. Okay, so that's fine, that's great, that's fantastic. You have plenty of scrap. Why aren't you... Well, you're producing probably incredibly slowly. 200 of these. Okay, so this means metal press, smelter. If we have coke, where can we make coke? Oh, we can make coke in the refinery that I got rid of. But assuming, whatchamacallit, assuming, yeah, Argo comes back with gravel, we can actually go make more. But we can make coke in that refinery, and then we can upgrade this to be a little bit more efficient. And we do that with some coal refined into coke, and then we've got something moving there. We need 200 though. That's gonna take a while. But I suppose what we could do is kind of split this up a bit, but then again, that requires more power. So let's not connect that in there and use more power than we actually need. This, however, can start producing pipes. Actually, you need both. But then again, we only have so much. But there you go. You can make some pipes. We'll have some pipes there. That's what the components are all for, pipes. And if this is going to take this long to chew on it, yeah, we probably should. We're going to need some power poles, though. Unfortunately, I put the connector point way over there. I don't know how much this is going to strain the grid, but we'll find out. Okay, so how much are we using here? Ooh, 5 megawatts. I mean, that's on now, so we are basically at the fringe. 2 megawatts. Actually, doesn't... We might be able to get away with this. Let's see if everything jams shut if we move salvage. So that, I think that since that's already on, it's already drawing power, even though it's not doing anything. And we could just turn off the tier 3 factory to save some energy. Because we don't need it right now. It's just kind of there just to produce the pipes now that we're going to need later. Well, get to it. Oh, that's not connected to anything. Okay. So that's gonna jam... I didn't realize this is not connected to anything. So that's gonna jam shut everything. Okay, well... Okay, yeah, it's not... It ain't got enough power. And we just zapped it from the grid. So, this... We don't need you right now. That's producing power. Actually, we could just... We don't even need you to keep the lights on. What the... Well, actually, this stopped producing power. So what the fuck? Is this? I guess it's out of fuel. Or it doesn't have another tick to do that. Also disconnect the crane, I suppose. Welcome to the amazing world of energy shortages. Oh yeah, it was empty. So yeah, the heart of these facilities is going to be the power plants and the basic tier 1 material construction plants. You're going to need those. So you're gonna need lots of energy, and the other one just shut down. Why are these in here? Those need to come out. These need to go back in here. I accidentally put these in here like an idiot. Nope. Nothing unnecessary in there. So I'm not looking at the right. I was looking at this instead of this. Oh yeah, we are running low on fuel. These we're gonna.
All right, I'm on my way back with the fuel cistern.
Good. Oh, good. This is still full. Fantastic. We have reserves of fuel right now, but after this is done, we're gonna be out of fuel, so we have no reserves after this.
I do believe I have some in the refinery. I can take the fuel truck back after I grab the gravel.
Yeah, right. And then you just keep dumping that into the cistern. Let's call it that. That's simple. And the other factory has run out of fuel. But good, one of these is enough to keep these two running, so that's fantastic. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. We don't need anything else running at the moment. Right, this is enough. Right, yeah, so that's that. The crane's running, and this is disconnected, so we don't actually need... Well, actually, it's... Okay, I guess the smoke wasn't rendering there for a second. Move some more scrap over after I refuel these. That's acceptable. Let's go get the other one real quick. Oh, there's some gravel in here. Good. We're gonna need tons of it, though. Dump all of these into the other factory and see where we are. But at least I know how this all fucking works. So this is an arduous task, but at least I now know what we need. out of fuel. Welcome back, sir. Alright, I think I know where we're putting that.
I parked next to the train. I'm going to go back for the gravel.
Okay.
Or, no, I'm going to go get fuel first.
Yeah, we're officially out of fuel.
There is a whole 2 tanks left in the tanker.
Okay, we'll move this in here, and I think I could just kind of nonchalantly jam it right between these 2 areas, and that should be enough to just kind of refuel both. The cable should be long enough. Okay, so and twist it. Find a nice. There we go. Kind of nonchalantly, totally obstruct the entire area, but good enough to keep those power plants going. This is, again, learn organization now while you still have time. So now both of these factories should be able to refuel from this, and this will make our job a whole lot fucking easier. Now I'm just gonna take some scrap over from this because this pile is huge. The other factory could use a bit of balance. So, what I'd suggest is have a good foundation, for your facilities. Sort out your power, and then production facilities for construction materials first. Tier 1 construction materials, you're going to need a lot of them. So, maybe instead of doing the Tier 3 or Tier 2 immediately, maybe plop down 2 power plants and get, like, 3 of these Tier 1 factories up. You can convert them to something else later, most likely, but just so you have a shitload of construction materials as a surplus. Just to build everything else, because you're going to need a lot of things. So, and this is enough work as it is, keeping these things fucking operating. So, that's what I would suggest. Build a good starting foundation, and along with the actual foundations. Power, and then Tier 1 construction materials. Focus on that and create a lot of them. and then you can move on to either expanding further or doing something else. Okay, so we have 110 construction materials, roughly abouts, I think. And 94 here and about 20 in the other one. One more load, and I think that's split enough. So now we have about, yeah, getting on to 120. Actually, I think about 120. But maybe like 122 or something like that, so we just need time. Actually, there's some stockpile over here, so we don't need these right now. We'll need these for the car, but, oh my god, there's also 120 each of these cheap, oh, good lord. The engine's kind of expensive, these are a bit cheaper, though. Have these on hand, though. Just to add to the total stockpile so we can actually convert this to a factory that makes the assembly materials, which we're going to need, oh god, we're going to need coke. And petrol, too! Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute, though. So what are, I need to know exactly what we need to actually make these. Oh, petrol. Assembly materials out of sulfur. I can't see what those are, though. So one of those is petrol. The other one is, I think, coke. I think it's this. So it's petrol and coke. Oh, okay, so basically you need a forge. You need a forge to do this, and you also need petrol, so you need a we need another building. Good fucking god. Yeah, we're gonna need a day just to actually get locomotives running at all. Fuck everything else, just locomotives. Alright, I gotta take a piss again, I'll be right back. My god, this is becoming a nightmare.
Oh, thank God.
Oh god, it's been 7 hours. Oh no. 7 hours and we're not any closer to action. We're only still getting to the point where we can actually build a locomotive. This will go much faster with multiple people. Hello, Argo. 16. Alright, well, let's try this.
I put fuel in the cistern.
Alright, so, okay, it works for the first factory. There's at least that. Okay, so yeah, you just need to automate the ever-loving fuck out of this. If you had more people, this would go much faster. I understand why Tornado got pulled off to go work with those other guys, because Jesus Christ, you need people for this to make this go faster. How much is left in here? 11. Okay, so it's cycling very slowly. Okay, so it started at 16. 8. So half. Okay, so this, and now... Good. Perfect. We just dump fuel in the cistern and just tap that button. So much easier. Alright. We got here 120. 39. That's... 160? So what's the main draw of Foxhole? The main draw of Foxhole is that it's a persistent MMO war, so it's a war that's taking place in real time against two fully, fully player-driven armies. But also behind all of that, you have to create everything that those armies need to kill each other. So in order to kill each other, you need the soldier supplies to have respawns. You need the guns that those soldiers will use. You need the ammo for those guns, tanks, trucks, bayonets, medical supplies, everything. That's the draw. It's a fully, freestanding war, completely with logistics, that happens in real time over the course of several weeks. That's Foxhole. Fun idea. Holy sweet mother of Christ, is this a thing to manage, though? Alright, so it looks like what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make that water facility, so we're going to have to actually make these pipes. So, can we put this on without actually fucking up the entire grid? Well, actually need to connect it again. Okay, that's on. Is the grid stable, though? Nope, not enough power. We need more power to do that. We need another power station! Ah! Which I could probably have fit in here if I hadn't put this one retarded like this. But, ah! Okay, so if we move stuff around, we can get another foundation here and probably put another foundation here and not have to move everything around so much. But, oh my god. We need more power. Yeah, actually just making a massive power station would be an absolute massive benefit for your side in your region. If you could just make an area that just makes power, you will be thanked by so many people that realize that there is a municipal power grid. Oh my god. If you just sit there and make power, people will love you. Okay, that's 45. 120, so that's, yeah, 160 about, 170, maybe more, okay. Well, that's sitting there, I'll just get more coal. Well, then again, I think Argo took the dump truck, so, whoops.
Yeah, I went to go grab the gravel. Dump truck can't hold gravel.
I figured as much, but that's bullshit. Okay, we're doing just bring it back. We'll use it just for collecting coal, and you have to take the regular truck. See if you can grab some fuel on the way out, though. Having all the eggs in one basket.
Okay, so the gravel specifies a shipping container, which is different than a resource container, which we have. So we can use the flatbed to ship gravel, we just need to build a different box.
Right, I don't think you can open those shipping containers. You might. I'm not quite sure if you can, if the whatchamacallit, the resource transfer stations will accept shipping containers. I don't know. So I guess we can test now, so build one and bring it back? Well, you need a flatbed, but let's try that. I don't know if those can accept... Does anyone know? Yeah, that guy... Maybe we should turn that down, because I actually turned... Because Tornado was incredibly quiet. Maybe turn that down a bit. Yeah, because Argo's loud. Turn that down a little bit. Because Tornado was incredibly quiet earlier. So I cranked it all the way up. So now Argo should be palatable to the ears. At least the crane is powered. But we need another facility, but we need the gravel to do that. So we just wait. Or I guess I could go make more, or rather I could go get more fuel. Plenty of salvage over here we can bring in. Local coke dealer. That man, he's got the yayo. Oh, 466. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go get fuel. Alright, Argo, you grab some fuel. Well, actually, you can't because you got the dump truck. Never mind. Just bring the dump truck back. I'm gonna drive into town and get some fuel.
Well, what I was going to do for fuel is I was going to take the cistern back into town, fill that up, then bring it back.
That would be more efficient. Yes, you'd be able to steal basically all the fuel in the depot, or the refinery right now. 'Cause there's a lot in there. So that would be more efficient, yes. And we're also going to need a third power plant. I'm very sorry. This is probably why we should invest in the liquid transfer station, but we need pipes to do that first. Also more gravel, too, so... 54. 30, that's... 6, 7, 8. 1800, we're almost there. And then we're upgrading. Upgrading to a forge, which we could probably save a bit of power and disconnect because we're not going to need it immediately. So we could probably actually get away with that for now.
Well, I can go get the gravel if you go get the fuel.
Right. Okay, I'll do that.
Since the gravel's in my personal refinery.
Oh, right. Package the cistern. I was wondering which job I was going to do, but well, there you go. Argo had the plan. I was wondering which one I do because Argo has the gravel, and then
Done.
He's gonna be moving out, but he can't drive the flatbed, and we could leave this for a second. I've been sitting here watching shit go for too long. It's all right. 7 hours of factorial. All right, let's see if we can manage this. All right. You go get the gravel, I'll bring this into town. This would be so much easier with multiple people, though. good that I know this so I can make plans myself. So I've gone through the struggle of doing it myself so I can direct other people to do it properly. I think what we're going to do once we have the smelter online is we're going to have to start looking into creating the water facility for processing, you know, petrol, because we're going to need petrol in order to build the fucking railway station, or the railway parts. And I can take this off the cistern, and I may be able to... I take the cistern off the back of the truck, and then I may be able to just load it up at the refinery, which is a godsend. I may just be able to fill this in the refinery. Do you have a better understanding of the new gameplay? Yes, I do. It's very valuable. However, also, I can understand why you were called away to hell. Having more people makes this go so much smoother. I can see it already. But I understand now. It's a really intensive task that requires a lot in the beginning, a lot of raw resources coming in from other places in order to get the facility up and running. But now I know power is incredibly important, so you need lots of fuel. And then the tier 1 materials are extremely important. So getting, like, 2 factories producing just the Tech 1 production materials is important. So power and Tech 1 materials. Get those things running, and then you can build off wherever you want. So now I know how this works. Now I know what to prioritize when we do this for real. Even though after 7, you mistake this for a real effort after 7 hours of me trying my ass off. This will go so much smoother with multiple people, though. 10 people would make this go in... We'd make the same progress I did in an hour. Yeah, what I am seeing is, for this, there's going to be at least 1 or 2 factory setups per area is going to be the main factor. Possibly. We can, just as long as you have a good, power isn't massively important, so you need fuel to keep those things running. And then you need to start, you need an excess of tier 1 assembly, factory mats. You need an excess of those. So just start producing those and stockpiling them while you gather resources for literally everything else. So with like 10 people being able to do everything, this will go so much faster. And by the end of this, we can create something that's incredibly valuable. Okay, rain. Like this, and I'm pretty sure I can probably fill this up just by dropping it over here. I really hope. Oh, thank God. Well, I can't get from the inventory, but I can pull it out of the stock, so just fill that bitch up. 100 tanks. Fill it up. We are going to need all of them. There's 600 gravel in there. Whoever did that is a god? Argo, did you grab all of the gravel?
Yep, truck's full. I
Good.
grabbed some from public storage too.
Good, fantastic. We need to expand, and good. See, this is we're simulating other people being here. So, package loading area equipment. See, this is the communal effort of Foxhole, people making this stuff because they know that people need it. If you make gravel and put it in a public refinery, you're God. I want to shake your hand. You are an absolute fucking Chad. You're a hero. So what I've been hearing, though, comms, is how the next war is going to be divided into two groups. Group 1 will be a factory setup that's on the back line. Group 2 will be a factory setup on the front line. Understandable. And then you'd have trains that move the rear line factories that are producing probably basic materials to the front line specialized materials. I can understand how that works. We were going to do that with a fort. Yeah, so that's something that you could do even if you don't really know anything about logistics. Just take raw resources, refine them into their basic stuff, and put them in the public refineries. It helps everyone. Even if it feels like you're just casually dumping resources, just scrapping or scooping any resource and dropping it into the public area of a refinery helps the entire faction. So I can understand why you want to do that. You'd have, in the rear, you'd have the basic materials being harvested and thrown into factories there. And then you'd move those basic materials to the grander production facilities that are behind the front lines, which then produce the materials that will immediately affect the war, like all of the ammunition and everything else you can use. I.e. the tanks as well. Probably it's mostly tanks. So I can understand that logic. Breakdown materials aspect, though, it's a bit different, but the idea is the same regardless. We'll see what happens and how the meta develops here, but we're probably going to make our own self-sufficient facility to make whatever we want, and it's probably going to be making rail-related things at first. We can move over to super heavy stuff too, which would be funny. Useful to our cause, because since we don't have so many people, we could probably get away with packing ourselves into a super heavy tank, and then trying to utilize that at the front. Because we don't have enough people to operate multiple tanks. However, we definitely have enough people to operate one super heavy tank really well, and then try to link up with whatever's happening on the front with a bunch of people. Where Colonies Greens is going to be mostly public storage, since they have multiple guys bouncing through squads to make sure everyone is going public. So yeah, that helps the entire faction just build whatever the hell they want. So that's at the heart of it. You just need people putting stuff in public refineries and publicly available stockpiles for finished goods and for raw materials, and you just go. Everybody else just takes that material and does whatever the fuck they want with it. Which usually winds up you winning the war if you have enough fucking materials. This is a group effort versus one person. True. We'll have our own specialized, way of going about things. But we'll figure it out as we go. We'll also, do our part for public service as well, when we can. But just having a facility that manufactures trains is even going to... Just trains. A facility that just makes trains is going to be helpful. There's that. It's fucking full, and we probably have enough materials now to upgrade that facility. Fantastic. Put that there. Hop over here. On package. Okay, refuel. 82, right, so just pull all this shit out and put it in the CV. So a question I have is this. For the next War Inferno update, what side are we going to be on? Wardens. Well, worst comes to worst, we're going to make Char-2Cs. I've decided that preemptively. I know the Warden structure for doing things is probably going to be worse, but, well, if we actually help out our faction with logistics, then we'll be better off. Also, move all these back to where they actually need to be. So the Wardens may stereotypically have worse logistics, but that only means that if we actually do our job right, we'll be more useful. Okay, so I'll run Logi for science packs so we can rush whatever we need. Yeah, I suppose that'll work out. We'll figure out exactly what we need. Basically, we're gonna need like 10 people's a bit excessive, but like 5 people to build a facility that is based around getting the train cars out and making an efficient factory complex to then, depending on what we're going to be doing, we want armored rail cars. We want to experiment with armored rail cars to see what we can get away with. If they fuck up, fine, we'll switch to super heavy production. If we can't get anything done with the armed rail cars, then we'll just move on to super heavy tanks. That's my plan. And of course, while we're doing super heavy tanks, we could also specialize in producing, since I think the facility isn't exclusively for super heavies. You could build normal tanks, and of course we'll upgrade them too. We'll build an upgrade station and we'll provide upgraded tanks to our faction. That'll be our go-to there. We'll produce tanks and up-armed tank variants on request. Armored rail cars for the Colonials is trash. Wardens have some bonuses, but not much. Oh, so the armored cars are bad? Okay, well, that's sad. But we'll fuck around with them and see what we can get away with them, is my point. And if we can't do anything really reliably offensive with them, we'll just make super heavy tanks and then basically make a tank factory. Okay, so with this is all said and done, so actually we need to, well, okay. So now important experiment. What happens to the production? Let's turn this off real quick. What happens to what happens to the stockpile if we try and upgrade this? Not enough materials. I guess it has to be in the stockpile to do that? Okay, well, materials factory. Oh, oh, I see. Oh, okay, so it just adds a thing on top of it. Hey. Now, can we can still, all right. So it just adds, it doesn't replace the basic capabilities. So you can still make the tier 1 mats in the same facility even if you're upgrading it to a forge. Good. So running colos and Debrand. So petrol runs much better than diesel, duh. We expected this, but the problem is getting petrol. So I'm gonna, on that note, once Argo gets back with the gravel, we're going to, I guess we're gonna go do the water. We're gonna do water extraction because we need water. We can get coal real quick, but we need water.
Gravel's already here. It's in the truck next to the fuel truck.
All right,
I
so
went to go grab a.
all right, so
coal.
I'm gonna take the CV and I'm gonna see what it takes to make the water extraction facility on the shoreline. We're gonna need to pipe it here, but we may need to make a separate facility across, we'll make a separate set of foundations across the road, a little bit downwards where there's empty space, and that'll be just for processing water and maybe making the stuff we need for fuel, or rather for petrol. We'll see about that. But I'm gonna take the CV and go to the shore. so water pump. Okay, 35. Okay, this. Wait, where did I just put all that stuff? Oh, right, over here. We're obviously going to need pipes, but it's 35 mats, and then we'll get a couple pipes just for the sake of it, because I know we have a couple of pipes. Actually, we have one pipe. Exactly one pipe. And it's a heavy object. Pipe! Okay, so we... Alright. I'm gonna go down to the shore and see what it's like to actually do water extraction. Hell, even water extraction will be useful. Again, you could just make a desalination plant. People will probably like you. But yeah, so this is a bit sloppy, actually extremely sloppy, but we're learning what we need and what we don't need, and what we need to focus on, like, what's really important. And what the major thing that's really important is, holy shit, utilize your foundations. Utilize them as much as you possibly can. Like, if I could redo all of this, I'd put, like, 3 factories, or 3 power plants right next to each other with all of their oil, their pipeline, like, entrances and exits facing outwards, so that they can be easily hooked up to a pipeline network. And they could also be put, they're all within range of that cistern. So they could all be fueled like that, too. So if I could do it all again, it'd be way more efficient. Make a yellow fluid container to transport water, as it's much easier than a full-fledged water pipe. Well, initially, yes, but we need the cistern for fuel. So making a water pump, and then making something to actually get that water out of that pump into a cistern would be probably easier. Putting it in a tanker would probably be very easy. But let's see here. Structure will decay. Okay, right. So this is something, well, okay, you're going to need something on the shoreline. I'm not sure how you're going to manage this. Not connected to a side... Well, if you connect it via pipe, you'll probably be okay. But... Okay, so we can have this... here. Aha. Must be built with a hammer. Oh, okay. Has to be built with a hammer. So you actually physically have to walk out there and build it. Okay, so how... well... We could figure out... If we get... if we have a... If we're pressed for space... Actually have this over here, like, on land. That's probably pretty... That's probably much easier. Let's have it on land. So, question, Fondo. When we did Factorio way back then, do you remember how we did the train setup? That is essential in factory building in Foxhole. No, I do not remember. The train was literally the last thing that we did. Joke is, I didn't need the CV. It made transporting this very easy, though.
Yeah, I saw you needed a hammer. I came over to help, but there's no materials in the CV left.
Well, I got it all. Okay, so water pump. What does this need? This needs power. Actually, no, it doesn't. This does not need energy. So this just collects water. Interesting. You don't need to pump this. It's naturally cycling. You could have rails in between the factories running between the setup and to move products.
There's an upgrade that requires electricity. Makes water faster.
Ah, okay. Oh, it also costs 150 standard or tier 1 materials. But okay, all right. That makes water much fucking faster, though. Okay, so for the sake of actually starting this whole little adventure, where is it? Where's pipe? pipeline. All right. Area obstructed. Area not suitable. What the? Well, what the fuck? How do you get? How do you? Well, how do you? Well, how do? Huh? Hang on here. Okay, so. Surface not suitable. You kind of have to build it on here, though. The angle of the sand is blocking it? I don't think so, because it was able to build this structure perfectly fine. Underground pipeline? No. The connection...
Yeah, I'm going further inland, and I can't build a pipe up here either.
You can't attach it. Okay, so you physically have to run this down. Oh my god, you can't even make pipe. You can't even make the power poles down here. That's... How do you do that, then? How do you make that work, then? Is there areas other than sand that we can do on? Huh.
The Mons is still here almost 8 hours on. This is rare.
I'm sorry I'm autistic for this shit, but thank you, Swarth. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the show. And this is... So you can't build it on a beach. Bridge running.
Yeah, if you go east a little bit, there's actual ground. And we can build pipes over here, too.
Okay. Okay, so that's just in a bad spot. Let me see if I can actually... Ah, okay. You can do... Okay, so beaches are bad. Do not build on a beach. However, since we can move it over here, can we build this same thing over here? You can. Okay, you can still build the water pump over here. We just need more materials. So you can build it over here, and you build pipes over here as well. Well, you can't build it on land, but you kind of... Right about there.
Yeah, you can build pumps here.
Actually, yes,
here,
I can...
just checked.
Right, I can deconstruct the water pump and just move it. Thank you, Tornado. Thank you for reminding me that. I can deconstruct it, it'll give me back all the resources, and then I can just move it over here. Okay, so I'd like to have industry on a beach, but they won't let you build anything on the beach.
Alright, while you're doing that, I'll move the CV back to the facility.
Yeah, I won't need it. Sadly, that I didn't get any of the water that had, but we don't need it yet. Maybe you need a foundation first to build on a beach? I don't even think you can build a foundation on a beach. Nope. Surface not suitable. You can't build castles on sand. Confirmed. Okay, so this. Near border will rapidly decay, not preventable. That's unfortunate. Can we move this up the coastline a bit, though? Maybe move it over there, but I think that's on a... Can I move this over here a little bit? Well, actually, okay, that right there. Can I, like... No! Yeah, move it. Maybe if we move it further up the beach to another area, but that's too close. And it'll decay. We don't... Well, we could build... Well, actually, since we can build it, we need garrison supplies to stop that. But it's not preventable, they say. You can't do that. So that's literally too close to the border. Also, Tornado, if you want location, we're right over here and abouts. About 09 in this area. Okay, so this is going to be a bit of an obtuse pipeline. We're going to have to build it a little bit further away. How cinematic, me walking up this beach. It'd be nice to build a water facility on this beach, but apparently you can't. It'd be nice to be able to build stuff on the beach, but I can understand sand. That's probably a really bad foundation for things. Which hex is that? Origin. Please don't partisan. I'm just an honest man trying to figure out how to make trains. I guess they don't want beaches to be block preventing naval landings, I suppose, but utilizing a beach, like, think about how nice this would look with a bunch of pipes just kind of snaking up the beach and a bunch of water pumps offshore. Actually kind of, sort of, an interesting sort of, it's an interesting image. But yeah, with the amount of people making shit, you totally would block this shit off, so I can understand that. Okay, so we move further up. We have to go up here, and this is where the coal area is. So we'd have to make a pipeline over here. Actually, a very long pipeline. An extremely long pipeline. That also means that the area that I want to build over here is probably too close to the fucking border, too, so we probably can't go over there. It'd be nice if we could tap groundwater in places. It'd be nice if they had a water table on the map, but that's, well, they're gonna have to wait for that. We're gonna have to wait for that. Maybe, there's some lakes here. This is not, there's some lakes you could probably tap, though, depending on your area. So you don't have to stand near the coast or a river the entire fucking time. Here, there's more sand. It's sandy. Also, this is the coal field, but it's up there? Wait, no, the coal field's over here. So actually, we have to go further than the coal field. I just walked past it. Maybe there's something going on there? This is a... This is gonna be a thing when actually finding a place to do this. It isn't, you know, a beach. Because that one area is not a beach, but that's too close to the map boundary, says Video Game Mechanics. It'd be acceptable here, but now we need to find an area, or rather, a place that we can actually do this. This is already getting kind of far from where the base is, so this pipeline is going to be obnoxiously long. But the problem is, you have to do it this way, or you can't provide power. Though I might be able to fit it in that area. Okay, so can we do it up here, though? This is all rocks, but it can I... Area obstructed, unsuitable. No, we need to basically be on the shore. We're too far away. That's too far away. So we need to... If you're going to do water, you have to do this right, basically. So this area is probably good for it, if you can actually get to the shore. But beaches are a no-go. Again, unless you just want to build them out there and then stare at them. Or, like, bring a truck in. But I think I can manage this, because I think I can build the pipeline over water? Because you kind of have to, depending on how it is. And I saw an image of one of these water... You know, one of these water mortar pumps basically completely in the water and pipes extending to them. So I have a pipe. So you probably managed this. Question is, am I going to be able to make the pipeline there? So now I have to just walk all the way back, and this is probably not the smartest idea, but hey, I'm just doing this now so we don't do it sometime else. So back that area might actually be usable, but there's no area here that's within range that's actually usable. You would actually have to move the whole fucking thing. Or position ourselves near a fucking lake. It'd be nice if there was an underground water table you could tap, but unfortunately, you'd have to actually put that on the map, invisibly somewhere. Plenty of coal, though. Ah, dear Christ. I almost just want to put all this shit in that crane and drive it around. No one's using it. It's probably squad lock, though, like ours, but it's probably useless. God damn it. Oof! I don't have my wrench either. Actually, it's not locked. There we go. A little faster, commandeering a crane. There you go. Welcome, Tornado.
Thanks.
Alright, so we can put this kind of on the fringe. Maybe we can put a pipeline in there to direct it on the land where you can actually build a pipe. Also, Argo, I think the pipe is in the CV. I'm gonna have to come back and get that, but I found a place. It was right where we expected it to be. Okay.
Sorry, Argo, just noticed your message. I'm only on one monitor.
Okay, so
Don't worry about it.
Also, let me fix this truck for you guys.
that might be, I might be able to cheese that and get a pipe out there. That might be just enough without it. It's probably gonna, the pipes are gonna degrade though, unfortunately. Though, with the amount of area with beaches, this is kind of, restricting, making desalination plants. This is really kind of annoying that you can't make this on, well, you can't make anything that supports the structure on land. But hey, you could still basically make a bunch of water pipes out there to obstruct a landing. So it's not really actually doing its job either. Alright, so now I need to go back. Hello, Tornado. So I might be able to... I may be able to get a pipe in there.
You say they needed to be squad locked?
Okay. Well, put that in there. We won't need that. This? Okay. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Pipe. Nope. Is there any special thing I need to build to connect this? Alright, fuck it.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, don't build it there. So. Okay. Don't put it in there. But. Fuck it. We'll build it over here and let it decay. We're only going to be here for a day anyway. I did put some extra mats in the CV. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Wow.
Right, it's in here. Pipe. Wow. Yeah, there's no snapping points for this. I can't actually place this down. It says they're here, but they're not actually connectable. It won't even, like, snap to it so I can, like, get a preview of it. It straight up will not actually connect. That's... they might be broken. Because the pipes didn't... Hang on here. Let's see if the pipes work on literally any other structure. Let's put this in the CV and take it back. Because the other places have connections. So let's see if we can actually make a pipe on anything. Gentle CV trundling noises, yes. Slow construction. So I'm assuming this area will also cause shit to degrade very rapidly too, so just for the sake of it. Well, foundations, let's say. Actually, no, I guess this is a little far, just far enough. Because I would consider putting it here, but I think we have enough space over here anyway. If we just kind of get really weird with our connections. Okay, so this power plant has the pipe connectors over here. Can I build this here? Oh. Here? Yes, I can. It snaps here. But it doesn't snap to anything else, so what the hell's going on there? Yes, you can branch pipes off of that, but you can't do it to anything else. So, I'm not quite sure what they want us to do there with water collection, aside from just walk over there and grab the water very slowly and bring it back. Or make an assload of water pumps, and then just kind of have them sit there doing a drip feed. So, Okay, I suppose we don't need these pipes then, for now anyway. So, put them back in there. Was the angle of the shore blocking the pipe? I don't know. It didn't seem like it could do that. Try building it on open water. I mean, possibly, but then how are we going to get it onto water? Well, I mean, I suppose we can go a little bit further out. Okay, let me waltz over there and go get it. Because we're not going to need the CV, we just need a hammer. We need to get back to building more foundations so we can actually get shit done. But we need water in order to actually start processing some things. Okay, that's nice. I'll take that. It's slow as fuck, but alright. Also, I am over encumbered. Okay, so. Come on, like that. Okay, can I? Also, I may drown if I do this. If I'm over encumbered and run out of stamina, I'm going to drown. Hang on here, let me lighten the load. Well. Or just take a few at a time, I guess.
Goon?
Yes. Okay. So.
So that's a small issue. We can't use our hammers in the water.
How are you supposed to make these?
We may need a boat.
Well then, wait. Well, there's a landing craft
from
downside.
What I'm noticing is for the water pumps, Goon,
Yes.
you need to build them as close to a foundation as possible.
Well, hang on here.
That way, the pipe has a visible terrain or viable terrain to build on.
Wait, hang on
So,
here. I've got an
water
idea
pumps
here.
Actually, do need to be near a foundation in order to build.
Right, but you can build some foundations offshore because that's one of the things they wanted to do, ports. So we can actually maybe build an artificial harbor slightly off this area. So,
Yeah, but what it's looked like from the whisper chats I'm getting, that seems to be a bug that that dev man has yet to patch.
What? What's a bug?
Exactly.
What part of that is a bug?
I don't know. I'm just getting whispers of that for whisper chats.
Fully stable foundation. Okay, so area obstructed. So if we were to put 2 foundations down here, could we extend this out over the water? Foundation. A foundation near or on water must be attached to a fully stable foundation. So if we put one on land here and then extend it outwards, we might be able to do that. Okay, so we need the CV. God damn it, we need the CV. This is gonna kind of be a waste of gravel, but we need the CV.
Or you could even just like supposedly build it, like just keep it in the blueprint mode. As long as you put 1 gravel down, you'll be fine.
Well, okay, yeah. So we can, we'll do that as an experimentation. So we put 1 down and then we branch 1 off of it. So we need 2. Is the 2x2 foundation more expensive than the 1 by 1? Yes, but you're gonna wind. Well, actually, if you build 2 1x1s, 115. Well, actually, that's even more. So it's if you build a 2x2, it's more. If you build 2 1x1s, it's more expensive, which is odd. Okay. Also, I just walked past the CV like an idiot because I was walking. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, does this have gravel in it? No, we need gravel. Okay. Thanks, Pao, for bringing this up here, but we need the gravel. So we need to actually bring this over to the truck. So we need, like, 2 gravel. Tornado, you got some?
Gravel, no.
Alright. Fine, fuck it. I'll go get it myself.
Right ahead of you.
Okay, so 2 gravel. Basically, we just need to put it down, slap it once, and then see if we can extend it off there. I think we can, because artificial ports were a thing that they were touting that is a thing we could do. Yeah, 20. That's fine.
I'll bring the truck of gravel in case we actually need to build the foundations.
Good idea. Although we could branch this off of the land here and then just kind of build it like an L shape towards the area that isn't going to decay, and then build the pipeline on top of that. So we could, like, do an L shape of the foundation. It's anchoring it. The foundation is on dry land here, and then it extends out over the water. So it'll extend to an area where the pump isn't going to degrade. So, more interesting things. Okay, foundation. Okay, this is too close, but oh well. Yeah, it can't be built on sand. So, this is going to decay, but we don't care. Okay, so that's that. Oh, okay. We have to build it. Alright, Argo, good thinking. We have to waste this. We have to actually build this in order to figure it out, because it won't register this as built. Also, unlock that.
Already put some in.
Alright, good. Okay, so you need 150 gravel for this one. It won't register it as, extendable unless this is built. So you have to build this, so we're taking a chance. So good that we do this now rather than wasting our times on the actual live server. But this is still too close to the map boundary. This is useful, however, for other things. So we probably pick a better spot. Later, anyway.
Okay, so it does look like if you're doing something more complex, it seems like pipes have a flow rate drop off. So this is definitely turning into a Factorio style. So valves are mainly important in this regard.
So Argo, don't go anywhere with all that gravel.
I was taking the BMATs back to build another construction vehicle to speed this up.
Right.
Also, I put a couple hundred in the CV. If you need more gravel, I'll be surprised.
Alright. 17. 10. And done. Alright, now, can we build off of this? Oh, must be built... Yes, but we need to build it with the CV. Why is... Ah! Ha ha! So now we can make ports. They said we could make ports, but now you know how this works. However, you still can't build it on sand, which massively constricts where you can put ports. But we only need to put this out this far, and then we'll see exactly if the pipes work. Again, I'm not exact. Again, this is, I guess, tradition, but I'm not really sure why gravel isn't movable by a dump truck. It's just rocks. They're literally just rocks. Okay. right, it's in the crane. Ah. Tornado, not that far. We can't build the pipeline that way. So. This far, perhaps? Okay, yes, I can hit it, so I can build it from here. However, we're going to lose these construction materials, but we're cranking out so many that it doesn't really matter. However, I don't think we have enough construction materials. I don't know where I put the other ones.
Check the flatbed.
Yes. Okay, alright. Good, got it. I guess that ain't close enough. Surface not suitable. What? It's on a foundation. What are you talking about? Well, okay. You can't build pipes on a foundation, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, okay. So that's
Can you build it further inland than work your way out from there?
No, okay. It's still tracking the ground under the foundation. So I can build it over here, but I can't build it any farther out to sea than that. That's a bug. So it's not registering the foundation as a thing over water. It's underwater, basically, right now. That's dumb, but okay. We found some things out. That this doesn't work because it's bugged. At least we have this here, I suppose. We wasted some valuable resources. Wait, POW, how did you do that?
It's simply he put it down. He like left-clicked on one and then left-clicked on another.
Okay, so hang on. Wait, no, you can build it over here. What the fuck?
Yeah, even though it's red, it's like...
No, you can't build it over there. This area is red over here. But for some bizarre reason, over here, yeah, that's totally fine. What the fuck? That's totally fine. The rest of this area is not. Like, Tornado, from where it's valid back near the CV to where you're standing is not bueno. However, over here to over here is totally fine. That makes no sense. Out of pipe. We still have no idea how to connect that to a pipe, though. Or to connect that water pump to a pipe with a pipe. So I think those might be broken. Okay, we may actually.
So let's just.
Yeah, we need to deconstruct this somehow.
Construction. We're just trying to fiddle with this.
Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna deconstruct this and then try and move it over closer. We're just gonna hug it right next to the factory and see foundation and see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, now somebody needs to go out there and not drown. Remember, if you're over encumbered and you run out of stamina, you will drown.
There's nothing in it.
Get the boat.
Argo's got it. Run! No, actually, don't run. Don't tire yourself out.
Oh, I'm drowning. Ah.
I warned you! Well, Argo drowned with all the supplies.
Well, shit.
Well, we got more, so we just need to go back up and get more. So we have like 25, we just need like 15. Actually, no, we need like 5. So we only need a handful. Should have moved the boat closer. That might have saved a life. Also, the factories are out of power. But that's what the cistern's for. Yep, 41! Yeah, 10. That's good enough. Also, it's midnight. I've been at this for 8 hours. And it's just a test. My god. But, again, we're doing this now so we learn, and so we don't have to waste this much time when it's actually real. It didn't feel like 8 hours. I know, right? 35. Ah! I'm short it was 35. Damn it, I need 5 more. Actually, 2 more. We need 2. Tornado, do you have any of the supplies, or like the construction supplies left over in your inventory?
I have 4.
Fantastic, we only need 2.
I'll throw them in the constructor.
Okay, so this is... Alright, so we're going to do this, and we're going to see if it'll actually connect. Because we can build a pipeline on this side of the foundation for some bizarre reason. Okay. Invalid structure shape. Shut the fuck up. Okay. It's over here. Nope. Nope. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Invalid structure. What are you talking about? It's perfectly straight now. Nope. Okay. It's borked. I'm guessing they don't work. They just don't work. Wait a minute. What if we use the raised pipeline? Pipeline overhead.
Doesn't work.
Well, no, because, yeah, you'd have to put that in the water. Area obstruct. Yeah, no. They just don't work. Okay, so the lock-on points for the water don't work. Great. Well, I hope it'll work in the final patch, but that doesn't work. Well, I suppose take the water and let's go back to base then. We can use... We got plenty of gravel to expand to make something, but the water is going to be, it's going to be in the IV drip.
Well, I guess plan B is make a bunch of pumps.
Yeah, just make a bunch of pumps. Make them on the beach. Make them easier to get to. We have plenty of the tier 1 resource to do that, so just make a shit ton of pumps. We'll just roll in, we'll pick them up with... Maybe the tanker can hold them? Probably? That we...
Tanker can hold a good chunk.
Good. So there's that. We get, the fuel tanker has now been, repurposed. Just wash it out a bit.
I could go make another one. It's only 100 BMATs.
Well, no, now that we have the cistern, we don't actually need the tanker, so the tanker is... We can use the tanker for that now.
Yeah, no, that was my bad. I got the two mixed up.
So, okay, that doesn't work. The connector pipes seem to be broken, like they are broken on the whatchamacallit, the coal processor plant I saw earlier. They're not, it's not that you can't get them, they're broken. So, we found bugs. So, making things with pipes is actually impossible. That is a shame. Also, I feel like I'm going slower on this road. Okay, we're gonna separate some things here, and I'm gonna make some foundations over here. But then again, these might be too close to the map boundary. No, they're fine. Okay. We're gonna straighten this out a bit. So, how far is too far in this direction?
Okay, I'm gonna hop off. I'm damn near passing out of my computer.
Alright, thanks for the assistance.
Yep, hopefully whatever I learn for the next few days, I'll pass it on.
Take care.
Okay, this is going to be slightly disconnected, but the power poles could be extended all the way over here, so that's not that big of a deal. Make some areas over here, and then we're going to be processing coal. We do need to make another power plant, though. So make some gravel over here. Make some foundations over here. It'd be nice to be able to reclaim those foundations that we made out on the water, but that was useful for testing. You probably will be able to build stuff on that, but apparently it's very buggy. As you can see, we'd only use half the foundation. So that has some bugs with it that need to be sorted out. And apparently the pipeline connector points for several buildings just straight up don't work. How much gravel I got left? Okay, enough for, it looks like, maybe one more. It's 150. So 100, 200. Actually, no, with 151, they actually have enough for, you know, 2. Okay, good. We'll make 2 here, and I'll go over there and make another power plant. It's 1 o'clock and I'm trying to build trains.
Oh, there's quite a bit of fuel still left at the tanker.
Okay, well, that's a surprise, but throw that shit in the cistern. We need it.
I might take the time and build a road out to the pump.
That costs gravel, which you're going to need more of. I need to build these 2 stations here, and I need to build another one over near the rest of the base to build another power plant, because in order to run more buildings, we're going to need more power plants.
Alright, I can work on that as a side project then.
We're going to make 2 more coal. We're going to make 2 coal processor and anything else we need over here, but we need another power plant. So, right over here, I think I can actually squeeze it in, possibly. Nope, it's the fucking tree. Over here, no. Can I connect it on the corner over here? Maybe slightly up. I could do that, but the truck's in the way. Yep. Argo, unlock the truck. You're just slightly in the way. Just back it up. No. Back it up far. Back. Good. So. Again, this is very sloppy, but we're doing this so we actually make it right the first time. So we're gonna build this here in the hopes that this factory or this power plant will be in range of the cistern, so we don't have to make multiple cisterns. Could I have made this more efficient? Yes. Did we know it at the time? No. How much? I swear to God, that one power plant being off, being like inefficiently placed has fucked up the entire feng shui of this entire project. God damn.
Yeah, one of the first things we're going to have to do is set up a little power station off to the side.
Yeah, and just make sure it's all neatly packed up and everything can be reached by one cistern, and then we can build off from there. How much longer do you think you'll be at it, Chief? I'm gonna make one fucking... I'm going to make the choo-choo. I am going to make the choo-choo hell or high water. It's gonna take a bit, though, as we need more resources now. But we have the materials to make those facilities, so we should be okay. Unless the server crashes, it will be done. Alright, give me a bit to get to dev client. Sorth, you are welcome to help. Okay, so this we need petrol, but we need to be able to produce petrol, and then we need coke, which is produced in, again, the refinery. So we need a power plant here, which we have plenty of materials to do this with. But I think we need BMATs, which I think we're finally running out of. Okay, how much does it cost to make the... 50. We need the coal for this, but we got the dump truck to do that. So, we're gonna build that over there. That's what I made all that shit for. We need to build another factory over here, and I think we're running low on BMATs. So, Sorth, on your way in, fill a truck with BMATs. So just get yourself a normal truck in the origin region and come, just bring BMATs. Okay, so it's here. That's an ammunition factory. We'll try that later, as we have enough fucking materials for that. These are kind of space efficient, really, because they lean off, but we're just gonna... Oh, Jesus Christ. You could really set that off to the side. That's probably a bug, but there we go. We can make a little bit more efficient space. I'll pinch me one of them racing trucks with the white wall tires, burn all the fuel on the tank on the way up. Gas efficient Mustang truck. American sports car tractor trailer.
On gravel, should I go do another run?
Maybe, but we're gonna need more coal.
I already grabbed 2,000 at the resource container.
Oh, okay, so there's plenty of coal over there? Okay, so this creates coke.
Yeah, 2,000. I also have more gravel I'm going to dump in the CV.
We need to produce... We don't need sulfur. Okay, so we need 20 tier 3 resource in order to upgrade this to being able to produce concrete and oil. But then again, we need petrol, so how are we gonna... Then again, the oil refinery. That's what we're gonna... We need an oil refinery over here. That's what we need.
So I saw a crate of petrol over at the coal fields. I don't know if it's still there or not. I can go grab it while I'm over there.
Sure, but we're gonna need more than one. Terrain unsuitable for the structure. What are you talking about? Okay, this is a bitch. Yeah, this one's kind of a mouthy bitch. So we'll put this over here because the pipelines don't work. Okay, so yeah, we can put that over there. How much does that cost? 50. Okay, we need more. I got plenty of those. We got plenty of that shit. This shit's been cranking basically nonstop. Actually, no, we don't. I have to wait now because it was turned off. Who turned this off? Also, well, the power's out. Right, because nobody fueled this. Though, if the refinery's connection points work, then we might have something. Then I might be able to salvage this with pipe. But you see, I don't think they work. We should be able to test and see if we have it now. So, pipe. Nope. Okay, so the coal refinery straight up does not work. The connections do not exist. There's no snap, there's no nothing. They're on this side, so they don't work. Those are not in. However, the refinery might work. So we're going to make sure that that's accessible for the sake of just entertainment purposes. Also, wow, okay, there's more gravel here. So we have more gravel to actually make another foundation with. Why would coal go in a pipe, though? But you see, that's the thing, you want it to come out. You want it to... Whatchamacallit? It's going to produce, once we upgrade it, oh, maybe that's why. Ah, we need to make it the liquefaction plant first in order to get the hookups. That's what it is. All right, I figured it out. We need to upgrade this to a coal liquefier in order to have the pipe connections. That's... Sorth, you're a fucking genius. Sorth pointed out, why would coal go through pipes? It wouldn't. So that means you need the upgrade. Genius.
I also dumped some B-mats in the CV.
Okay, so we need more power though. All right, power plant first for that one. Okay, 25. I think that's enough, right? Right? How much do we need? We need 50. All right. Well, we'll make sure the power. Well, now we'll make sure that the ins and outs are actually accessible. So we'll put this over. Well, actually, these need to be both on a foundation, so it's got to be over here. Or can we put it over in this direction? No. You see that front bit needs to be on. Okay. Okay. So the front bit needs to be on a foundation. Or well on a foundation, as it is. Oh, wow, you can make that go a little further, then. Okay, we're gonna put this over here. Oh! God damn it. Oh! Alright, Argo, so we need another power plant, and we need to get the other factory running so it's producing tier 2 factory materials. And then we can make the coal liquefier and get this shit going. So, that can wait for a bit. Funny, all that salvage that I put in is not even done yet. And this is starting to go down, but technically speaking, this is part of the first round of salvage that I got. So 15,000 salvage lasts you a while. Oh, right, I didn't put it in. Right. I was in the right seat again. Although, now that I think about it, maybe you need to upgrade the water pump in order to get the pipeline connection to it. Now this is all starting to make sense. They really shouldn't have pipeline connections if they're not upgraded, but I suppose that means for later, after you've upgraded it? It's there just so you know from the get-go? So, Bingo. Okay. There's that. Alright, so what can this be upgraded to? So this can produce petrol. This can produce more petrol with water. Hydrogen is mixed with some mid-grade oils to produce more petrol from a single barrel of crude than would otherwise be created. Hydrogen gas! Enriches oil through the use of high heat and catalyst to make heavy oil. And then petrochemical plant enriches oil through the use of high heat catalysts. Okay, that's reverse. So if you have an excess of heavy oil. We don't, though. Okay, so... Right, so this, we would want this. However, that would consume more power. Also requires 200 standard mats, which we don't have right now. Okay, so we need that power. We need that extra power plant. And again, anyone in the Discord that wants to come on and do Foxhole things, you're welcome to help me right now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning and we're desperately trying to make a trade. But now that we know the order of battle here, we could do this with wasting way less fucking time on the live server. Okay, so power plant. Liquid transfer. Oil refinery. Where the fuck is the power plant? Ammunition factory. Oh, it's over here. Power station. We'll upgrade to this, because now we can get water, but we can't get... We'll see about the pump. Later, anyway. 150 BMATs. Oh, we can just extend it a little bit. Yeah. I think that's close enough. We might be able to just shift the cistern just a little bit and get away with it. Connecting the pipes properly to all this mess is going to be kind of a mess, but this is why we'd organize it better the first time. So if we can produce petrol now, we can produce
actually
this.
Almost have enough for the liquefier.
Good, yeah, but the thing is the factory hasn't been running because there's not enough power, so we need the actual, well, we need this power plant, but I'm out of BMATs.
Did you use up all the ones in the CV?
Yeah. Is there any more? Nope, that's just
I'm looking around. I don't see any.
Well, we should be able to switch off one of these factories, so that'll mean there's enough power to keep the other one going, or rather get the tier 2 production online. Also, why is there pipes in here? Well, actually, we need those. Right, we need to move it over here, so we should actually move those over to this area.
Yeah, we're 3 short.
Yeah, so basically, well, actually, we can do this now. Actually, we can do this right now. Good. Now it's producing. I switched off the middle factory for a second. Rolling blackouts to conserve power. However, I still need some basic materials to get that in there. Alright, that should be enough to get 3. Alright, submit the stockpile. Right. 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. Put the, oh, damn it. I put it in a truck. Or did I, or, wait, where did I put that? Where did I just put, oh, you got it, okay. Okay, you got it. I was confused where the fuck I put that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Something weird happened there.
Alright, we're gonna need that one pipe as a test. Well, okay, so the increased production... Alright, the increased production for the oil refinery could wait. That costs 200 Tech 1 parts, and we don't got that. Well, let's get this shit up and running first. We do need lots of water to get this to work, though.
Do you remember how much it took to upgrade the pump? See if your theory works.
I don't know, but we're gonna have to try anyway. Okay, one more. Yeah, 19, and then we can hit the magic button.
40 seconds.
Alright, we're still gonna need B-mats to get all this shit operating, though. We need that other power plant. But, since we're producing petrol, then, we can actually switch fuels on one of these power plants and actually make it run more efficiently. That costs 100 materials, though. Or manufacturing materials. All right. Bingo!
Yep, I see the connections for the pipes now.
Okay, since I saw how long we could make the pipes, let's say, how much would... Actually, I need to be reminded here, because I need to be able to see what's the outgoing and what's the incoming. So hang on, let me put this down. Oh, I put it in the fucking oil refinery, hang on. Okay, so... Okay, the outer one is outgoing. Yes! Lay it! I guess you have to hold it? Success! Now we need more pipes to connect the other way around, but we got it. And now we need 150 liters of oil to make 150 liters of petrol. But now we need water and coke. Well, actually, water and coal. We got plenty of coal, though. So let's move some coal over here.
I'll go check on the water now then.
Yeah, you do that. I'll take the dump truck and start moving some coal over here so we get some production moving. Or you do that, and I will use the dump truck to move the coal over. Since we don't need to expand foundations anymore right now. What we need to do is actually, we don't want to bump into that. We need Sorth to get here with them B-mats. Sorth, we need you. We need basic fucking materials. Wow. We can just go get more when we're ready. Because we're gonna need coke, and we're gonna need the petrol. So we're gonna need half and half, really. So, don't. Well, we're gonna need. It's gonna be doing both at the same time, so we're gonna need lots of. We're gonna need lots in here. Also, this is gonna take fucking forever. But, can you only do one at a time? Yeah, you can only do one at a time. Shit. Well, there's enough room to get another coal factory in there if we need to.
It's 150 tier 1 materials to upgrade the pump.
150. Yeah, You see, this is why we need that a lot. So now we know. To do anything, we need those tier 1 factories pumping out shit for a massive surplus, because you need a lot for upgrades. So now we know. Power and tier 1 upgrades, and then go from there. Also, we're gonna need one thing of coke. One coal refinery making coke, and one coal refinery making petrol or oil. You can't do both at the same time. So one makes coke, one makes oil. Do we have a crane? Yes, we have a crane. So oil. In order to make oil, we need coal and water. Well, we don't nearly... Well, we might need coke for other things, but we only need water and coal. So good. That's the only thing we really need to work on right now. So we're gonna move all the fucking coal over here. We'll go get more if we need more. Although I could make a liquid storage center. We do have enough for another foundation, I think. I think we have a little bit left for another foundation. A bit of gravel, so we can work on that.
Filling up the coal refinery right now.
Good as you can actually still... Yeah, you can still actually fill that full of water. So, wait, you can... Wait a minute. You can actually... You could still fill that up with water the same way? Like, the same way you could do fuel before? Or is it just...
Yep.
Oh, okay, right. No, it could siphon off of that. Okay, right. It's not an infinite stack, but you're siphoning off of the stuff you have in the inventory. Okay, I get it. This needs power, though, but we need B-mats to get that other power generator going. However, we could... We still need B-mats
Also,
to make... We still need
Go ahead.
B-mats to make the power lines.
The fuel tanker's inventory actually scrolls down, so it holds more than it looks like.
Yeah, but now it's basically just a dump truck but with fuel, which is good, but it's not infinite stacks like it were. You need the cistern to do that anymore. But Sorth, whatever you can do, bring B-mats. We require them now in large numbers.
Alright, it's full of water.
That's great. That's fan-fucking-tastic. Now we just need power. Oh, there's B-mats over here. Good. I can make power poles. Where are the connection points for this again? I can make a raised walkway for that. It's over here, I think. Where exactly? If I was gonna build a wire over here, where exactly? That's not good. I think it's right there. I'm not sure. But... There's that, and yes, it is right there, so good. It's all... Well, actually, that's long enough. Good. Fantastic. Great. Alright, so now we're hooked up here, and we still need to actually hook up over here as well. Oh, too far. Okay, I need another one. Still too far. Fuck. Do I have any more left in my inventory? Yes, just enough. I think I need one B-mat for the... Well, no, I don't... I think they might be free. Hang on. No, it's one. Shit. No. I just did that, so there's that. That actually lets it... They're actually free. They're actually free. Never mind. It says one B-mat, but they're free. Okay, there's that. Fan-fucking-tastic. This all now operates. The only problem is we don't have enough electricity for that. Okay, so what we have to do is we have to switch off this facility, because this isn't doing us any good. It's just drawing power and sitting there like retard. There we go. Okay, we're making... Well, we're making... What? Oil? Yes, oil. It's getting late, I'm sorry. Healthy amount, too. That's good. 1 megawatt. Fan-fucking-tastic. We can just straight up make petrol now. Great! Fantastic. We have enough energy to start making petrol. Fan-fucking-tastic. We have to daisy-chain all these fucking factories here. This is the silliest fucking operation, but we're doing it. It took me 9 hours to make a locomotive. If we had people here, more people here doing this, it would go so much faster. But now we know. Start with power and tier 1 modifications. Just make shit tons of power, tons of tier 1 modifications, and then when you're ready to go, you go from there. Okay, so we need coke, we need petrol. So we need both of these. So maybe we're gonna watch how much this creates. We don't want to use all the coke, but you know, getting the oil out there so it starts producing in the other factory is more important. So just enough to oversupply this refinery. I think as soon as this starts producing, it'll actually transfer to the other station. It's only 50, so we need more. But it produces the same amount of petrol, so we're not losing any in the transition. Okay, concrete. We have concrete now. And this has a little bit of oil. It's moving now. The oil's moving through the pipes. It's flowing! Black gold! Oh my god, I'm going insane. Though what we could do is we could take some of the construction materials and we can actually make one of the factories that we have right now run off of petrol. But we do need it for this construction material. How much do we need? 100. We can do that. It's going to take a little while, but we can do that. However, I need a pipe then. We don't have the pipes. We'd have to run the petrol over here, which we could do, but oh boy. It'd be much more efficient though. So 12 megawatts. It's more than double. Yes. It's more than double the efficiency. That's worth lugging the petrol over here to do this. Okay, how are you doing on fuel? You need more fuel. S is nearly full, so good. It's more than double the power production. That is so fucking worth it. Must be built with a construction vehicle. What are you talking about? I just wanted to... Oh, right. Upgrades. I was looking at the wrong thing. So we need 100, so we'll just leave this here. Stacking up. We have enough scrap to make that, though. We just need to wait until this reaches 100. It's going, though. We're moving. I can't tell exactly how much oil is in there, but it's going to tick over as soon as it actually gets enough power. So, this should be the third tick. And with that, once it flows in, it should tick over and start producing petrol. It's happening. It's Habibing. Yes, Habibing. It takes a while to produce petrol, but it's so goddamn... This is 8 hours of nonsense, and we're finally making some fucking progress. This might be the second tick, though. I might be jumping ahead of myself. I need to actually, get up and go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna hold it until this fucking thing starts going. It's a special moment when the fuel oil starts producing. It's magical. It means we're gonna win the war, guys. Okay, yeah, that was the second load. I'm getting ahead of myself. I really hope to God that wasn't the thing I was just building. I just wasted so many bats. Okay, what just exploded? What just exploded?
I had run over the pallet.
Oh. Well, fuck the pallet. We weren't actually using the pallet? Okay. Jesus fucking Christ, terrifying. Jesus fucking Christ, how horrifying. So we need coke, but we get enough oil first. Okay, yeah, we can tell how many ticks it's done by the concrete materials. But hey, we can make concrete too while we're doing this. Shame you can't make gravel while you're doing this as well. Problem is we need more power. We still need more power because we need to make pipes. So we really need, you really need those tier 1 tech materials to make all of this work and start to automate. You need them for the immense amount of pipes you're gonna need to make all this shit work. So you need a lot of tech 1 factory materials. So do not skimp on those. Come on. Come on, you have 150 already, don't you? Eh? You produced 50 and you got 3 ticks. That means you got 100. That means you got 150 liters of oil. What the fuck? It might be bugged. That might be producing more than... It might be taking more, or it might be a typo.
Okay, I've remembered my keybinds. I'm bringing a truck full of shit.
Thank God. We are just now about to start producing petrol, but we need more B-mats to make another power plant, in order to start making pipes and other things. Come on. We found a bug. It's taking more oil than it lists in order to actually make the petrol in the refinery. So it should take 3 ticks, but it's not. Oh, okay. It's like 1% more. So that's a little off. There's a little value that's not quite correct. So that's not exactly 150 liters even. You need slightly more. Just a little bit, though, but good. Petrol is now... It's going, man. It's going. Fan-fucking-tastic. Alright, I'll be right back.
I brought some good shit.
If you have B-mats, we can finish building this power plant over here.
I brought 1400 B-mats and also 100 gravel, because why not?
All right, I'm back, and the first
Package
150
CVs, can we?
the first can is about to come out. Good. We didn't miss anything. Three cans of petrol. That's fucking fantastic. All right, Sorth, you hear?
Yes.
Hear that dinging? Is that you building? Yes, good. That's Argo.
That is Argo currently shoving the VMAX I brought up into that thing.
All right, so this is going to be
The truck's
converted.
just here, by the way.
Good, fantastic. This is going to be converted into burning petrol because now we have 3 liters. Okay. 67. We still need to wait a bit, though, I guess. So, well, we'll just hook it up and see what happens. Okay, can we get this over here? Oh, it's in. Thank God it's in range. Okay, we're good. We're cranking. Okay, so this can go back on, and we could use more scrap now because we're starting to run a little low.
Cistern's half empty.
All right, so we need scrap and fuel now. But we're starting to run on petrol. We just need enough to actually make enough construction materials to convert over to petrol, and then we're somewhat actually sufficient. So basically, the petrol conversion runs at 12 megawatts, so we can run at... So one factory becomes over double the amount of power generation, or one power plant becomes essentially 2.5. So we can switch one and then not have to worry about powering the other plants too much. We don't need all 3 once we switch to that. So we just need a little bit more diesel to get us through this. But we need scrap right now.
Also, looking at the ghost of the water pump, I think I understand why it might not have been working for you earlier.
Why? Because it's not
You had
upgraded,
it-
so the access points aren't there?
No. It's because you had it... I'm pretty sure it's because you had it too close.
No, we did it further away, and the access point still didn't actually show up. So we may have to still break it down and move it somewhere, but the...
What I mean is, like, I think it might not have actually fitted on the access point because of the vertical aspect. It
Yes.
wasn't lining up vertically with it.
Yes, but I did it before on the shoreline with nothing else there, and there was no other... It didn't let me actually even connect to it. You can't build on the sand,
That's
but you
fucking
can't...
incredible.
You can't build it on... You can't build the pipelines on the sand, but I couldn't even connect to it, so you need the upgrades for it. So that's cooking. Three liters there. That's almost going to be 6. That's great.
Alright, I guess I'll go make a scrap run then.
Yeah, just go up to the factories to the north, or the scrap mines to the north. They should be full, so you should be able to make an easy like 10,000 scrap in a blink of an eye. Okay, so the power is we're at 11.5 megawatts out of 15, so we're good. Our reliance on diesel fuel could be, well, it could be lessened. Oh, you can make... Oh, hey! We can upgrade to a metal press on one of these in order to make the... Huh. We could do that very easily to the other one to make that run faster now that we're producing petrol. Oh. It only needs half a can to do that. It's 25 seconds for 3. That's good. Coal... We coke to do that. And a recycler... Well, it's still... Well, actually, 25... How much is it... How long does it take to produce one of these? It's 24 seconds. So yeah. So we could either... No, it's the same rate. This, though, it draws more power, but it produces 3 times as much. But we'll have petrol power, so that's acceptable. Actually, we have an excess of power right now, so we don't even need petrol power to actually flip that on. Seven. Okay, we're 10 away. That's good. That's cooking this. So it's another 6 petrol. Water's full too. Good. Right, what else would we actually need here? We need coke to some extent. However, this is making fuel oil, so I think, yeah, what we're probably gonna need to do is cram another coal refinery over here, so that one can make just coke. So I need the CV. However, we need to wait until this actually produces. So we need to wait a second. So making a second coal refinery to produce just coke will help us out there. Again, you could plan this better so that you can have an internal rail system to just shuffle raw materials within the factory to the other areas very quickly on a single rail, but we didn't obviously plan that because we didn't know how much this was going to take. So this is scattershot as shit, but you can make this more efficient. Okay, which one's almost out of diesel? Which one are we going to waste the least diesel with? This one. And this one's actually on the outside edge, so we could probably get away with almost making a pipeline to this, but we need more power in order to have this operational to make the fucking pipes. This only costs 25 materials, though, so we might be able to get away with that one once we're actually cranking. However, unfortunately, it would seem as though there's only one... Can we upgrade this to make more? Hydrogen, though. Okay, so we make... Oh, okay, so we're... Well, that... That makes more oil, or more petrol for less oil, but you need water, too. So that's another draw you don't really want. So, really, you're just replacing the lost oil with water. That's not really all that great. Okay, so there's no way to speed up oil refinement, really. That's not really great. You could save a little bit on the oil to petrol conversion, but no. Granted, you can get water wherever the fuck you want, but you still have to build a pipeline to really start harvesting that very well. Okay, there's that. Okay, we should be good enough now to upgrade the factory, or the power plant. We should be good enough, so just pull all this shit out. And the other factory should have the rest of it. 96 and 101. Well, we don't need that, but just need 100. Come over here. We switch this to petrol power. The cistern's in the way, but we're not connecting a pipeline to this. Actually, that doesn't matter because the pipeline's still over there. Okay, and it's 50 for... interesting. So, how much does this... Okay, how long does this take? So it's 130... Well, 1 minute and 30 seconds. 130, what am I thinking? Okay, so that produces 12 for half a can... 44 seconds. It takes a little longer to produce, but it's still producing for longer. Okay. Alright. So now we just get our petrol and bring it over here. We have to switch the fuels, which is going to be a little unfortunate, but oh well. Okay, but this means more diesel for those two to run on. Okay. Actually, I think we can keep the diesel in there. Interesting. That's a bit of an emergency supply. They can run on both. Efficiency. Okay, these are 50 a can. 50 a can, but it was producing 150 each. Again, this should be 300. So I don't. It's 50 a can, and we put all of the ones in there. I don't think it's producing the petrol it lists. It's slightly less. But hey, there we go. Now we have 22 watts. And it lasts for a bit longer, and it generates more power. That's not a whole lot of petrol, but we're producing more at the rate. Very slowly, unfortunately, but this is probably what you need now. Alright, so if we're gonna do we're gonna do petrol like this, we're gonna need a larger area for just coal refinement. There's probably another way to make petrol, though, but I'm not exactly sure how. But now, this shit can be flipped on. Borrow some of these. That's 9. That'll make 3 pipes. Or rather, it'll make, well, 3 process materials. Run that. However, upgrading this to a smelter would be very nice, but that also would require more petrol than we have right now. It's unfortunate, but, well, we'll eventually get to that. So you need to... So that's what you want to do for power production. You want to move to petrol first. You can make smaller vehicles first, but you want to do power via diesel, and then Tech 1 construction materials, and then you want to bring water and then coal, which you can, I suppose, mine while you're doing this. Water and then coal into making petrol, and then you can backfeed that through the system and upgrade everything. There are crude oil fields out there removing the whole refining into oil process. Yes, but those are rare and there are none in this area. So that's how you would do this if you weren't actually this stupid like us. So, unfortunately, those fields are all fucking empty. Nope. Nope. So expect those not to be there. Nope. Nope. Yep. Well, they've got auto petrol over here. Fantastic. So somebody's making it publicly, I guess, but... Nope. Nope. This is not water. Nope. 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 Do not fucking count on crude. Do not count on the crude in the ground. It's gonna be tapped. You're gonna have to make your own. The oil wells are gonna be tapped by everyone and their fucking mother. Load. Coal liquefaction is the only way you're gonna get your own oil. So yeah, they probably should increase the output of the oil fields to compensate for this, but don't bet on it. Come prepared to make petrol via coal liquefiers. That the oil's producing. We've got 3. I'll take these. Obviously, making a pipeline would be useful, but I think what we'll do is we'll actually make a pipeline out of these. we have to, actually make pipe. Which, can we? No, one at a time. We don't have enough materials for that yet. One at a time. And that canceled the recipe, damn. But okay, so we'll make a pipe. We'll make a pipeline from the oil refinery over here to the power plant via some means. Probably going to be in everyone's fucking way, but we'll make some overhead pipes too. So basically, what you're gonna make is a cracking facility. You're basically making an oil refinery first before you do anything else. So this is actually enough oil to keep this actually seemingly positive. Seemingly, anyway. Comparatively little water, I guess, but there's a lot of water in that, at least. Gonna have ass loads of concrete, too. Oil's going fantastic. What do we need here? We need some petrol to get this start going. Okay, so to make, we need some coke, and we need 150 liters of petrol and some salvage to make the assembly meters. How many of these do we need for the car? How many of these do we need for the mine seeker? Oh, Jesus, that's gonna be a lot. We make one. Okay. That's gonna take a while. We definitely need to up the petrol production. That means more water, too. Yeah, it's 150 liters of water. We're running one of the power plants so we can actually do any of this. So we're gonna need more refineries. Granted, okay, so maybe that's not too bad of an upgrade, because with less oil being used, we have more oil on tap to make the petrol, so it starts to make a surplus. And then the water is a little easier to come by if you can actually fill it up in the, get it, actually, have water processing. However, this is apparently out of water now. Actually, no, it's not. How much water is in here? It doesn't say. Got plenty of coal to be making this. We need more. Okay. We do need to make that refinery, though. Oh, well, we do need to make that second refinery. Suppose what I could do is that's fill up on water, so I can go down to the water pump in this and go get more. Since that's been sitting there for a while collecting, there's probably plenty of water in it.
Oh, I was about to go do that.
Right, I got that. Just keep bringing coal in, because I'm going to need to make another coal refinery.
That reminds me, I did loot the little minecart train from the factory up the hill, by the way, seeing as they seem to have vanished for the night.
We're trying to produce our own, sir.
Well, we can abuse an existing one for the moment.
I mean, I guess so, but it's not going to feel right until we get our own. And also, there's plenty of water. Yeah, actually, if you let this sit here by itself, on its own, maybe you don't need the powered one. You'd make a shit ton and it'd be enough to pump, but maybe you don't need the powered water pump all that much. You don't need it immediately. That I can see. That's plenty of water. So that's actually producing a high rate. So yeah, maybe that upgrade would actually help and save the oil, which is the coal's, coal to oil is seemingly, it's kind of, it's 300. That's 3 stacks to make 1 gallon. So maybe that's actually, maybe I was wrong. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe that's actually good, because you can get water real fucking easily. It's a lot of goddamn water. I thought it was going to be producing way slower. Actually, that's not what we want. That's... We've already got the upgrade here. We don't need that. That's the coal plant. Well, it's the, the coal processor. We want the refinery upgrade, which is 200 part. That's expensive, though, but that will increase our productivity. Water's plenty to come by, and we can actually run it through the same... Actually, we can't. You'd need to make a liquid storage and then run it into the second pipe that appears when you upgrade this. Yeah, that pipe. So, we need to actually make a vertical pipe thing. So, okay. We need liquid storage over here. Which would be how big? Storage. There's liquid storage. Liquid transfer station. What do you mean unsuitable? You're fine. Oh, there it is. Right there. Which, how much does that cost? $35. That's actually fairly cheap. Takes up a lot of space, but it's also fairly cheap. Water, and I suppose we wouldn't have to connect it directly to water. We could just connect it to... We could just have the Stallone filling up the water, which fills up everything else. So we'd have to... Yeah, this would be interesting. How would we make a pipe junction like that? Actually, but then again, we're doing 2 water pipes. We're only holding water in it. So we could just do the 2 pipes, an overhead for each. So we'd make them like this. Must be built on a foundation. That's problematic. But we'd make them side by side like this. And then we'd have one... Well, actually, that's going to be a little close to the outlet for the thing. Maybe angled... Well, actually, we can... Well, actually, no, it needs to be made in a foundation, too. Christ. Maybe we could sandwich these in... Yeah, we could sandwich these in really fucking close. So, okay. Now, where's that CV? I got me an idea. So we could just pump water into that and supply water to both of those facilities at once. We need pipe. But we can make pipe. So, it'd be much better if this was better organized, but again, I'm doing this here, so we don't do this on the live server. And it looks like, yeah, we're gonna be at this for like a day. Like, when the patch drops and we get in, we're gonna be at this for like a day. We got plenty of gravel, too, so we can expand it. Good. So I'm not going to be... So, I want to make another coal liquefier. And maybe another refinery? So it looks like I'm just gonna have to make another set of platforms for it. Shit, I gotta probably make it right here. So, is this... How's this doing? Since we're not using so much diesel, you can actually have more. You are actually out. But since you're not... Actually, since we haven't run into any problems, since this is producing so much fucking power. Actually, it's out of petrol. Fuck. Damn it. I haven't refueled that. It's going quick. This is probably why we need that petrol pipeline over here, which we can make with pipe. We require more pipe. Although what I could do is I could do a liquid transfer station over... Actually, rather than building it over there, I could just build it over here. I'd still have to make another liquefier. I mean, another coal processor. Same thing, really. But I could just build the storage over here, and the pipes are all accessible over here. And I can make another refinery, most likely, over here? Probably? I can just make another foundation. We got enough gravel for it. Make that shit over here. The tree is kind of like our dividing line. So the tree is going to be in the way. Well, I should have backed it up in between two of these trees, but let's try not to make it obstruct literally everything. So we move the water over here. I'm gonna be up all night doing this. I was gonna start playing Metro Last Light tomorrow, but no, we're doing this. All night logistics. This has become a fucking saga. Well, it looks like it's gonna be a while before I get the last light. But you know what? Well, at least we're on the upswing, so it's less fucking depressing than it was last year. We got a whole new world of logistics. Things are looking bright, because they're powered by oil lamps. Hydrocarbons. Okay, now that that's like that, liquid storage. I could probably put a fuel silo over here, too. So, that has to be basically right there. Is this going to be obstructed by anything else? Yeah, that's just going to be like that. We can also put down... You could also put down... a tanker. Huh. You could probably... Yeah, you could probably put down a cistern of water. Or anything else on that. Interesting. So you could actually make a bunch of water pumps and then fill a cistern with it. Have a crane over there next to a bunch of water pumps that are pumping water, have them piped into this, and then drop a cistern and fill up the cistern with water and then haul it away, rather than actually having to make a pipeline across the map. Interesting. Okay, the leftovers of this will go in to make more pipe. Some of the stockpile. Though we're out of power, so that means we have to go over here.
Did you get the other refinery up?
Not yet, but I had an idea of moving the water, like upgrading this to the less heavy like using less water and using less oil and like less coal and replacing it with oil, or less, rather than it just being oil, replacing it with water too. There's an upgrade that does that. So I'm moving the water to that liquid storage over there to make this a little bit more efficient. But we're gonna need more.
Just asking.
We're gonna need more
Just
petrol
forget.
production. We'll get there in a sec.
Because we have 12,000 coal.
Good, fantastic. But so we can supply water to the refinery and to the liquefier. Yeah, it's not a lot though. We definitely need to increase petrol production though. That's way too little. We can make it a little better by just piping the petrol directly into that factory though. Okay, so what about this fuel silo? Including heavy oil, petrol, and crude oil. Oh, you can just build this anywhere. Good. Okay, that's functioning after God knows how long. Alright, yeah, so we need that other refinery. Which will take us...
Chief, hear me out. Seeing as we've got that 12 metric fuck-ass tons of coal now, what if we were to upgrade the base materials factory with a smelter?
Well, that's coke. We need another coal processor to make coke right now, because the other one's making oil for the petrol. That we can work on.
Fair point. Didn't notice that.
We also need the coke for something else, so we need to make another coal refinery in order to make coke as well as just supplying the fuel oil. So we're gonna need basically this setup right here. We need 2 of these now.
Well, we have the gravel to put down more foundations.
Right. So I think I can get 2 refineries over here, but I think we're gonna need another. We're gonna need another foundation, maybe in here if we can squeeze it in here for another coal refinery. Yeah, we got it. So you know what? Let me see.
Give me a moment, I'm dragging 290 kilos of coal over here. Not coal, gravel, sorry.
Yeah, it's too far. I think we can probably squeeze it in here, though.
There you go.
Alright. I think we can probably squeeze another one in here to get another coal refinery. We just get... Yes, good.
Just tack it on the end, it'll be fine.
If I can back up a bit. Maybe we can get, maybe if we're really fucking clever, we can get 3 coal refineries, 2 oil refineries into that space up there, but they'd be blocking each other for the water stuff, so. But maybe we only need 1 of them. It's mostly to save the oil. Yeah, make somebody Somebody just keep running the petrol out of the refinery currently, and to the one factory on the end that is using petrol. Until we get a pipe set up, we're gonna have to keep running that to make sure that doesn't run out. It's not quite fast enough on its own for any leeway time, but if we built a pipeline from the refinery to that factory, we might be able to just set it and forget it. So but we need pipe to do that first, so that's gonna take a bit. However, once we get enough coke to make the smelter, we might be able to increase parts, or Tech 1 parts enough to actually keep that up. Just making lots of pipe. But we can make pipes very long, so I suppose we should try that as well. But first... well, not the materials factory. I need those. $16. The refinery is... we need 50. This actually isn't going to need water, so we don't... actually, I need to abide by those. So they actually need to be spaced, even though we're not going to be using those pipeline connections. Damn. Although, if I flip it the other way around, yes. But then that means that we can't get more than 2 in here. Might be able to fit something on the other end, on the end, though. I don't know what, though we may... I don't know what we can fit on the end, but we might be able to fit something on the end just by having these right next to each other.
Is that second refinery supposed to be facing that way?
Yes. We might be able to squeeze something on the end there, but you have to abide by the upgrades that you don't even have. So we might be able to squeeze something in that teeny tiny space over there, but I'm not sure what yet.
I was just asking since the pipes are going to be facing the opposite way of the first one.
Yeah, but that's going to be making coke, so it won't need anything but coal. At least I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, no, just coal. We can make some extra sulfur if we wanted to, but that's still you don't put that through pipes. So that one's not going to need its pipes at all.
Which one do I shove the petrol into again?
The one all the way on the north side. You see the like sort. You see this like this one on the end, but you see this bigger smokestack back here? You know, with the circular base? This one right here?
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's the petrol upgrade, so that means it's a petrol plant. Go into the snail's base, but it'll pick up once this is all done. So yeah, you need like 3 of these factories to make things all nice and happy. So get like 3 power plants and then 3 basic Tech 1 material processors. And then expand out from that to fuel oil, and then you're great. You probably also should be making pipes, too. But you have those first, and then move on to bigger and better things once you have that unshakable base of Tier 1 construction materials. Oh my god, we're building this as fast as we possibly can, and it still takes 2 minutes for 2. Producing as fast as it possibly can. Keep that water topped off at least. This has 11 materials, so yeah. Start making those pipes. I probably should have waited. That the pipeline to make the oil the petrol plant running smoother was probably the better idea. I should have saved the construction materials for that. Oh, that's in my backpack. We're getting there, but I suppose I can take the pipes and start making this pipeline. It's just going to be along the road. Although we're going to have to go a bit, just in case we block the other pipeline. Wait, we should only need to split the water out of one. So we won't need the other one, I don't think. But what we could do... we could make a fuel silo. So we don't fuck anything up over here. Silo, and that gives us enough range with the pipe. Hang on, how long can we make this pipe? We're still waiting on that. So these are waiting here. Or that will require more materials than we actually have. That requires... actually, it's 2 pipes. Actually, that's overhead pipe. What about the silo? 30. We don't have that. We'll rearrange it, I guess, if we need it. Alright. Okay. This one makes Coke. Actually.
Real quick, what was the liquid transfer station going to be used for?
Water. However, I don't think this is... I think we're gonna need... well, I have more beer
We're
cans.
running low on salvage again. I'm going to go make a run for it.
Right. I think I might need another pole to get this right. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna move some of this coal that's in here. Where's the coal? Actually, no, that's the wrong factory. It's on this one. Duh. Whoa. Yeah, we need more coal. I'm hoping there's a shit ton... yes, there is a shit ton of coal. Good. Actually, why am I doing this?
I did tell you there was like 70 gazillion fuck tons of coal in there now.
Good, that's the power of a minecart. We're just gonna pretend that the dump truck was making those runs there, but let me just get one of these trucks and drive it over there. Somebody lock that, even though we don't need to do that anymore. That's also locked too!
The one up this end should be squad locked, so you should just be able to jump in.
Actually, I could disengage the lock on this one too, so maybe... But I just need to move a shit ton of coal over there now, because we're almost out.
Andrew,
There's
wait,
a
must have been in
spare-
a truck. Oh no.
There's a spare wrench in the box by one of the power plants if you need to jimmy a lock.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this has BMATs in it. I can't put him in there, but I don't need him right now. Put this over here, just so we don't have any production problems. Because we're already running out of fucking... That needs to be in there to keep the petrol going. Yeah, just move all those BMATs to somewhere safe. That should be enough for now. This one there, and now we start. We're out of power because we're out of fucking petrol again. God damn it. This doesn't have enough oil, and it's not enough power, so yeah, that's a problem. Bridge the gap with that much? No, not really. What about the other power plants? Are they... Reducing at capacity. Now we got a bit of an issue. Turn that off for a bit, save some power. This is... Again, not producing enough. So this needs to be active. This needs to be active. But we don't need... Running into a power shortage again. Ah! Sadly, I think I just wasted all those materials. Definitely we ran into a bottleneck here. That's unfortunate. I suppose while we wait... It's 200 supplies though. Holy fuck, that's a lot. We don't have that much. It'd be cheaper to get the smelter upgrade, honestly. But the only problem is we need more petrol, and we don't have petrol. However, we could have coke. We could do coke. We just need more power in order to get that running. 3 megawatts. What's the current power grid at? I need 3 megawatts. What do we have left? 15, actually. Okay, so what if we turn this on? Okay, that has enough power to get going. So we can do coke. We can do coke to make this a little bit more efficient. Good. Does that increase power? It does double the power, though. But with more of those materials, we can produce the more things more petrol faster. This is a bitch, but okay. Okay, so if we were gonna do a pipeline.
I'm gonna go for a walk and see if I can't find another CV. Or at the very least, make one. We can extend this quite a while. So what if we go this way? That's a really inhumane... That really should not be like that. That's probably not right. Make that other refinery first before we talk about anything like that. The problem is we need to increase production as well, but I suppose by adding the cutter, we could increase our production. The thing is we can't do coal, or we could add another coal refinery, but that requires even more power than we have right now. So we have to make do like this until we actually get enough. Or we make another power plant. That's basically now out of petrol, but I think we're producing just enough. We're producing just enough to keep this going. Good. Do not turn anything else on. You can't build pipes right now, but we just need to build up some petrol in order to keep that shit going. We got some coke. So good. Well, we can use the coke, but that's going to cost more power. What about over here? Those are still 2 megawatts, so we can actually hop over to using... We don't have enough petrol for it, but we could start producing assembly materials, which is good. We are in desperate need of petrol production, though, so we need 2 refineries. The problem is we don't have enough power for that one until this one starts cranking out enough. But we could build another one. However, then we need to expand the foundation. And we're probably not that... Yeah, we're kind of low on diesel, too. So we're gonna run into a power crisis pretty soon here. We need more diesel fuel.
Alright, once I deliver this salvage, I'll go fill up the cistern again.
We are producing just enough to start building petrol, but we're running low on diesel, so if that goes, we're all fucked. That out of the way, we can start producing stuff over here, I suppose. We can flip this over. Yeah, we've got enough coke for that. Probably a better or more artful way to move this stuff, but well, we'll figure it out when we figure it out. Flip this over to this. We don't grab these. We don't really need the construction materials on more than one factory. Put this over here. We're going to upgrade this to well, to add it, more production when we can. So that's actually, with 3, actually it makes, it's more power efficient to just upgrade, because 2 megawatts more would equal 2 factories, but you're producing 3 every 25 seconds instead of 2 with 2 factories. So you want the upgrade rather than making 3 of these factories. With 3 of these factories, you'll be consuming 6 megawatts of power, so it's less efficient. So you want the smelter upgrades. Oh, the power's offline again. Okay, so, yep, that's the diesel. Okay, we gotta fill that up with diesel then. That's it. So you need to be on that shit fast. You really need that production. So it's you making that stable energy production. That's absolutely fucking key. So actually what we could do is fill that up with diesel and then put the petrol in the tank but not flip it on until it's full. That gives us a bit of a buffer zone. It's only 50 a can. But that's the thing. It says it's producing 150 liters of petrol, but it's lying to you. It's not producing 150 units of petrol. It's producing 100. So that's either a mistake on the amount coming out or a typo. So we'll just keep filling that up as we go. Make as much as we possibly can.
Alright, sister, it's empty. I'm going to take it to the fuel refinery.
We're out. Shit. Alright, that's gonna have to wait. We'll flip that off. Yeah, you gotta. And I had to cut production in order to actually keep the power grid online. So this is, yeah, we need to increase. We need some more diesel fuel as a crutch, and then we need to get those extra refineries up pronto. So that's what I'll be doing next. So yeah, even if we can't connect them right now, getting this down would be fucking great. How many parts do we have in here? No. We have parts to extend the foundation, though. Though, I wonder if I could squeeze in something right there. Can I get this in there? It might be a little bit too much. Well, it's because the fucking truck's there. Oh. They're squad locks. They don't have to be, I don't have to unlock them. Well, let's get this other refinery down first. We need to increase that production. Well, I think if we flip it around... Oh, not... Why would you... Well, you might want to put it over there, I guess, but... Stop that, you stupid fuck. It wants to clip into the factory, which, well, I suppose if it'll fit, but it probably won't. What are you... Good fucking Christ. That's an annoying bug. Okay, so what if I flip it around? No, it still tries to do that. There's a magic... This is gonna be a bitch to actually get in. God fucking damn it. Jesus goddamn Christ. Get it in here and then... No. Okay, I'm just gonna try and get this down at all. There it is. Because that's freaking out. That's not good. We'll figure it out as we go. Did I not put more? Okay, that's weird. We'll figure that shit out as we go. We'll do it live. I needed more. It's 50, right? I'll know the exact number once it's out. $27. Take 30. We're good. In. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another foundation over here. It's going to be slightly off, but probably still not on the road. What we're going to do is we're going to make another foundation over here. And we're going to make another coal refinery over here. That'll be another liquefier. So then we can increase production. Just a little bit, but I need to get out of that area first. Shouldn't we? Come on, just a little bit, just a little bit, just not quite there. That's, well, it's not on the road. That's technically speaking not on the road. You guys managed to get the water pipes to work? We figured it out. We needed to upgrade the water pipe in order to get access to the pipeline connection. We figured it out because the coal refinery doesn't accept water until you upgrade it to produce, until you upgrade the coal liquefier. So the coal refinery doesn't accept liquids and therefore doesn't have its pipe connections until you upgrade it to the liquefier. Because why would you need pipes for coal? So you need to upgrade certain structures to have access to their pipelines. Okay, maybe we can cram, if we're lucky, 2 coal refineries onto this, but we're going to be running into power problems.
Coming back with the fuel now.
Good. But okay, so this is like this, and then, okay, so we're going to have to figure out exactly what we're going to, we could do liquid storage. But then that would require, we can't do 2 pipelines at once, so we can't merge pipes. Or at least I don't think we can merge pipes. How many I have? I've 3, so I got one to start at. Okay, this is going to have to be connected by a longer pipeline. Okay, so first of all, okay, that's right. So we're looking for that. Okay, that's as far as it. That's over as far as it can go. It needs tier 1 construction. And also a pipe. We got pipes. That one's offline. Alright, Sorth, I'm gonna put these in the CV and you hammer it. I need I need to move the petrol that's over here to the power plant.
All right.
So there you go. You got 26. It's not enough, but you will be on the way.
It's a good start.
It's a good start, yeah.
Also, as you might have noticed, I built CV2 at BMAT Boogaloo.
That's good, I suppose. We can use that to double up on construction to get it through faster. But we need to upgrade our
That's the plan.
our Tech 1 part production in order to be able to do that. But we're on our way. This is a fucking nightmare.
Real Factorio moment.
We're on our way. This is a fucking nightmare of a facility, but we're getting there. It's got enough diesel for the moment, but it's not gonna last. Looking at the wrong thing. Right, so here's a little bit more. 6.
6 is still better than 0.
What's going on here? This doesn't have enough coal. All right. Need to refill the coal on the refinery. I'm doing it again.
Alright, diesel's been delivered. I'm fueling up one power plant, and now I have to step away for a minute.
All right, thank you. been 10 hours, and I still do not have my train. If we made this smarter, we'd be going faster, but now we know what smart is. We know what dumb is, so now we know what smarter is. Water too while I'm here. I'm gonna sit down and have to come up with a list to know exactly how many power plants we need to power, how many facilities, and how many coal refiners to power to produce enough petrol to run those power plants to upgrade them to petrol and then be on our way. You're gonna have to do some fucking calculations here. Write this down. This is where the spreadsheets come in. It's like we're playing fucking Eve, man. This has now become spreadsheet hell. It already probably was, but now we have entered spreadsheet hell. Oh, I didn't even load that. Well, yeah, because the truck was in the way. God, hang on. Okay, we're cruising just above power requirements now, which is good. This is where a train would come in handy for delivering all this shit. Get that out of the road. Sorts, we got enough factory mats to finish this off?
Almost. I think we need another 2.
Alright, let me go get that. Anything left hanging around in here? No. Got 3 pipes though, we're gonna need at least 1. Can we turn this back on to scrap? Yes, we can. Okay, good. It doesn't overload the entire fucking grid. Fantastic. Okay, there's 2. I gotta load more scrap into the factories.
One more.
God fucking damn
You
it.
gotta be fucking kidding me.
But this is at least providing a convenient access route. Or maybe it isn't. No, that just, it's a little bit
It's
autistic.
done.
Okay, now we gotta put the pipes down. Well, actually, we need to upgrade to a
I'm gonna
liquefier.
upgrade it, haven't I?
We have to upgrade it to a liquefier, which is gonna take a little bit, but now we have 2 factories running, so we should be alright. Oh, actually, we need to get the other factory running. That's what we need. So at least we have enough components for this, and the problem is we kind of need other factories to give us more materials. So good thing we didn't make too many pipes out of that. Okay, I think we have... No, we don't. Oh. Yep, I just shorted out the whole fucking grid turning that on. Okay. Okay. Alright, now we're on petrol power. But this is in the interest of getting more petrol power, so... valid.
Or at the very least, more consistent petrol power.
That got plenty of water. Okay, we need 20 tier 2 factory mats, so that's going to take a little bit. Fucking heavy oil to make more of those? Just oil. But yeah, we're gonna need to offload the construction material. So yeah, you need a lot of these. So you need like 3 of these factories before you start making anything else. 3 of these factories cranking, and then maybe on the side you have something making coke, so you can upgrade them to smelters. At least one coal refinery making just coke. Then again, I think we have enough, but we're short on power. So, I think the grid's doing okay right now. Yeah, we're 1 megawatt. We're like half a megawatt short for that. To just go off and do that. That is a shame. Although I could turn this off and it'd be more efficient. Yeah, I could just turn this off and then upgrade the smelt. But that would take 25 parts, which we have to wait for. However, that is an increase. So you know what? We'll make all the parts obviously now because we don't have another one. But so we can turn this off when we have 25. We'll be producing more parts rather than just sitting here trying to utilize all these other resources. However, what I will do is I will take one of these. Leave those in there for the moment. One of these, so this is a complete stack. Then put those in start putting these in the inventory. And this will be upgraded to a smelter, because we can handle that now. Or other, yeah, smelter. Because we got plenty of coke. 25 materials. We have 4. This one's also producing materials, so we're getting there. Scrap might wind up being a little light, but it goes at 20, so it's not exactly like astoundingly quick, or astoundingly high drain, I should say. While we're waiting for this, let's go over here and grab some more oil or petrol. Actually, no. That's odd. Actually, so it is producing 100. No, it isn't lying to you. We only had 2 cans. I guess somebody grabbed one by accident. It's fucking with my head. You do. Those are 50 liters each. So you do produce 150. Sorry, it's late. I got surprised when I only had 2 cans. $14. $18. Move some coal. Move some coke over. So you want to have an excess of power with the diesel, and then you run these factories until you can upgrade them to all have smelters via coke. And then they're producing as many fucking raw materials as you possibly can. And then you have, okay, so you need 1, that seems like sufficient enough. At least for 1 of these. So you want to make coke out of the coal refinery. And then you want to make smelters out of your normal refineries. And then as soon as you're cranking a shit ton of tier 1 mats, you can start expanding to do other things. You're going to be using a little bit, a bit of an excess power to start, but then you'll become more power efficient once you get down there. So we're out of coke now, or out of coal in this one. So we got plenty of coke. So you're going to be running it a bit inefficient with all of the factories just to have as much power as you need. But then once you upgrade them to smelters, you'll be making. You'll increase their production without having to increase your power exponentially along with it. You'll actually save on the upgrades. So essentially, each one produces as much as 2 plus another one. So they produce as much as 3 at the same time with only using the power of 2. That you'll have as much as you fucking need at that point. $26. Okay. Smelter upgrade go. Flip you off for the moment because we don't need you. Something just shorted out. I think it's one of the diesel. I think they're both empty. Yeah, they're both empty. Both the power plants over here are empty. Just shovel it down. Okay. So this is now cooking, and it's now cranking out. Well, actually, flip that off. Oh, I should have saved that, but oh well. Flip that back on. And now for the same amount of time, we're producing 3. Good. So now we have an upgrade. This thing doesn't even have to run. But now that the power's back on, we should. This is going to run out of scrap pretty soon, but we can get more scrap. What we need to do is move the coal. I think we're out of coal, though. Actually, no, we've got more coal. Good. Fantastic. Where's the dump? Dump truck's over here, I think. Oh. With that now, we need those Tech 20 parts, or Tech 20 Tech 2 parts. However, that doesn't have enough power. Actually, I should just switch this off as it waits. So, we don't need this. We can tap that on, but we need those Tech 2 parts now. So we can keep this on, but we probably shouldn't. Take the salvage, too. Move it over to the other facility. Let this sit here for a bit while we work. Whew. I guess we can move these over to the vehicle assembly so we know we have more. Well. Oh, those are heavy parts. Fuck it. Those are large objects. Leave them alone. That'll keep going, and that's producing faster than both of those factories combined. So now I just added another factory on top of that for for 2/3 the cost. I added another factory in terms of power. So now we should be able to flip this on. Good. Now we're producing tier 2 materials again. Great. Well, actually, I need to unlock the upgrade in order to get the pipes over there. How much coke are we burning per cycle here? 25. They're fine. That's great. This needs more coal, though. That's gonna run out. So where's that fucking truck? There it is. Put that straight in the one producing the oil. The coke one's fine. We don't need more coke right now. Going forever. $6,000 and this, the last bit of this. The last bit of this we'll throw in the coke machine. The coke machine. So I saw somebody moved the assembly materials over here. Interesting. Okay, so 125. We're on the way to producing that. So that's
You're gonna spend your last little bit of coal on the fucking cokies, are ya?
Yes, the coke. I'm gonna go get that yayo. Wrong thing. No, that's not. No, the second one. There we go. It's not much coke, but it's fine. Petrol while we're over here. Very soon we'll not have to
Cargo,
fucking do
please. Why is the flatbed not squad locked?
Very soon I will not have to do this. We'll upgrade to having pipes and be a civilized society. Good that I got here. Almost out of petrol. About to increase production anyway, so good. I'm gonna be here all day. I think I can actually do this. I got enough coffee to actually stay up all night, and then I can fall unconscious sometime tomorrow. My sleeping schedule is gonna be absolutely murdered. But I'll at least know what the fuck I'm doing. I can look back at the stream and realize, oh fuck, this was stupid. We can all learn from this. What are we looking at in terms of parts? 62, good. Alright, how much does it take to add the liquefier? I think it's 100. Actually, no, we need tier 3 parts for that. So that's not even what we're doing. See, plenty of fucking coke in there. It's only going at 25, and there's 2,000 almost in there, 1,700. So take all these. Bring this shit over here. Wow, make some fucking tier 3 materials. We need 18 more? Well, no. It's 10... plus 18, that's 18. We need 2 more. Well, we need 18. No, wait, no, 10, 12 more, I think. Right, 12, that's what I'm looking for. I'm sorry, it's 3 a.m. and I've been trying to build a train for 10 hours. I might be losing it a little. I can't do complex math, I'm sorry. Six already, man. That's fucking lightning. that shit. We get 3 of those up all with smelters. We're gonna need a lot of coke for that. So we're definitely gonna need to be stockpiling coke. It's 25. This makes that'd be 75 per run. We may need to make two. We could survive at least 1 or 2 with just 1 refinery. We may need to make more, but dump that fucking coal in there. It's great. I think we can get away with making 1 pipe from this refinery to the coal refinery. So that's good. Plenty of coal in there. It's just going to keep producing as much petrol as we need. But I had to cut her, but we're only going to start getting that many materials now. That saves some oil, so there's a little bit backed up. Need the water pipe over there, but that's what the other one's for. Yeah. In order to start making these upgrades worth, in a feasible amount of time, you just need to upgrade the base of this. So, holy shit, build Tech 1 factories and get them smelters, get some coke in there, and just start making a shit ton of construction materials. I've said that multiple times already, but I hope you know, because Jesus Christ, it will not take 10 hours for you to do what we have done already. This is still kind of low on petrol, but we need to be chugging along at this pace. How's the power grid? Yep. Up at that 19.5 again. We would need actually, should we be able to get away with producing some of this other stuff? But we need the petrol to make the assembly materials. However, we need the petrol to supply that power facility. Catch-22 here, unfortunately. Water, though, what we could do is we could make a pipeline. So what about underground pipes? Ah. So we could make we could make 2 underground pipelines. Come out here, but then again, that would only. We need 2 material storages to do that. And we'd want to have all of it going to one place, but then again, No, you couldn't do that, because there's no out... What I want to do is I want to take 2 of these and connect it to a liquid storage, but then the liquid storage only has 2 outs. So I'd need to actually make 4 of these in order to have the same outlets. And I need to break this down into 1 somehow. You can't... Yeah, you can't do that. I don't know if you can split pipes. It doesn't seem like you can. There's a valve for adjusting the flow of things, but I don't think you can split a pipe with that. Oh, wait a minute, you can't... Hey! Hey! You can! You can construct that there, then you construct that on any other pipe, so, So what you could do is you could construct 2 pipes and then meet into 1 and then go to a liquid storage and then be an in for all the petrol and then construct another pipe that comes over.
Are you going to put a liquid storage over this side?
Yeah, I think so. I'm plotting to do it just because I'm trying to figure out exactly how you would split a pipe, and it looks like you need a valve to do it. So it's possible. So we're gonna put a foundation over on that other side to just have one liquid storage.
Sounds good. I'll get started on that.
So put it somewhere over here. See if you can jam it all the way over here, as close to the power facility as possible. So right side of the road, as far up as you can get it. As far up as you can get away putting the foundation.
I can literally put the foundation in the middle of the road if I want to.
Well, don't do that, but you want it on the shoulder. I don't know if we can put... Well, actually, hang on here. Wait 1 second. If we put it right here, could we put the pipeline underneath it? So, if I were to put this here...
It needs to be a 2x2 to fit it, right?
So, there. Ah, you can go under the gravel with a pipeline, so good. So put it, like, somewhere around right where I'm standing. Just maybe back it up a bit so we can put the pipes there, but, like, right over here. Right over here is good. So I think you could probably get it away with moving over here, but that's close enough. It's a 1x1, don't do that. Don't. Use 2x2. If we run out of space, if we can't put it on there, then you won't be able to actually, you will be using double the amount of concrete. But hang on. Wait 1 second, let me have a look at this. No, that's more than 1x1. Do 2x2 just to be safe.
Yeah, no, it was a 1x2, but yeah. This thing only has a pittance of gravel in it, by the way, so this is getting started, but yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't... Well, actually, the other CV, I think, has more gravel on it.
It should do.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, it's only about... 80 gravel. So this might be a problem if we don't have enough for that. Is the current war ending on the 28th? Well, they're gonna try and hasten the end of the war by decreasing the victory point value, I think, is what I heard. So we'll see, but the patch drops on the 28th. So what they want to do is they want to end the current war on the 28th. So I think what they'll do is they'll keep dropping the victory points until the war ends. I'm anxious to get onto the new patch, yes. Yeah, I am too. I've been here for fucking almost 11 hours trying to make a fucking single goddamn train. A lot of stupid mistakes, but well, at least I know how to do things smart now. So I won't do half of this shit again. But holy sweet mother of Christ, this is a labyrinthine nightmare. Words. Hard words. Words that kill. It's been a year since I last played this game at all, so let's see how many things have changed since my quitting. A lot! And they're about to change completely with this fucking update. Like, the whole fucking, the backline logistics thing is gonna be tilted completely on its head, like, for this. I don't even know how much shit we can actually get away with, because I'm still sitting here actually trying to get this shit up and running. But, I did all of this to learn now how to do this so we don't act like complete fucking morons on the 28th. enough petrol, but that's barely enough. If we get that pipeline running, though, it'll be fucking great. 75. Ooh, that's a lot. That's good. Problem is, though, we can't really use that for much because we need scrap. Though we can't really use that for much right now since we stopped building shit. What could we actually potentially build? Honestly, really nothing currently. Build another metalworks, but that's too much power. Those require, well, we can make these auto extractors, but that's probably not. Well, we can make more water pumps. Yay, water pumps. We need more power to really do anything, though we can make a lot of light vehicle assemblies and probably, well, those need heavies, but those need the tier 2 materials, but we can make a lot of light vehicle assemblies if we really wanted to do that. Also make a supply station, but I think we're close enough to the town over there that we aren't really in desperate need of that. It's good for the game or no, because I was Logi and I literally was it literally was whole-time job managing one petrol pump with Logi. Well, congratulations, shit just got even more fucking complicated. Okay, you can put petrol in this, good, okay. So, this just got incredibly fucking so Logi now has less, oh, I'm holding down one resource point by myself, and hey, Logi groups now have a serious endgame to work towards. This is what this is. This is as much of an endgame as building fucking tanks and storm cannons for combat. There yet? Are we there yet? Do we have 20? Yes, thank God. Now we have to run it over there because they're all heavy. This would be much more efficient if we had actually planned this out properly, but now we know what planning it out properly looks like, or doesn't look like in this case. Okay, these... Move these out of here so we have a straight path to run to. Oh, that's a lot. That's unfortunate. So those can continue producing tier 2 parts, because we're going to need the pipes. And there's also tier 2 parts in general. Submitted. I have to run these over one at a time, because they're heavy. Or large objects. So, Pony 9000, if you want to join a Logi group, you're going to have something to do. You're all going to have something to do and contribute towards. You can, like, we're trying to do the whole kit and caboodle here, but you could make, like, even a water processing plant to have water for the entire area. You can make fucking petrol. You can make tier 1, you could just make tier 1 parts. You can go all the way up to vehicle production, make locomotives. You're going to have shit to do. And the more people you have around to help you do it, the better. So now, with this update, it's Logi stands right alongside equals with combat in terms of complexity. I literally don't have an idea where water is used, but sir, I'd love to help out. Water? Right now? There's a couple ways to do it, but water? You have to combine coal with water. New resource, by the way. You combine coal and water, and you make oil. You take oil, and you make petrol. So now you don't even have to stand around by the pumps anymore. You can legit just make petrol here in a facility. Should you actually go the fucking extra mile to make this entire fucking menagerie of shit first? So yes, you don't even, though you can, what you can do is you can make a pipeline from the existing oil wells to feed that oil into this facility to make petrol that way. However, so many people are probably going to be doing that, the oil wells are going to be fucking completely dry. So what you're probably going to have to lean on is coal liquefaction. Hallelujah, God exists. Yes, they have answered the call. They've made logistics just Factorio. They have just made Factorio. And oh my god, is it taxing? But it's actually very therapeutic. I've been here for 11 hours. I'm kind of winded now because 11 hours and just coffee, but this is fun, honestly. I'd like to have my fucking train by now, but this is because we made so many stupid mistakes in actually getting it. Thank you for the follow, too. It's a slow night, so I can notice those. So right now what we're doing is I'm getting up I'm loading this up to make this coal refinery into a second coal liquefier to feed it into this oil refinery to be producing double the amount of oil, which we will then, or petrol rather, which we will then pipe over here to a liquid storage facility, which we will then pipe all the way over here to power this factory that's running on petrol. So we don't actually have to touch it. It's all automatic. So that factory will continuously make petrol so long as there's coal and water at this end. This is gonna be awesome. I know, right? We haven't even gotten to the fucking trains yet. You can make railway guns, for fuck's sake. We haven't even gotten to that yet. Actually, no, over here. Right, over here. And once we actually get the train set up, we can actually route a train through all of this to make this easier for delivering coal. We can have a little, small gauge mine car just kind of puts its way through the facility, dumping coal off at the refineries. And we can also make a pipeline from the water pumps to here, so that the water comes in automatically too. So a lot of this can be made incredibly efficient or nearly set it and forget it. It takes a lot of work to get up there, though, so be ready to fucking work and have some friends. Like, for example, have some people to help you carry this shit. Though, if I had the mine car, I could put these on a flatbed and just carry them over. But we're working towards the mine car now. This is what all of this is for. Creating enough petrol, enough that the power plant has a surplus, so that we can then take that petrol and then refine it into petrochemical metals, I think what we're trying to do. Oh, well, hi, Mark. And party of 5. It's 3 a.m. I've been at this for 11 hours trying to make a fucking train, and we're only like halfway there. Made a lot of mistakes, but I know what not to do. Yes, hello, Mark. So, doing all of this stuff now makes it so
dropped off 5,000 coal at the resource depot.
Fantastic. If you're standing here...
That reminds me.
What? Go ahead.
Where do we actually get the gravel from again?
Refined from coal.
You take coal and you have to go to a refinery in town to do that, because we can't do that out here yet. So you take coal, you take it to a refinery.
So it's a real fucking TF2 moment, gotcha.
Yep. Nope. Submitted. Okay, 16. Short little 11-hour stream? Yes, short little autistic train set. Actually, we can't even say that. We haven't even actually. I can't say it's about an autistic train set because I don't have the fucking train.
In the same cargo boxes you can put coal in.
Everything else has been to produce the train. I swear to God, you could even have a job just getting to the point where you can produce trains for people.
Move gravel?
Nope.
Oh, you're playing on the dev branch.
Very sad.
I wanted to learn how the new facilities are going to work, and boy, howdy have I learned
containers.
how not to do
I don't
things.
know if the flatbed can take those, though.
Okay. 2 more. I've had to do this all on my own, but this is going to be able to produce the liquefier, and then we can move the fucking pipes over here. Okay, we need to actually tip that off. But in this much time, I probably have enough Tech 1 materials out of that other factory. That smelter is fan-fucking-tastic. One more. I'm super new to the game, so I thought I'd familiarize myself playing the normal game first. Smart, because it's incredibly detailed. The combat, it's extremely detailed, and the logistics game, on top of that, is a completely different monstrosity. Well, now it's about to get even more complex. Looks like getting those trains up and running is quite complicated. If you have to make them from complete scratch, yes. Okay, 20. Now we have the coal liquefier. Fan-fucking-tastic. There's that. Now I need the pipes. So the outward one is the outgoing and the inward one is the ingoing. Good that they did that. I get pipe. Pipe. Okay, so we come over here to the outgoing one. We build pipe. Build there. Connect there. And then pipe. Good, fantastic. Now that will automatically transfer all of the materials inside of that until all the things that it produces will go to the refinery. So the oil that it's producing will go to the refinery, and then it will automatically be refined into petrol. I just need to wire these up now, because I don't think I have any B-mats left. I actually have to go get some B-mats. I need more fucking power poles. The only problem is we're actually oh, we're out of power again. I'm gonna have to flip this off now and go to diesel. Which, I don't even think... that's still not enough. We're gonna have to flip something off. That is not producing. This is on, so... Actually, no, that's still off. Son of a fucking whore. The Coke. The Coke machine. The Coke machine doesn't need to be used right now. Turn the Coke machine off. Save the power. You're still fucking short. God damn it. This is why I'm doing all of this work, so that we can automatically transfer the petrol that's being produced over here to that factory, or to that power plant, so we don't have to keep doing this. Sorth, how's it coming on the gravel? I'd like to hop over the thing, please. There we go. Spacebar. I keep hitting V like I'm playing fucking Arma.
Currently coming back up to grab some coal first.
Right, so get that. We need that liquid station up pronto.
Yep, that's the plan.
Okay, this should give us a bit of a leeway here, but we need this. We need to keep cranking here. I need this shit. If we don't have the power, we can't actually keep doing. We can't actually increase anything. So once this gets set up and we start packing petrol into a liquid storage, we can funnel it to this power plant, and then the power plant's fine. It doesn't need to be filled up now automatically like this. This is me just like cranking the emergency battery on a fucking ham radio, just to keep the shit running. So trains will be hauling mats like Logi trucks, or are the trains used for completely new features? The trains will be hauling raw materials, processed materials. You can even put tanks on the train cars and move them that way. You can put a whole lot of shit on trains. The big trains aren't in the dev branch yet, unfortunately. We only have the small mine carts, but you can move raw materials and smaller amounts of things like ammunition, like artillery shells. You can put on those and move them around. Mostly what they're probably going to be used for is moving coal from coal mines to a facility where the coal will be used for any number of things, and then shuffling stuff around a facility, internally, just kind of going around from over here. Again, this is a mess. You don't build a facility like this. So this is a resource dump, and it has a rail system made to it. You walk up here, you dump your coal, and you go about your business. So, optimally speaking, you would have another train, like maybe have a track over here, and this would go into the facility, and you would be able to dump the coal and pick up other things and move them around in the facility had you laid the track right. We're fucking stupid, but we now know what stupid looks like. 150, that's fantastic. Okay, these need to be moved over. I need to switch over that other, to switch over the power plant to petrol, because we're not fucking producing anything. Suppose we can chill on this for a second here, so we can save a bit of power. Ah, good. All I needed to do was turn that off and all the lights come back on. Fantastic. Do trains operate automatically, or players have to drive the trains from point A to point B? Automatic trains. People would riot if they made them add AI control. No, you drive those things. You drive those things all over the fucking map. You make all the rails, you make the cars, you make a locomotive, and you drive wherever the fuck you want. People would riot if they made them AI controlled. That we have all these materials, fantastic. So yeah, everybody's going to make their own rail networks, and it's going to be overly complicated and confuse the ever-loving shit out of them. I wonder how many collisions we're going to see. There's that. We don't need that production quite yet, but there's... How much petrol do we have? The power grid is barely sustaining what we've got. I haven't even put the BMATs out yet for the other things. Like for the other factory. That's a bunch of wrenches and shovels. I think there's BMATs in this. Nope. Nope. Where are all the BMATs? Oh, good coal. Fantastic. I think the BMATs are in the construction vehicles. Right, they're over there. So if I can actually get over here.
The BMAS should all be in the thing, the CV next to the thing.
Good. Got it. So now we need to make some more power poles to extend them over to the other structures that we just made. Once again, don't make a facility like this. Dear God, make it more orderly than us. Okay, there's a... Maybe I can link this up over here? Maybe I can just get lucky here and just... Yes! Fantastic! I don't need to make another power pole to that. But I'm probably going to need one... this is going to be too long to take this over here. That's just straight up too long. Okay, so we're going to need to make a power pole here. Good. And I think I could probably connect this through the building. No. So you need to make another power pole over here? That's probably... That might be good. That might be a little long, but that'll get into the connection point. I got enough BMATs to correct this, but that might be a little long. Nope, actually that's fine. Fantastic. We can come over here, connect that, and we're good. Everything's in the grid now. You could do this a little bit more artfully, but there you go. I'm not actually sure what's the maximum range for those power poles, but we're going to get very comfortable with that knowledge eventually. Okay, so for the moment, because we're doing this, we need to flip the petrol on. Okay, now we're making way more power. That's going, that's steaming. This, I think we need to bring some coal over here in order to make this work, because there's nothing in here yet. That'll be producing that in a sec. Bring some coal over here to get this shit started. Go ahead, Argo. Need the water, too. Oh god.
Oh, let's kill.
Who locked the dump truck? Well, then again, why am I running over here? I'm not carrying a wrench. Steal some of this. There's 5,000 fucking coal over here. We can split this up a bit. Even though it's only gonna be enough for 2 runs, really. More petrol is more petrol. 700, get that, just get it going. Bring the water over here. I think there's still water in this. There is. Shit up and get it rolling. Allah fucking Luya, we're making double the amount of petrol now. Man, the water pump must be absolutely filled at this point. We haven't gone down there in a while to pick up more. That's good for the moment. That'll be good for a couple of ticks. We'll actually get more and more. Just to make that just as good. So as you can see, you need an ass load of coal. The only problem is you may need to put yourself in an area where you can't get all of the resources, like getting gravel first outside of a refinery area or a logi.
I'll be back with
it's gonna be a bitch.
a fair amount of gravel in the near future.
Good, fantastic. We need that liquid station. But we're now producing double the amount of petrol.
Understandable.
Yeah, gotta get that water. Well, let's go over there.
It'll be 5 minutes until the whole order's done, so I'll wait until that. There's also another 300 I pinched from the stockpile in the refinery, so...
Good. Bring it all. Gravel is also worth its weight in fucking gold. You use coal to make gravel, to make foundations, so you can build anything. It's worth its weight in fucking gold. We came over here to make a horrible mistake. But, well, now we have lots of water. I'm gonna try and connect this with a pipeline, but we need more power, and we need more resources in order to actually do that. So this will eventually be connected to another station that I already have set up. So, Phonto, how's things? Autistic is how they are. I'm playing Factorio. I'm playing Factorio, but it's Foxhole. I'm having fun, but Jesus Christ, this is time-consuming. Good I can make this my job, because I'd lose days like this, and it has been... Yep, officially 11 hours. It's nearly 4 a.m. I don't think I'm streaming Last Light tomorrow, unfortunately. The Lost Godestein patrons are going to have to wait until the week of excitement that is going to be next week. I'm sorry. The trains consumed me. But I think Martin's going to be okay with that. I did all of this to... He would approve of me sacrificing all of this to make trains. He'll understand. He won't look at me like an idiot, like I'm avoiding my job. So fill this up, go over there, fill the other one up, and that liquid storage over there is going to hold water sometime in the near future. So what we're going to do is that water pump we just came from, run a pipeline all the way up here, connect it to there, and then have the water pumped into these two facilities. We're going to need a vertical pipe, I think, over here. Or an over-under pipe. Maybe we can do either? Maybe? I don't know. We could do a vertical pipe just to be different, but that might be in the way of this. Which we already have to do an under. So maybe, yeah, I think we're just gonna have to do a vertical pipe over here. Or we can go around this facility, but then we're flirting with just complications here. But there's enough room, I think, to get a vertical pipe through here, if we can bend the pipe. So plop it, like, over here. And then it's gonna go. Then the pipe. This outlet pipe is gonna meet this outlet pipe over here, and then it's gonna cross the street and then go up to the facility. Okay, good. That's going fantastic. All full. Move to the next one.
Cistern's half empty.
Oh, not that. That one. Good. Almost out of water. Plenty of coal. Yeah, it ran out of water. Good. I went and got that. So what do you think about MechWarrior Living Legends making a sequel? Sounds great, but I haven't seen any like information about it. The guys who are still working on MechWarrior Living Legends 1 are doing a good job, but it's been a while since I've been over there, and my internet does not like that fucking game. They made some optimizations that helped me out, but that's still kind of limited. And I had a lot of other things to take care of, so I couldn't really stream it. So it's not like I hate the fucking game, but a lot of things got in the way of me playing it. League of Legends 2 hasn't... Living Legends 2. League of Legends 2, my god. Living Legends 2 has an official Twitter. Good, I'll check it out someday. And, wow, we are fucking scraping the bottom of the barrel on the petrol there. Holy fucking shit. We are running right under the wire with this shit. Okay, we're actually out of components. Good, make pipes. We only make a handful of pipes, but make pipes. We actually only really need... We don't really need that many. Well, guys, we're finally out of components. That took 10 hours, mainly because the factory was off the entire time. So if we're going to make some wacky pipe adventures, we're going to need components. But then again, we have the recycler.
That reminds me, I'm coming back 2 minutes early because, well, some kind person dumped another 2.5... The gravel count in the refinery went from 600 to 2,500. So I've just spent the past, like, 2 or 3 minutes packing it into the truck.
Actually, you know what? We're going to do that. We're going to actually make the recycler just to make some components. It's going to take fucking forever, but we'll be able to make scrap out of components. Well, components out of scrap. You know what? We're going to do that. Not enough material. Fuck you. You have enough materials. They're right there.
The resource transfer station's full of coal, by the way.
Alright, I've upgraded the Tier 2 factory with a recycler, so now we can make scrap out of components, so we don't need to go anywhere. So, the Tier 2 station needs scrap now. Thankfully, that runs at reduced power, too, so that'll help along the way.
Alrighty, I guess I'll get on that.
Yeah, so take the dump truck and get lots of scrap. So now we don't have to go clear across the map for components. So this has been off, so unfortunately we had to turn that off for a bit. We don't need anything out of that, though. We do need...
Lamau, what the fuck is a metal impurity? Just melt it down, Lamau.
Melt it down and roll it harder. The impurities will cease to exist.
The impurities will make it stronger.
Folded 100 times katana grade components made of scrap. Also, Jesus Christ. Swarth, I'm barely skirting the line of petrol. Please get back here with that gravel soon.
I'm literally on my way. I have 1,500 gravel in this fucking wagon. It is heavy.
Beautiful.
To put it lightly.
Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so what do we need to build a second liquid station here? We need 35 materials, which isn't going to be that bad. We've got enough... I think we've got enough power to get away with that for a little bit. So what's the grid at? Yeah, okay, we can get away with it. So we can run this for a little bit. Go nuts. So good, we can make a couple of construction materials and add on to the ones that we have. So make that liquid station, make those pipes, and then get everything nice and automated so we don't never have to look at that fucking factory ever again. So this is gonna have 3 pipes. We're gonna need more pipes than this, but we'll figure it out. But what am I thinking? We have 122 construction materials here. We didn't really need that, but it's right here. Hallelujah, finally. Alright, get that shit going. I'll make the resource station now. Okay, so, pipe. Now carrying a pipe. Fantastic. Okay, so we need to figure out how we're gonna do this. Okay, so... if I were to do the overhead pipe... That's tight. What do you mean terrain unsuitable? It's on a foundation. There we go.
I feel like an underground would be easier to work with.
Yeah, probably. There's too much. There's too much in the way to finish.
Especially considering it's not locked in a straight line.
Right. Okay. So yeah, an underground pipe would probably be the smartest idea. So, how far could I get an underground pipe to go? Let's see here. Where's the underground pipe? There it is. Okay. So if I put it over here, or put it literally right there. How far can I get this to go? Just right. How? Whoa. Holy fucking shit. Okay, that's too long. Okay, so it needs to be over. That's. Wow. That's fucking fantastic. That's all for 1 pipe. Or I think 2 pipes. But so, we're gonna get here. It's gonna be here, and there's gonna be enough space for 1 extra pipe. So. Gonna come out here. It's gonna need a longer pipe over here, so let's do right here. Oh, it's 4 pipes. Oh, okay. That's gonna be a little bit more expensive. We've got 4 pipes though.
Real quick, we were wanting the liquid transfer station specifically for fuel for the petrol, yeah?
Yes. So hang on here. I'll build that in a second. Let me just run this pipe. Also,
I think a fuel silo might be a better idea.
No, that's only 1 thing. And well, actually, yes, since we're only running 1 type of fuel.
There's also the issue of, to my understanding, liquid transfer stations have 2 outputs and no input.
Oh. Well, hang on. Let me double check that. Yes, actually, they only do that, so it must be a fuel. Okay, we're combining this into 1 pipe, though, so it can have 1 inlet and 1 outlet. We can do that. So I guess we're just going to make a bunch of fuel silos over here. So make them neat on that side.
Dumped off some scrap in the metalworking factory.
Thank you.
I'm gonna build 4 silos. Does that sound alright?
Yeah, as long as you stack them up neat. I don't think we're gonna need anything else on that side of the road aside from silos. We're probably only gonna use 1, but actually 3. Just make 3, because we only have 3 power plants. Okay, that's completed.
You wanna know the funniest thing?
What?
The fuel silos don't need foundations.
We're fucking idiots. Okay, so hang on. No, don't build them on that foundation. We'll use that foundation for something else important.
Hell yeah.
So we'll make.
Oh shit! It can be built on the gravel.
Huh. So we'll run pipes underneath the foundation. What we're gonna put over here, I have no idea, but we'll find something useful. We're idiots. So
Here we
again,
go. Resource transfer station. We'll shove coal into not coal, gravel.
actually, you know what we could do is we could have the train car come through here, and just move coal over here to be loaded into the coal factories. So leave some room so we can maybe skirt a train car through all of this. So yeah, make a resource station, and maybe we can get some rails on these, on the gravel. I think we could probably use foundation rails to make that happen. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna make this pipe. Make this here, and I think this is enough to. That should be enough to actually get away with a pipe attach. Yeah, good. Okay, good. Pipe. What we're gonna do past that is we're gonna route this outlet over here.
Just gonna extend the foundation a little bit further.
Sure, fine. We need more pipe though. Damn. But we need more components for that, so now we have to do this. We need to run this for a little bit. That's 20 components to a single fucking pipe. That's kind of inefficient. Also, we're out of power again. God fucking damn it. We need more fucking pipes! This hasn't produced anything? What are you talking? What the What are you doing? You got plenty of concrete, too. Hope you get your trains running, mate. We're really trying. We are really fucking trying. Forward to seeing the trains next time I stop by. Well, we're gonna be trying here, and I'm not stopping until I actually have the fucking train running.
Through the metal factory.
Thank you, Mark. See you around. It's only got enough for 2 minutes. Okay, I think that's enough materials for now. Yeah, we got a fuel silo here, but we need the pipes in order to actually do anything. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to make a run for components. Because while we can make components here slowly, they're gonna take forever. So we need another load of components if anybody is actually stockpiled them anywhere. No, they're not gonna have any of that over there. We have refinery town, so ash. Is there any components in There's 12. Thanks, guys. Well, salvage. Salvage, sulfur, salvage, plenty of salvage, salvage. Do we have a component mine in this area? Probably not. Salvage, 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 salvage. Salvage, salvage. No. Do we have any component mines at all? Salvage. What about these guys over here? What do you got? shit ton of B-mats, no components.
The dump truck's almost full. Unless I drop it off, I'll make the run for components if you want.
Well, if you want, you can do it. I was gonna do it myself, but if you want... We could also use a crane here, I suppose, too? That would be interesting. But I suppose...
I've tried to put it on
crane
this.
somewhere.
Yeah, we do have cranes somewhere, and that's why I've tried to put it with the container as close to this edge as I can, because
Right.
then it might be in range of the existing crane.
Right, but if we do... If we put a rail system going, like... It's just gonna have to run a really kind of tight way, but, we should be able to get in range, or we could just have the rails just go up and over the foundation this way. It's kind of a waste of a foundation, but there's not really much you can put right here. But so we can have the rails there, so the coal car, the coal train can come in here, grab more coal, or put more coal. Put coal here to make the trips quicker.
It's just across the road after all.
Right now we need more pipes. Yeah, that's too slow. If we had a shit ton of tier 2 factories, we could like just sit here being sufficient with the amount of components we can make, but that's too slow. I think that might need a buff. But you are basically making components out of scrap, which is actually fucking amazing in general. So I suppose we should be happy with what we have. But you're going to need a lot of facilities to make this viable. You're basically making your own component mine. What can we do aside from just keep the lights on and hope to God we can actually produce enough fucking petrol? That's still going. This actually has some petrol, thank God. Oh, 10%. Good God.
We're gonna need more diesel soon.
So frankly, if we used all this petrol, we probably would have had a mine car by now, unfortunately. Sadly. If we switched all production to just getting the train out. Coal's the least of our fucking problems, though, but we could also make a scrap train, too. Okay, that's finally... No, wait. Why is that? Are we over the... No, we're alright. So why isn't this producing? 20... Oh, we're out of coke. Okay, I think we have enough tier 1 mats for at least the situation that we're in right now. So this, once this runs its course, we can turn it off, we can save the power. But yeah, this is all horribly fucking wrong. Next time, though, we will make it way fucking better, I promise. We will not be this stupid a second time. And we could make components, but you'd have to make your own fucking facility to make components. That would be a task in itself, and you would need a shitload of scrap to do that. You'd need a shitload of these factories side by side. That's its own endeavor. And you would need let's see here, you would need the materials factory, and then it's the advanced materials factory. Where is that? How much did that actually cost to build? Or metalworks. That requires you make the first factory. and you make 124 standard materials, which you could do if you were specialized in this, but you'd have to specialize in creating those materials, and then you'd have to specialize in then creating the other factories to mine components, and they're all both going to be fighting over scrap. So, having audio issues, so I'm currently deaf, but I'm making a run for components now. God bless you, Argo. Those will help out the pipe. But for now, I guess I'll sit here and keep the engines running. Unfortunately, now they've stopped again. We're out of water. It's out of water already? What about you? Okay, you've got some water and you're producing. Jesus fucking Christ almighty. Having enough pipes for the water, too, would be fantastic. You know, Sorth, maybe we should put a walkway over those pipes.
That's what I wanted to do, honestly.
Maybe we should do it now. I think that's probably a good use of resources, just to make that easier.
They take the fancy materials to make.
What? Tier 1s or tier 2s? Holy sweet, gee, that's not worth it at all. Those are tier 2s. Those are on a premium. Like, fucking deal with it. Just vault over it. Pretend you're playing Arma. Why do those cost tier 2 material? Good lord. I think those cost tier 1s. Good lord, it's just fucking... It's just iron girders. So these don't require any power, but you could really, if we had the power to spare, we could actually, well, no, we'd have to come down here and power it, too. It's not a lot of power, but we'd have to build a thing, a power grid all the way down here to juice this shit up. And then we could make a pipeline so that we don't have to come get water ever again. Inventory full. That's got water. This does not. We're running short of coal again, but we've got plenty over here. We just need to move it. Why is this stopped? Did this run out of coal too? It did. Ah! Okay, where the fuck is the... Where are all the fuck... wrong button. I need my fucking wrench. Where are the fucking wrenches? My neighbors won't want... Great! Where are the fucking wrenches? I know we got some wrenches over here. There we go. There's a fucking wrench. Alright, I'm cracking this shit open. I need that dump truck. I need the fucking... I need the coal over here. Metric shit tons of coal, though. And that's as much as it can fucking carry. Shit, we can probably get away with expanding this. coke. With the 64 bricks of fucking concrete. Hey, you want to make a bunker? And we're out of power again. Ah! Well, let me get the coal first before we have to turn those back on. So, you know what we're gonna do instead of moving all that, letting all that scrap, like, slowly coalesce into refined materials, even though it's a nice little IV drip, we're actually gonna move that over and start producing the things that we need for the fucking train. Because we can do this now. If we just commit resources to it, we can do it. I'm dragging my heels on this. We can do better than this. Now we know we could totally overfill one of these stockpiles. So what I wanted to do was make these in a line, so you could just extend the platform as long as you needed it. Like keep putting resource transfer stations next to resource transfer stations, and having the train have a track that goes alongside all of them. So if one's full, you can just dump into the next one. So you'd put another resource. You'd extend the track over this direction, and you'd have another resource thing here. But we didn't think of that. $6,000. Go to the other one now. At least flip the fucking diesel motor on. That's still producing diesel. This one's still full. It is. We're not producing enough fucking power though. Okay, flip this off. Still down. That's already off. This has been off, so need to expand more power. Okay, what if can we turn off the... No, we cannot. I don't think we can turn off the crane. No, we cannot turn off the crane. The crane can't even move right now because it's not enough power. So load this up, and then we'll switch off the tier 2 factory. That's the only other thing that's trying to draw power. So a factory that makes a shitload of pipes as well would be rather nice. So, well, first of all, flip that shit off. We haven't got the power for it. Okay, that's now cooking again. Good, fantastic. This doesn't have enough coal, but we have plenty for it. That's going again. Fantastic. Now we're producing petrol. We're just sitting here producing petrol. We aren't making anything now until we actually have a shit ton of petrol. Shit, I'd probably want a third surplus. Or like a third of, line of facilities to do that. Noted. But I suppose now we can now just put the petrol over and make some coke as well. We could flip this over and actually just make the components that we need. Because I know we have enough. So what do we need first? Yeah, minecart, we need 125 materials, which I know we have. We can bring that over now. And then 10 and 20 petrol, metals, and 10 coke. So that's not that hard. We just need to stop fucking around. We can make that car now. I'd love to keep this power plant up and running, but it's being such a thirsty bitch that we really kind of can't. At least not with the way we've done this shit. Or rather, it needs so much fucking nannying before it's done. Okay, so we are at power. Okay, what if I flip? How much power do we have? Well, we actually don't have enough power until I flip on the... Yeah, until I flip on the petrol again, we don't actually have enough power to actually start producing anything over here. That's rather sad. But, well, that only takes 2. So that's not that bad. The petrol stuff is going to take more, but... 2.5... Yeah, it'd be 4.5. We can get away with actually making the petrol... The coke. That's 2. Actually, these both are 2. Okay, so we can't do it at the same time, but how much is coke? 3 megawatts. That's over the line. Okay, how much coke do we have left in here? 320. Well, I'm requisitioning this. We're not producing it. Move it over there. Coke. We need some scrap over here, which we've got plenty of over here. Which, you know, that unfortunate investment that hasn't really paid off. We need 10 of these, which we're going to need a lot more coke for that, so we're going to have to flip the coke machine on. Audio issues are worse than I thought. We'll restart the computer after dropping off components. We'll be back. I'm committed at this point to building the damn train. God bless you, Argo. We're all fucking committed. This is our goddamn train. We can do it now. I think we can do it now if we just flip our intentions. We don't really need to keep doing. We've built up in a corner. We could have already made this, but we can right this situation. Okay, so let's just flip that on because we've got the power now. 180. We're gonna need more coke. This we're gonna need to build up the petrol in order to build the other one. So we have to sit and wait for the petrol. We have to fuel it in. Oh wow, amazing. How generous. So yeah, we can't run that factory like that. So what we'll do is we'll build up the petrol and then cart it over there. Taking forever to produce. We got ourselves distracted. It happens, unfortunately. 3 petrol, that's fantastic. Okay, we'll just move some of the scrap over here, and I'm gonna need way more coal down here. We've got plenty of construction materials laying all around fucking everywhere to make at least the mine seeker. I think we have enough to make a car too. So we got distracted in trying to make, make that power work, but we've just made this facility so inefficient that it's really not helping. So we basically need to just reorient, turn some shit off, and then go at this another way. We have the facilities to make this shit. Also, we're out of coke already. So that's gonna have to stop for a moment. But I suppose we can we can flip over the petrol, but that's gonna be eating it just as fucking hard as the factory was. Or the power plant was, which is annoying. So that's gonna have to wait there. It's got that. 3. That doesn't have any oil yet, anyway. This is taking its sweet-ass fucking time getting here. Well. So now we know how not to do this. Several ways how to not do that. Now, also how to specialize, or rather how to make a foundation for a strong facility, and that is just concentrate on power, and then make basic materials, and don't try and run towards other things until you have at least the power and the basic factory materials down. Don't chase the sun until you have that shit down. Out of power again. Dear God. What's run out at now? Is it the diesel on this one? No, that's still running. It's still running on diesel. That's fine. One of the other power plants ran out. It's fine, but this means... Okay, that's not too bad. Because this isn't enough to fucking manage. This is enough of a fucking nightmare, really, of production. We'll just leapfrog until we run out. And that only got 1. We need 20 of those. We basically hand-feeding this each one. Doesn't have any oil, though. Actually, it's in production. Good. Alright, so that's already low on water. That's out of water. Okay, well, I'll go get more water. Honestly, we can probably come down here and make another couple water pumps. But I think this is enough, honestly. It's got enough. We just need a way of getting that stuff up there, and we haven't got the electricity to really... We haven't got the electricity or the pipes. Water over there. That's almost done, and this is done. It's about to be done. There it is. Good. Now it's got 2 rotations in there. And, well, while we're doing this, take this. We have to move that over by hand, but start fucking assembling these parts over here. Since this is what we're doing now, we're committed to this. We don't need to do anything else. We could have got this going a fucking billion years ago, honestly, but we've been trying to do so many things to get the power stable, but really we didn't need to. We just needed the upgrades. And honestly, what we should have done was just gone for the smelter first, which that only needs coke. We really only needed that, and that is, yeah, just coal refinery. Enough factories to produce the basic materials to buy the upgrades, buying a coal refinery, and then upgrading it to, well, we could already do coke furnace. So we can upgrade it to a better coke furnace and get more, well, you actually get less coke out of that. You get some sulfur out of that, which we don't need. So actually, just make the regular one. Just make the, we could have been doing this earlier, is my point. So we could have done this way simpler with less shit, but we were feeling our way around, I guess. Yeah, that's 4 in there. We need 10 of the coke and 20 of the petrochemicals. Get the part. We can get the advanced parts, though. We have them sitting everywhere. There's that. We got plenty more over here, too. There's 100 over here. Actually, there you go. There's 120. Must be standing. I was standing. Yeah, 126. That's enough to make the minecart. So we got the components. Or the factory materials. We just need the specialized ones. 126, and that's enough to make the Mine Seeker. We're going to need some extra ones for... Oh my god. We need all of those to make the carts, too. But we're only going to need the rail truck. We're not going to need the line runner. We're just going to need the fucking rail truck. So we're going to need a couple rail trucks. Need 2 of those, which means we're going to need more coke, but at least that's less petrol. So the coke is actually fairly easy. We just need the excess power. What are we running at right now? Barely under power. Barely barely at the grid's capacity. We're fucking, what, 5 megawatts off? Yeah, 5 megawatts. This is gonna need more petrol in a sec. Diesel, I should say. Petrol is being used to actually produce shit. And while we're doing this, we at least actually... Doing this, we have enough to produce the minecarts. I'm hitting V again like that's full. Thanks, Arma. Right, that's producing. So doing this, at least in one rotation of both these factories, we'll have enough for... We'll have enough petrol for 1 minecart. The coke stuff, that is actually fairly quick, so we just need the power to spare in order to produce this. So from the ground up, we can see how this facility was flawed. The power management was built all wrong, and we specialized in the things we didn't necessarily need for our objective, and we hopped up to petrol way too early before we had the production capacity to really do anything about it. Well, we do anything with it, so we just jumped around in all the fucking wrong ways. However, now that we know this, we won't do it again. Let's get some water. Love it. So water situation here. Pop that shit up. And move it over there and produce more. I think we're gonna need more coal over here too. It'd be nice if we could be straight up Factorio and have conveyor belts, but then we'd literally just be Factorio. It'd be nice to have a conveyor belt that can come from the resource collection to here, but you use the damn trains for that. The water we can supply on its own. You would just need to have a rail system that brings the coal over to these facilities. Or brings it near it, so...
Hey, at least the trains are still Factorio.
But, you know, if we have just conveyor belts everywhere, we literally just become Factorio. Wait, what am I doing? I'm not in the dump truck. The dump truck's right there. I'm not getting coal, I'm bringing the water with it. Sorry, it's nearly 5 a.m. What are you stopping on now? Oh, you're waiting for fucking oil. Man, this facility is really dragging ass. Just enough one for another one, but we're getting there one thing at a fucking time. We need 10 of these and 20 of these. This is gonna take a while, but the coal stuff, the coke stuff will be fine. That'll be really easy to take care of. This is nearly out of diesel. How's the cistern doing? That's gonna need to be replaced again. Honestly, just having a petrol plant that can sustain itself is actually really important. That was... okay, no, it's worth bringing coal over.